I actually time traveled. Allen felt the excruciating pain emanating from his wounds, and looking at the mottled and dirty stone prison walls around him, his thoughts churning. Now, he has finally accepted the fact that he has been transported to a world of swords and magic and has become a magical experiment. It wasn't just the physical pain, but also the ever-present system panel in my mind called Lord's Manual. Yesterday, Allen finally released Lord's Handbook, a fantasy world Lord simulation game that he had been waiting for a long time. This game was developed by the latest generation of quantum computer HAL 13 and was confidently launched for global trial. The trial results proved the game's quality. In just 3 days, players around the world experienced an incredibly realistic virtual fantasy world. Whether it's the landscape, history, magic, culture, or technology, everything has a complete development history and unique application scenarios, making it incomparable to previous template-based games. Moreover, each time the game is launched, the players' starting identities, positions, and even races are highly randomized, with almost no repetition. As officially advertised, the game content of Lord's Handbook is virtually unlimited. So after the trial, Allen immediately ordered the top-of-the-line gaming pod and even stayed up for several nights before his vacation to catch up on the project's progress. So, just as the official version of the game was released during the short holiday, I immediately lay down in the game pod. So much so that when he first woke up in this world, he thought he had fallen asleep from exhaustion while playing the game and was continuing to play in his dream. But then, an old wizard in black robes, withered and shriveled like a dried specimen, burst into the cell, bringing him back to his senses. The old wizard extended his thin, withered finger and gently touched Allen. Allen felt a tingling sensation like an electric current, and then his body collapsed to the ground, completely out of his control. Then, the old wizard took out a thick iron needle and roughly stabbed it into Allen's forearm, drawing out a large amount of blood and directly plunging the newly awakened Allen into a weakened state due to severe blood loss. It was long after the old wizard left that Allen finally regained his mobility and slowly came to terms with the situation. Hiss. Allen gasped for breath in pain and died suddenly. Before he died, he saw a news article about people selling blood on the other side of the ocean. Then, the scene changed and he became a blood producer himself. The bullet from last night hit me right between the eyebrows this morning. He made a self-deprecating joke. After getting up from the ground, Allen assessed his situation. It seems that I, as a living magical material, am imprisoned in a stone cell. This is clearly not a normal start for someone with parents. This stone cell contained only 4 mottled stone walls, nothing else, and the cell door was a heavy, locked wooden door. Judging from the huge commotion when the old wizard in black robes closed the door, Allen guessed that even if it wasn't locked, he wouldn't be able to push the wooden door open with his strength. It is worth noting that the stone cell was completely dark, without any windows or candles. But Allen discovered that he could see things clearly in the dark. Dark vision. Considering the old black-robed wizard's act of drawing his own blood, it seems that the original owner may have possessed some extraordinary bloodline. Allen explored the original owner's memories and discovered that the original owner didn't even have a name. Since the beginning of his memories, he had been kept by a slave caravan until yesterday when he was bought by the black-robed wizard. The original owner of this body, who was deliberately kept in captivity, spent her days in a daze, eating and sleeping as if she were full, and eating again as if she were a beast, with almost no valuable memories. If we compare the original owner's memories to a book on a bookshelf, then Allen from Earth is a library. Therefore, Aaron holds absolute dominance in the fusion with the original body. As he was thinking, Allen noticed that the wound on his arm had scabbed over. He moved his arms and legs and found that the weakness he felt from the blood loss was also subsiding quickly. No wonder it was bought by the evil wizard. It turns out this bloodline is an innate blood-drawing sacred body. Before leaving, the black-robed wizard only left behind a few hard pieces of dried meat. It seems this old wizard in black robes is in dire financial straits. He has to do even trivial things like drawing blood himself, and he doesn't pay attention to the hygiene of his experimental supplies. Allen thought to himself, trying to find a bittersweet humor in his thoughts. Now that they have confirmed their situation, the most urgent task is to escape as soon as possible. The original owner was bought yesterday. In just 1 day and 1 night since being bought, this is the second time her blood has been drawn. According to the black-robed wizard's blood-drawing method, Allen felt that he would be drawn to death in 2 or 3 days. Even the most precious bones can't withstand being dug up every day. He focused his mind on the Lord's Handbook in his head. Regardless of whether his transmigration was caused by this game, it was now his only hope of escaping. Using your mind to open the manual, the 3 interfaces you used during the trial appeared before your eyes: Lord, Territory, and Followers. The Lord is the character controlled by the player and receives power bonuses from both Followers and Territory, making them the strongest unit. But once the Lord dies, the entire game ends. Therefore, the Lord itself is both the strongest defensive tower and the core crystal that needs the most protection. It cannot be acted upon lightly and is generally only used in the final battle. He first opened the Lord panel. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from Dash. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just 1 step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
At the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Allen. Race, human. Age, 13. Character template, hero. Level, none. Faction, absolutely neutral. Status, hunger, anemia. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Character templates are divided into normal, elite, hero, boss, legendary, etc. Higher-level character templates correspond to stronger growth and learning abilities. For example, at the same level, an elite template unit would require a squad of about 4 to 5 ordinary template units to fight against. The differences between other character templates follow the same pattern. It seems that due to his extraordinary bloodline, Allen's initial template was that of a hero, but he just didn't have the opportunity to grow. Allen can also use this character panel to see information about other people. For example, he had also seen the panel of that old wizard in black robes. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Obidus, the Decayer. Race, human. Age, 146. Character template, elite. Level, Wizard LV 25, Lost, /Demon Slayer LV 18. Faction, Chaos and Evil. Status, extremely aged, life-threatening, half-demonized, flesh and blood mutated. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Clearly, this is an evil sorcerer who is already on the verge of death and is even willing to resort to demonic power to prolong his life. Continuing down, the territory interface popped up as an empty screen. There was nothing there yet. They didn't even give him his initial territory. What kind of lord is he? Allen was slightly disappointed, but also thought it was reasonable. The pain in his arm, the weakness in his body, and the ruthlessness of the black-robed wizard all clearly told him that this was a real world, no longer a simulation game that could be ended at any time. He himself is currently being bled dry, so how could he possibly have his own territory at the start of the game, like in a game? So he quickly clicked on the last screen, Followers. The follower interface is divided into two parts, a recruitment interface and a training interface. Recruiting and training followers not only allows them to fight for their lord but also provides them with a power boost. Although as long as enough resources are invested in the training interface, even a naturally crippled character can be developed into an invincible force. That's something for later stages. In the early stages of the game, recruiting followers with good attributes who are suitable for developing your territory can make the development process much easier. Allen looked at the recruit function, which showed that each follower summon required one crystal. Crystals are a universal resource that players consume when summoning and nurturing, and there are multiple ways to obtain them throughout the game. These include, but are not limited to, Lord upgrade rewards, territory expansion rewards, enemy hunting rewards, achievement rewards, etc. In the initial state, one crystal is given as a gift. I hope the result won't be too bad. Allen took a deep breath and embedded the crystal into the groove in the center of the summoning interface. If they can't escape, this will probably be the only time he ever recruits someone in his life. After a flash of azure starlight, 3 character panels appeared on the interface. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Green Kingston. Race, human. Age, 21. Character template, standard. Faction, lawful/neutral. Level, Wizard Apprentice LV3, Alchemy LV1. Status, mana depleted. On the panel was a pale-faced, plain-looking young man with deep eye bags, messy hair, and a very tired appearance. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Tasha Lillard. Race, human. Age, 28. Character template, standard. Alignment, lawful/evil. Level, thief LV5, locksmith LV3. Status, sleeping, magic. The panel showed a woman wearing a half mask, revealing only the upper half of her face, with her eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a sinister look. Name, Salina Starchaser and Viola Starchaser. Race, half-elf. Age, 16. Character template, elite. Level, none. Status, malnutrition. Special, the twins. On the panel are two girls with identical faces, about 13 or 14 years old. Both are somewhat thin. The girl on the left has a calm expression, while the girl on the right has a lively expression. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Why are they all in such bad form? Allen thought to himself that he was unlucky. In the game, followers are always in good condition when they are summoned. But this is the real world after all. If these followers are real people in this world, then it is possible that they are in various negative states. The important thing is which follower is helpful to his current situation. Allen immediately noticed the last pair of girls. Not only did they share a character card, but they also had an elite template and a special ability called Interlocking Twins. Move your consciousness to the special, Intertwined Twins entry to view detailed information. The twins, Salina and Viola, are not only connected by blood, but their souls also shine with the same brilliance. In the process of growth, one party can quickly learn the skills that the other has already mastered. However, if one party dies, the other cannot survive alone. With half-elf blood, an elite template, and shared experience, the twin girls are clearly the most promising of the three followers. However, having the highest potential does not help the current situation. Allen frowned deeply as he looked at the three follower cards. In the past, everything was simplified in the game, followers were summoned directly to your doorstep. But now, Allen's concerns remained the same as before. This is the real world, no longer just a string of data within a game. He doesn't have the initial territory that should have been given directly according to the Lord's Handbook. The followers who were supposed to be in good condition when recruited are now real people. So, in what form will these supposedly loyal followers appear? Are they summoned directly from afar and made into a contract to become one's servant? Or is it that you can only connect with your followers remotely? If it's the former, Allen should choose between the wizard apprentice and the female thief. Both the magical knowledge of a wizard's apprentice and the lock-picking skills of a thief are very helpful for escaping. If it's the latter, then the half-elf twins are the best choice. Take the time to train them, and you'll have more opportunities to share experience. Gemini is an elite template, and their learning speed is naturally faster than others. Coupled with the special talent of the twins, they may be able to level up quickly. Their increased power will amplify Allen's abilities, giving him a better chance of escaping on his own. Which one should I choose? Allen's margin for error is too low right now. Any slight deviation between the rules of the game and reality could cost him his life. This put him in a difficult position, making him struggle with the decision. While the unknown extraordinary bloodline grants self-healing abilities, this ability is not without its costs. His body, which was producing large amounts of blood, craved food, and the intense hunger had interfered with Allen's thinking. So, ignoring the dusty jerky that had been thrown on the ground, he grabbed a piece and put it in his mouth to chew. Click click. The boy's teeth were much sharper than those of a normal human, easily crushing the hard, wood-like jerky with a crisp chewing sound. Allen continued to think as he ate. Suddenly, his keen ears caught some subtle noises not far away, or more precisely, noises coming from next door. The chewing sounds inside the stone cell stopped. Why? Salina gently stroked Viola, who was lying on her body crying. Here, only the sisters could rely on each other. During the time they were sold and transported by slave traders, they had witnessed far too many tragedies. Those who shared the same background as them were subjected to inhuman torture and humiliation right before their eyes. The only reason they're still alive is that they haven't met the right buyer yet. According to slave traders, twins were worth several times more than other goods, and being beautiful was an even greater bargaining chip. Until yesterday, a black-robed wizard living in the wilderness bought them and locked them in a dungeon. They knew that this was probably the end of their lives. Are we going to die? In Salina's arms, Viola's voice was very faint, muffled by increasingly weak sobs. The wizard seemed to be in a hurry to do something, and after locking them in the dungeon, he didn't even leave them any food or water. Both of them are now so weak that they can no longer even shed tears. Definitely not. Although Salina's voice was hoarse, it remained steady. She was the older sister, even though she was only born a few minutes earlier than Viola. Therefore, she had to take good care of her younger sister, and even though she was locked up in this prison, she had to remain calm. If she panicked, Viola probably wouldn't even dare to cry. However, all Salina could do was gently pat her sister's back. There was nothing else she could do. Click click. A faint sound arose. Their half-elf bloodline gave them a pair of pointed ears, allowing them to hear, even through thick stone walls, the sounds of a beast chewing its prey. Gurgle. Hearing the sounds of eating, Viola's stomach betrayed her and growled. Ugh. Salina, I'm so hungry. Salina gently touched her stomach, she was also starving. The black-robed wizard left them no food. Fortunately, the chewing sounds coming from next door stopped soon, relieving them of their suffering. The cell returned to silence. Do you need food? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang in their minds, and the two of them sat up abruptly and looked at each other. Thanks to their tacit understanding, they knew that this was not a hallucination caused by hunger and thirst, they had both heard the same voice. Allen stopped chewing. He heard the faint sounds of conversation from the next cell. Sorina. Viola. Allen then looked at the follower interface on the Lord's Handbook. Isn't this the kind of follower recruited by the Lord's Handbook? It was in the cell next door? Allen quickly grasped the rules regarding the recruitment of followers after his transmigration. Does the so-called recruitment mean that you use yourself as the center and search for potential targets nearby to add to the follower interface? So it is. Wouldn't these 3 followers most likely end up in jail just like me? No wonder they all have negative states, this explains it. This is really bad. Allen frowned deeply again, but then relaxed. Certain information is always better than unknown speculation. After thinking for a while, Allen decided to choose the half-elf twins as his first followers. Since all 3 may be in a state of inability to move, Gemini being the closest to oneself is a major advantage. No matter what kind of abilities you develop later, it will be easier for you to apply them. Confirmed recruitment of followers, Sorina Starchaser and Viola Starchaser. Achievement, the first steps. Reward, 1 crystals. The familiar achievement pop-up appeared, and Allen breathed a sigh of relief. The process of acquiring the first follower is similar to a game's tutorial, making it easy for players to obtain subsequent achievement rewards. After the follower interface was confirmed, Allen had a sudden thought. He felt as if a part of his consciousness had passed through the thick stone wall and clearly perceived the scene in the next cell in an indescribable way. A pair of half-elf sisters, weak from hunger and thirst, embracing each other in a corner of their cell. He could sense the fear that permeated their hearts. The feeling was wonderful and direct, not from actually seeing or hearing, but from some kind of more essential, almost intuitive connection. He tried to concentrate and communicate with the other end of the connection. Do you need food? The next second, Allen saw that Salina and Viola in the cell suddenly sat up and looked at each other in surprise. He could even vaguely catch that fleeting, Gemini-like emotional stirring. Efficient? After selecting followers, Allen established a higher level, one-way connection with them. Although it's not quite at the level of mind reading, it can perceive their emotions to some extent. However, this connection prevents him from directly controlling the actions of his followers as he would in a game. He needs a more practical way to build trust with them and direct their actions. Allen spoke again, this time attempting to convey more information, a simple promise. I can help you escape from here. But don't speak, answer me in your mind. After a brief, almost frozen silence, 2 thoughts, trembling with obvious disbelief, cautiously touched each other like startled little animals. Who are you? Can you really help us? Are you some kind of great being? The 2 thoughts arrived almost simultaneously. Viola's thought was filled with fear and helplessness. However, after the initial shock, Salina's consciousness quickly calmed down. 2 voices clearly emerged in Allen's consciousness. No, I am not some great being, at least not yet. I am right next door to you. I have a way to escape from here, but I need some of yours. Allen carefully considered the words, dedication. A brief silence fell on the other end of the thought. Sorina, what do we do? Viola didn't speak, she was afraid the mysterious being next door could hear her. She simply gave Salina a look, they were inseparable twins, understanding each other without needing to speak. Salina pursed her dry lips. Both she and Viola understood the meaning of dedication. In legends, the demons that tempt mortals to fall, the beings that devour mortal souls, often imbue such sacred words with blasphemous meanings. Is there a monster in the cell next door? A guess quickly formed in Salina's mind. It was imprisoned here by the Dark Wizard and was trying to escape, so it came to make a deal with them. It may have a way to escape with the 2 of them, or create the possibility of escape. This method requires their sacrifice. The offerings might be things like the legendary hands, feet, eyes, or even, the most important part of a mortal's soul. Then it will use this as a sacrifice to unleash forbidden magic belonging to monsters. There are countless such examples in legends. But at least this is a possibility. A possibility to save them from being tortured, experimented on, and modified by the Dark Wizard. During her time as a captive of slave traders, Salina had witnessed far too many hellish tragedies. Let her and Viola bear it all, perhaps being dragged into hell by the real devil would be a better outcome. And so, don't worry, leave it to me, Salina reassured her sister with her eyes. Then, she actively echoed her thoughts in her mind, responding to that unknown existence. Oh, great being? If only my sister Viola could escape this hellish place. Salina turned her head away, looking at the dungeon wall that separated the 2 sides, afraid that Viola would see through her thoughts in her eyes. If you want to make a deal with the devil, she's all you need. Therefore, she is willing to pay a higher price, as long as she can protect Viola. I am willing to give you everything. Salina took a barely audible breath, including my soul. Deal reached. Whether it was because she had responded or not, Salina even felt that she had become more closely connected with that being. Inexplicably, she even felt a vague desire to get closer to them. The negotiations went relatively smoothly. Allen nodded. After completing the initial communication with the half-elf sisters, the next step is to begin training them. Allen opened the training interface, selected the only follower at present, the half-elf twins, and selected the train button, consuming the one crystal he had just obtained. The training interface flashed with a bright blue light, and soon, 3 new enhancement options popped up. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, descendant of the ancient tree. Type, bloodline awakening. Enhanced effect. Awaken the faint power of the natural realm within the bloodline of the elves. Followers' vitality and affinity with nature are greatly enhanced, allowing them to initially guide natural energy to accelerate wound healing, increase endurance, and gradually awaken magical abilities in the natural realm. Advanced paths include Nature Druid, Woodland Guardian, Ancient Tree Priest, etc. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Moonblade Dancer. Type, combat skill inheritance. Enhanced effect. Followers wield the elven race's unique weapon, the Crescent Blade, and inherit its agile and unpredictable combat skills. This combat technique combines dodging, blocking, and slashing skills. It is like a dance during combat, and the offensive becomes faster and more fierce as the battle continues, eventually unleashing an unstoppable attack like moonlight pouring down. Advanced paths include Crescent Dancer, Silver Moon Dreamweaver, Dark Moon Hunter, etc. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Red Dragon Bloodguard. Type, bloodline modification. Enhanced effect. The followers will be transformed by the foreign Red Dragon bloodline, embrace the magic of the fire element, be able to master the power of fire, and gradually unlock the ability of half-dragonification. Advanced path. This path cannot be advanced, but it can be combined with some compatible enhancements. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. 3 enhancement options are presented to you. There is also a refresh button below, but the cost is another crystal, which Allen naturally doesn't have. Based on my experience with the game, the Moonblade Dancer upgrade is excellent. It is a perfect blend of offense and defense, and its innate agility, which is highly compatible with the elven bloodline, makes it extremely promising for future development. Furthermore, this enhancement is purely a combat skill inheritance. The Twins of the Unbreakable effect allows the other half-elf to quickly learn it, which is equivalent to a double enhancement. Furthermore, the follower's mastery of combat skills can be fed back to Allen, granting him integrated offensive and defensive capabilities in the early stages, which greatly increases his survival rate. But, this Red Dragon Bloodguard. The enhancement path in the cultivation interface can be artificially intervened by adding rare resources. For example, adding dragon blood could potentially grant access to enhancement paths related to dragon blood. Currently, Allen has no resources at all, so these 3 paths should all be generated directly by using followers or lords as the trigger targets. The first 2 enhancements are clearly derived from the elven bloodline of the half-elf twins. Therefore, the Red Dragon Bloodguard is clearly related to Aaron himself. Allen sighed. No wonder slave traders would keep a human boy captive for so long and then sell him to a black-robed wizard at a high price. It turns out he was a dragonborn, and the most powerful of the 5 dragons, the Red Dragonborn. However, they were discovered by slave traders in advance and kept in captivity for many years until they were fully grown before being sold. Overthinking is pointless. Although its compatibility with elven bloodlines is not high, under the current circumstances, the Red Dragon Bloodguard, which can control the power of fire, is the perfect enhancement path to escape the dungeon. Moreover, by having his followers undergo this enhancement, the power of his bloodline awakening will be fed back to Allen himself. Allen already possessed a diluted Red Dragon bloodline, and the combination of the 2 would further purify the bloodline power, resulting in a 1+1 greater than 2 effect. Select Enhancement, Red Dragon Bloodguard. As Allen selected the enhancement, a vibrant crimson light flashed across the half-elf twins card. On the left, Salina's character portrait changes rapidly. Crimson, illusory fire serpents coiled around Salina's limbs, burning away her original calm and serene demeanor and replacing it with an extremely aggressive aura. Meanwhile, in the dungeon next door, Salina clenched her hands slightly, holding her breath and waiting for the mysterious being in her mind to demand the price. Suddenly, a surge of intense heat rose up from within him without warning. Salina let out a muffled groan, her body trembling violently. Sorina, Viola, standing beside her, immediately noticed her sister's unusual behavior and exclaimed in a panic. She immediately realized that Salina had secretly made a deal with the mysterious being without her knowledge. Don't worry, Viola, I'm fine. Salina waved her hand, closed her eyes, and carefully felt the changes happening in her body. The pain was not what I had imagined. The unknown presence did not bring pure pain, but rather waves of tingling and burning sensations throughout the body. It was as if clusters of small flames were igniting within her, slowly burning away the places that repelled this power, until they were burned into the form that existence expected. If her original power were likened to a sapling full of vitality, then this power is what ignited that sapling. It was not burned to ashes, but rather its fundamental form of existence was altered. It's like an extremely subtle transformation. After a long while, the burning sensation subsided, and Salina felt her body, which had been cold and stiff from hunger and weakness, become reborn, full of vitality. She opened her eyes and was shocked to find a bright flame burning in her palm, which completely dispelled the musty, cold smell in the stone cell. Viola's eyes widened. Salina, this is magic? You've learned magic. She was in a state of utter shock. Although the continent of Tyrese is full of magic, most mortals, without proper instruction and luck, will never have the chance to grasp even a trace of its mysteries in their entire lives. Salina took a deep breath, forcing herself to pull herself out of the immense shock as well. She knew that this power came at a price, and that she might lose her life or soul as a result. So before the price is paid, we must get my sister out of this hellhole as soon as possible. So she quickly asked in her mind, Great being, thank you for the power you have bestowed upon me. What should I do? The power of fire can help you break down the prison door. Now, try manipulating the fire element to create simple magic. Following the guidance in her mind, Salina tried to concentrate and imagine a bigger flame. With a whoosh, the flame in his palm shot upwards a little, its light shining brightly. Viola covered her mouth tightly, watching the flame in Salina's hand with bated breath. Magic obtained through a deal with a mysterious being is fraught with danger no matter how you look at it. Even ordinary people who have never been exposed to supernatural powers know how serious the consequences of magic going out of control can be. In various legends, the monsters that wield fire magic are always the most ferocious and vicious. The most famous is the Red Dragon, the eternal villain in legends and stories, who has caused countless dragon calamities. But Salina had no worries. In her recent attempt, she discovered that the fire elemental acted like a loyal soldier, faithfully carrying out her instructions. Just as she was about to try to expand the flames further, a new instruction came to her mind. Your magic power is too low. Don't make any unnecessary attempts. Just break down the cell door first. Salina indeed felt mentally exhausted, as she had used up a lot of the power she had just gained. She quickly stopped expanding her mind and tried to imagine movement. The flames obediently detached from her palm, flying in a graceful arc before crashing into the wooden cell door. Once the fire had started burning steadily on the cell door, Salina's mental guidance was no longer needed. It would take a long time for the huge, heavy wooden door to burn completely, but even without that being speaking, Salina knew what to do. It's a success. A glint flashed in Salina's eyes, she could clearly sense along the flames. Following her train of thought, the flames found the hinge connecting the wooden door to the stone wall. Under the constant licking of the flames, the door hinge is rapidly becoming brittle and losing its strength. Snap. A low, but teeth-grinding, crisp sound. The door hinges, charred brittle by the flames, snapped completely. With a dull thud, the heavy wooden door slowly slammed to the ground, and the billowing dust instantly engulfed the two men. Although the commotion was small, Salina didn't know if the black-robed wizard would notice. Ahem. So she suppressed her cough and quickly ran out of the cell door to the wooden door next door, about to let the flames burn the door hinges again. But before they could make a move, a familiar voice came from behind the door. Click. Salina realized what was happening and quickly dodged to the side. Bang. The wooden door slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up another cloud of dust. Having already experienced this once, Salina covered her mouth and nose, quickly waved her hand to sweep away the smoke and dust, and held her breath as she looked into the cell. With the smoke and dust gone, the figures inside the cell behind the door came into view. That mysterious being. It is not the demonic creature with horns, fangs, and twisted limbs that one might imagine. All she saw was a dirty-looking boy. The other person looks to be about the same age as me. Salina's mind flashed back to her memories of being in the slave caravan. She had seen this boy before. He, like her sisters, was a high-priced commodity of the slave traders, carefully guarded. But in her memory, she remembered that the boy was always dull and foolish, like a wild beast, unable to speak, only knowing how to eat and sleep. Now, he is no longer the foolish man he once was, and is looking at me with bright eyes. For some reason, Salina felt that she had no secrets from him. Not only did a sense of familiar closeness reappear on a spiritual level, but there was also a feeling of kinship in our bloodline. No words or confirmation are needed at all. The mysterious being in Salina's mind who made a deal with her, gave her power, and guided her actions was actually the boy before her. Could it be that some kind of evil spirit has possessed his body? Or perhaps he was originally a demon, and was just pretending before? Just as she was wondering how to react, the boy extended his right hand to her. Hello, Salina, my name is Allen. Seeing the boy's outstretched hand, Salina hesitated instinctively. The handshake is common among humans, but what matters is the intention of this mysterious being. But after only a moment's hesitation, Salina grasped the hand. Having given her soul, she had nothing left to worry about losing, as long as she could get Viola out of this hellhole before her life burned out. So you are. Before Salina could ask a question, the boy interrupted her. I know you have a lot of questions, but this isn't the place for idle chatter. Let's talk about it after we escape from here. Okay. Salina understood this as well and agreed with the boy's statement. Although Viola didn't know what the deal between Salina and Allen was, seeing that Salina had already agreed, she had no objections and waited quietly to the side. The process of reaching an agreement with Salina was accomplished in just one sentence, without much further discussion, which greatly relieved Allen. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. In such a critical moment, having a clear-headed and obedient helper is invaluable. This is some dried meat left behind by that wizard. Let's replenish our strength first. Salina took the jerky Allen offered, tore off a small piece that was covered in dust, wiped it clean, and put it directly into her mouth to chew. She then gave the rest to Viola. Viola took the jerky and put it in her mouth. There was no need for formalities between her and Salina. She could sense that Salina's physical condition was much better than hers after gaining magic. Therefore, she must recover her strength as soon as possible so as not to hold them back during the subsequent escape. However, her teeth were much weaker than those of Salina, who had been modified by dragon blood. Her long weak body also lacked strength, and she grimaced as she chewed the dry, hard jerky. Allen glanced around at the surroundings outside the cell. The dungeon wasn't large, with only 4 cells, arranged in pairs facing each other. My cell and the twin cells were next to each other, and opposite these 2 cells were 2 other wooden doors. The prisoners inside are, without a doubt, the other 2 followers shown in the recruitment interface. A thief and a mage apprentice. Given that the black-robed wizard Obidus had to personally draw blood, it's likely that he, living alone in the wilderness, wouldn't have the energy to imprison a large number of prisoners. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so naturally the more friends I have, the better. Moreover, even if they can't help, if they face the worst-case scenario Obidus discovers them, then one more person will be another meat shield. Salina, open these 2 wooden doors. The more companions we can escape with, the better. I'm going to check the dungeon exit. Good. Without saying a word, Salina turned around and quickly started burning the wooden door. Having learned from her first experience, she was able to control the flames much faster. Allen then quickly ran to the other side of the passageway. There had been a full day and night between the 2 blood draws by Obidus. Judging from the terrible condition on his panel, he must be urgently conducting some kind of experiment with his blood. Optimistically speaking, perhaps he is very focused, so he still has a day and a night to escape. Pessimistically speaking, perhaps he has already noticed the slight noise coming from the dungeon and is coming down to investigate. Allen always prepares for the worst. As he jogged briskly, Allen glanced at his attribute panel. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Allen. Race, human. Age, 13. Character template, hero. Rank, Dragonvein Warlock LV2. Faction, absolutely neutral. Status, normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. My level has increased to LV2, and I have obtained the new class Dragonvein Warlock. The combined cost of the power from followers shouldn't be this high. The reason is that the Red Dragon Blood Guardian modification performed on Salina itself originated from the Red Dragon bloodline hidden within Allen's body. When Salina's transformation was completed, the power of the same origin fed back through the followers unsurprisingly activated Allen's own Red Dragon bloodline. Therefore, most of this power belongs to Aaron himself. Allen felt a sense of peace as he felt the magic coursing through his veins. Although level 2 is nothing compared to level 18 black-robed wizards, the feeling of this power is incredibly clear now, unlike the virtual experience in the game. Like a well-trained muscle, it is as easy to use as an arm and as reliable as a finger. The passageway wasn't long. Allen climbed the stone steps at the end and soon saw a rusty iron gate. Through the prison door, one could see a courtyard filled with ruins. In the original owner's memories, when he was brought here by the slave caravan, he saw the appearance of ancient ruins along the way. Most of them were just dilapidated rocks, and there were very few intact buildings. The black-robed wizard's laboratory should be located in one of the complete buildings, or perhaps underground. In any case, as long as they don't run into the black-robed wizard, they have a good chance of escaping. Allen carefully examined the cell door in front of him. This was the last cell door leading out of the dungeon. Although it was rusty, it was not something that could be destroyed by fire. At least his flames aren't good enough. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that this prison door was different from the wooden door below, and a faint magical aura emanated from it when locked. Was it a spell set up by the black-robed wizard? Or is it the magic inherent in this ancient ruin? Allen. A sound of footsteps came from behind. Allen turned around and saw that the half-elf sisters had caught up. Behind them followed a pale-faced young man in a grey short robe and a woman who looked extremely tired and wore a half-body leather armor. These were the other two people Allen had seen on the follower interface. Wizard apprentice Grim Kingston and thief Tasha Lillard. They have agreed to cooperate. Salina spoke to Allen. Allen nodded and turned his gaze to the two newcomers. Our cooperation is limited to escaping the boundaries of this ancient ruin. After that, we'll go our separate ways. Tasha, the female thief, had obvious wariness in her eyes. It was a professional habit of hers. Even when she was being rescued, she would not blindly trust anyone. If you can get me out of here, I will definitely pay you a generous reward. The wizard apprentice, Green, immediately made his stance clear, showing far more cooperation than the female thief. There was no time for introductions, and everyone understood that time was of the essence, so they spoke very quickly. No problem, let's work together before we escape. Allen stepped aside from the iron gate behind him. This iron gate can't be opened with fire, and it seems to be enchanted. Do you have any way to open it? You in robes, magic is your domain. Tasha immediately looked at Green. Although she was skilled at picking locks, she had ended up here because she had accidentally touched a magical object within the ancient ruins while exploring them. Now, she would never want to touch anything magical again. Allen and the half-elf sisters also set their sights on the young wizard apprentices. I know that those of you in robes possess magic that can unlock locks. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, the wizard apprentice hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying helplessly, when I was captured, all my magic was drained by the black-robed wizard, so I can't use lock-picking magic now. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a little regretful. If a wizard skilled in magic were to unlock the lock, the effects of unknown magic could be effectively eliminated, making it a more reliable option. Allen had seen Green's panel and knew that he was indeed in a state of mana depletion, and that he wasn't lying. What a piece of trash. Get out of the way. The female thief made no attempt to hide her disdain for the spellcaster, shoving Green aside and quickly walking to the iron gate. Since we can't count on those wearing robes, we have to do it ourselves now. Tasha took out her lock-picking tools, looked at the rusty keyhole on the iron gate, and took a deep breath. That old bastard didn't strip me naked. Is it because I'm not attractive enough, or is it because he's just too weak? Tasha silently mocked the black-robed wizard's arrogance, then steeled herself and inserted the key to unlock the keyhole. No electricity, no flame. While remaining vigilant against the possibility of magic being triggered at any moment, Tasha quickly and skillfully manipulated the lock cylinder. Click. After a not-so-crisp sound, the iron gate slowly opened. Nothing happened. The group exchanged incredulous glances. The door just opened like that? Wait, look at that leaf. Tasha suddenly pointed to the gap in the iron gate. A withered yellow leaf drifted through the crack in the iron gate and came to rest there. It wasn't stuck in a gap, but rather firmly anchored in midair, without any sign of shaking. Just then, another withered leaf drifted by. This time, before even touching the iron gate, it stopped about a finger's width away from the gate. At the same time, the grass blades near the iron gate on the ground stopped swaying, and the area affected was gradually expanding. Run. The female thief was the first to rush out, with Green close behind. Allen grabbed the weakened Viola and carried her on his back. Under Salina's grateful gaze, the three of them followed. Whoosh whoosh. The prisoners had no time for careful reconnaissance and could only follow the female thief's directions, making their way through the ancient ruins with all their might. Behind them, the dilapidated buildings where the stone prison was located gradually shrank into a gray dot on the horizon. Although the surrounding area was still a ruin interspersed with rubble and weeds, everyone felt much more at ease. The black-robed wizard did not pursue them, or rather, it was unknown whether he had time to discover that his prisoner had already escaped. After all, the magic activated on that iron gate was enough to keep anything in place, even sound. Even now, Allen still feels a chill when he thinks back on it. You're breathing very heavily, let me do it. Seeing that it was safer, Salina tried to take Viola off Allen's back. No, I can still hold on. When I really can't hold on any longer, I will hand over the reins to you. Allen wasn't just putting on a brave face. Although Viola was 3 years older than him, due to her half-elf bloodline, her life cycle was much slower, and she was still in the form of a young girl at this time. Of course, this was good news for slave traders, as the nobles were eager to buy goods that could maintain their youth for a long time. Although Allen is only 13 years old, his physical strength is far greater than that of Salina, who has undergone modification after his red dragon bloodline is activated. Thank you for saving us. You're welcome, it's part of the deal. Okay, I understand. Although she didn't know the price of trading power with the boy, Salina's gratitude at this moment was heartfelt. With the hope of escaping the den of evil within reach, the boy is also earnestly protecting Viola. In this way, even if she can no longer protect her younger sister in the future, she can rest assured with the boy's promise. Viola, curled up on Allen's back, gently bit her lip, but ultimately remained silent. She knows she is a burden in a real sense and feels very guilty about it. If she had made the contract with the boy first, then it would be her turn to protect Salina now. It's always been like this since she was little. Salina has always been stronger and more decisive than her, and she always thinks about protecting her. Please remember the website 20. But there is no debt owed between the Geminis. The cost of the transaction? Viola won't let her bear this alone. If you are the only one left in this world, it is better to fall into hell together with someone else. The evil spirits will not refuse an extra soul. I'm not seeing things, am I? That spell, it's time stop. Green wiped the sweat from his brow and gasped for breath, but the scene he had just witnessed kept replaying in his mind. That was a powerful spell that even his mentor, a high-ranking wizard, couldn't cast. It is said that only legendary wizards, or beings close to being legendary, can use such powerful magic. A real time stop won't give us time to escape. Tasha didn't slow her pace for a moment. Walking at the very front of the group, she was the only one who had voluntarily entered this ancient ruin, knew how to get out, and where it was safe. That's a magical trap similar to Time Stop, designed to freeze prisoners who have escaped from the dungeon in place. It's practically the most efficient bear trap, never harming the prey in the slightest, yet keeping them forever just one step away from freedom. This trap couldn't have been set by the black-robed wizard. He probably just had the key but never activated it. So he didn't know that over the long years, the originally powerful magical trap had become slow and distorted, which is why we managed to escape. The original owner of this ruin set up a space-time magic trap at the cell door just to trap the prisoners in the dungeon. How extravagant. Tasha gritted her teeth and led the group around a dilapidated stone house. Having witnessed firsthand the powerful magic hidden within the ancient ruins, she dared not touch anything that might trigger magic, even on the paths she had already traversed. The black-robed wizard dwells within the ancient ruins, partly out of greed for its magical power, and partly to protect himself from the ancient magic that might be triggered at any time within the ruins. Yeah, phew, so extravagant. Phew. Green was out of breath and gradually fell behind the team. Aside from Viola on Allen's back, the wizard apprentice Green, who hadn't trained for years, was the least physically fit in the team. I said, phew, can we take a break? I can't run anymore. You can stop and rest whenever you want, but I won't wait for you. The female thief didn't even turn her head, and gave a cold laugh. Perhaps if you stay here, you can buy us some time when the black-robed wizard catches up. At that time, I'm sure, the first person I'll tell him is the one you escaped in. That would be perfect, because I'll definitely change the direction I'm going to escape in. Your misdirection was very valuable. It's settled then. Green was already exhausted and breathless, and Tasha's words almost made him faint. But he dared not stop running, forcing his numb legs to run forward, afraid that the team would really leave him behind. He could only silently curse sewage bitch in his heart to vent his anger. The group fled for most of the day, and the ruins of the buildings gradually became sparse, indicating that they had reached the edge of the ancient ruins. The group perked up and, despite their fatigue, quickened their pace. Soon, the remains of the building disappeared completely from sight. Beyond the ruins lies an endless wilderness. The hills and forests stretched endlessly, and even the most powerful black-robed wizards would find it difficult to locate them in the wilderness once they arrived. Moreover, Allen had seen the black-robed wizard's stats and knew that his poor condition wouldn't allow him to stay outside for long, which made him feel even more at ease. Let's take a break, Allen suggested, panting heavily. Tasha glanced back and was somewhat surprised to see that even after carrying someone for so long, Allen still seemed to have plenty of energy left. There's a grove of trees over there, let's rest there. The group entered the woods, their hurried pace gradually slowing, their heavy breathing unable to subside for a while. I'll go check around the neighborhood. Tasha had the best stamina of the group, and although she was tired, she was still able to move. Tasha pressed her hand against the dagger at her waist, crouched low, and disappeared into the woods. Ouch, ouch. After the team stopped, Green was the first to collapse, slumping against a rock. His face was deathly pale, his chest heaving violently, his robes nearly soaked through, he could barely utter a complete sentence, and his legs were trembling so badly he could barely stand. Allen was also exhausted, but he first slumped his back and gently placed Viola on a relatively clean rock before sitting down and panting heavily to regulate his breathing. Salina's red dragon bloodline was much weaker than Allen's. Even without carrying anyone on her back, she was so tired that she was holding her knees and panting heavily, and even straightening her back was a bit difficult. Great, we've finally escaped. Viola was weak, but her face was full of excitement at escaping the den of demons. Salina straightened up, walked to Allen's side, and reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Allen didn't refuse. He knew that Salina was feeling uneasy and needed to do something to express her gratitude to him. The half-elf twins were his first followers and formed the basis for the Lord's Handbook to function. Their importance is beyond question. Unfortunately, now is not the time to talk, and I cannot explain my relationship with them in detail. After resting for a while, everyone's breathing gradually calmed down. At this point, they felt extremely sore all over, and were both thirsty and hungry. That woman, she didn't abandon us and run away, did she? Green lay on his back on the rock and suddenly spoke. We were just escaping together, neither of us had any obligation or responsibility towards the other. Allen replied calmly. They helped us pry open the iron gate and led us out of the ancient ruins. They can just pack up and leave without a care in the world. She's clearly a whore from the sewers. If you can help us in our escape, that would be great. After being rebuked by Allen, Green grunted twice, but didn't seem angry. Okay, I know I wasn't of much use, but I will still keep my promise to pay you. Judging from your tattered clothes, you must have been slaves sold here before. Come with me to Emerald City beneath the Eagle Plateau. I'll find a way to help you obtain citizenship in the Kingdom of Dorne. No, that's not necessary. Allen shook his head. He had made up his mind. To fully unleash the power of the Lord's Handbook, he had to acquire his own territory. So perhaps he needs to establish his own power in the wilderness, just like the black-robed wizard, Obitus the Decayer. Green, thinking the young slave boy didn't understand the value of citizenship, sat up and said seriously, I'm not trying to fool you. Citizenship in the Kingdom of Dorne isn't granted casually. My mentor is very famous in the Emerald City, and I'll pay a heavy price for it. He paused, then added solemnly, I'm doing this for your own good. That half-elf saved me with fire magic. After I gain citizenship, I'll find a way to get her into my mentor's academy. My mentor's academy is one that many nobles don't even have the chance to attend. Upon hearing this, Allen's heart stirred. Based on his past life experience, he could roughly judge that although this wizard apprentice didn't say anything nice, his attitude was serious. He turned to look at Salina, thinking that if his followers developed in the human kingdoms, their growth rate might be even faster. No, I won't go. Salina grasped Viola's hand, both sisters' eyes revealing disgust for humans. If given a choice, the sisters would rather live in the wilderness than return to a place filled with malice, contempt, and covetousness. Green shrugged. All right then, I've saved myself some money. My name is Green Kingston. If you want payment in the future, you can come find me in Emerald City. Allen. My name is Salina, and this is my sister Viola. Green nodded, noted down the three names, then suddenly remembered something and hesitantly asked Salina. I have a question. When the black-robed wizard grabbed me, he eagerly drained all the magic from my body. How did you use magic? Hey, you in the robe. Tasha emerged from behind the bushes, interrupting Green's question. To covet a little girl's secret, especially since she's your savior, don't you think you're despicable? Does a thief who can't even stand in the light of day have the nerve to call others despicable? Green snorted, but he didn't press the matter further, knowing his question was quite offensive. Oh, I forgot, you are a noble wizard. She threw something at Salina. Making a little water to quench your thirst is a piece of cake for a wizard like you. You certainly wouldn't want to touch the water in this wild stream, would you? Salina reached out and took it, finding it to be a heavy water bag. She quickly thanked Tasha. After being imprisoned in the dungeon for a long time and running for most of the day, everyone's throats were parched. But Salina didn't drink it first. Instead, she gave it to Allen. You've been carrying Viola for so long, you should drink first. Seeing this, the female thief seemed a little displeased and turned her head slightly away. Allen tried to push the water bag back, but he couldn't budge it. He looked up and saw that Salina's eyes were resolute, as if she wouldn't drink it if he didn't. Allen had no choice but to take the water bag, tilt his head back, and pour the water into his mouth from a distance, just like when he was in school. He took 2 sips and then gave it back to Salina. Salina fed Viola water first before drinking it herself. Green, who was standing to the side, was already glaring at Salina with eyes wide open. He hurriedly asked Salina for it. Salina was about to give it to him when she suddenly felt her hand go light. It turned out that Tasha had already snatched the water bag back with lightning speed and was looking at Green with a provocative expression. Oh dear sister, you know my magic has been completely drained, why make things difficult for me? Tasha never expected this wizard to be so shameless, changing his attitude so quickly. His reaction was beyond her imagination. Can wizards be this shameless? While she was distracted, Green quickly snatched the water bag from her hand and drank it in large gulps. He only let out a satisfied burp after drinking all the remaining water. A water rat that never dies of thirst. Tasha turned her head and looked at Allen. Although the reason is unknown, it is clear that both half-elf girls revolve around the boy. When I came back, I heard you introducing yourselves. Your name is Allen, right? Right. My name is Tasha. I don't know if we'll ever meet again, but I'll remember that you saved me. I will also return to the Kingdom of Dorne, but I may not stay in the Emerald City for long, so I may not have the opportunity to thank you in any way. No, we're just business partners, there's nothing between us. That's your algorithm, everyone has their own algorithm. Tasha looked Allen up and down, a sense of absurd contrast welling up inside her. She had seen countless nobles dressed in finery, yet whose true colors were despicable and filthy behind the scenes. But the ragged, filthy slave boy in front of her spoke and acted more politely and properly than any noble young master she had ever seen. This does not stem from naive innocence or kindness, but rather from a well-mannered temperament that comes from within. It seems that the boy's attitude is not affected by the identity or status of the person he is talking to. What are your plans for the future? Let's escape as far as possible, to a place where the black-robed wizard can't find us. The Decayer has a terrible reputation, but I know he rarely goes out. If you've escaped far enough, you should be fine. So what are you going to do after that? Just live in the wilderness. Is that not allowed? Leaving those two aside for now, you're purely human, right? Once you resolve your identity issue, why not consider living in the Kingdom of Dorne? The wilderness is very dangerous. Allen didn't answer her directly, he simply shook his head, expressing his own intention. They were just strangers who met by chance, and there was really no need to answer too many questions. Seeing this, Tasha stopped asking questions and instead said, I know a bit about the situation around here. Since you've decided to stay in the wilderness, I'll offer my advice. Don't go south. The Southern City-State Alliance area is chaotic and is where adventurers are most active. Tasha gave Salina and Viola a meaningful look. Slave traders were frequent visitors there. She paused, seemingly wanting Allen and the other two to remember this, before continuing. If you go west, you'll find yourself in a wilderness that almost no one has ever set foot in. Nobody knows how many wild beasts, monsters, or ancient ruins there might be. If you're lucky, you might find a ruin where the magic has completely dissipated and you can settle down. At this point, Green added, I remember that this wilderness belonged to the powerful Kingdom of Ono in ancient times. Arcane magic and alchemy were extremely popular in the kingdom, which was known as the Kingdom of Mages. Unfortunately, ever since the demons emerged from the Sea of Horrors, the continent of Teres has suffered a catastrophe, and the Kingdom of Ono has been destroyed. Even though the demons have been driven back to the abyss by the gods, this place is still a desolate wasteland. By the way, further west there's a bay called Sapphire, which was an important transit point on the route to the north many years ago, but it hasn't been restored yet. As he spoke, a look of regret for the Kingdom of Ono appeared in Green's eyes. The Kingdom of Dorne today, though inherited from the Kingdom of Ono, has not only shrunk by nearly half its size, but its strength is also completely incomparable to that of Ono. Most of the most precious knowledge, such as magic and alchemy, has been lost. Moreover, living next to the Ashk Empire, known as the most powerful empire on the continent of Tyrese, life was not easy. Moreover, according to my mentor, the royal family of Dorne is also in turmoil. Allen listened to these things quite attentively. Since coming into this world, he knew nothing about it and desperately needed these common-sense facts. Don't reminisce, the land of mages is a thing of the past. Tasha spoke up, bringing the topic back on track. If you want to stay closer to the city, head northeast to the Eagle Plateau. The area around Emerald City is relatively safe. However, even if you are going to Emerald City, I will not travel with you. There is more than one way to Emerald City. Allen understood that she meant they should part ways, so he nodded. Even though the black-robed wizard rarely leaves the ancient ruins, he cannot ignore the possibility of being hunted down. Especially for the black-robed wizard, the female thief knew that she herself, who had accidentally broken in, was of little value, but the three slaves who had been specially bought, and Grin, who could be drained of magic, were a different story. Although this statement is cold, splitting up is the safest strategy for her. Tasha felt a little embarrassed when she saw that the boy didn't try to stop her or ask any further questions. She thought for a moment, then took out the water bag from her body again, and then took 2 daggers off her legs and handed them to Salina. There's a stream in this forest, so take plenty of water with you on your way. Keep these 2 daggers safe, you'll always need them in the wilderness. Thank you. Allen sincerely thanked her. Although these things were nothing, her guidance was priceless to him now. Tasha didn't waste any time. After giving her instructions, she turned and left. Hey. Ignoring his trembling hands and feet from exhaustion, Green quickly chased after him. Don't rush off. Take me back to Emerald City with you, and I'll pay you. Don't come any closer. The female thief seemed completely unwilling to take the job and quickly dodged the wizard apprentice's hand. Her dodge made the wizard apprentice even more convinced that she was trying to escape, and he reached out to grab her even more urgently. And so, the 2 figures disappeared into the woods. Seeing that everyone else had left, Salina hesitated to speak. I know what you want to ask. But this place is still not safe, and we still have a long way to go. Go get some water, we'll have plenty of time to chat. It is good. A gentle breeze blows, and the trees gradually grow denser. The branches of the ancient trees intertwined overhead, blocking out only sparse patches of light from the sky, while the decaying leaves underfoot were soft and crunchy as you stepped on them. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. It had just rained not long ago. Rustling sound. A giant, colorful snake was awakened by the movement of the wooden stick. It poked its head down from the treetop, intending to kill the enemy that had entered its territory. The vertical, eerie green pupils reflected the figures of the 3 newcomers. 3 slender humanoid creatures were just enough to fill their stomachs. The forked tongue protruded silently, and the familiar scent that always lingered during the hunt filled the breeze. The rapidly secreting sweat and the slightly panting breath are emanating from a body in a state of high tension. The smell of fear. Just as the giant serpent was about to move, 2 rapidly heating flames rose up in front of it. The giant snake's tongue discovered a new flavor. Magic, fire element, and the giant snake's pupils contracted, and it nervously coiled its body, raising its head high. It ceased its attack and warily stared at the 3 figures that were slowly retreating. Only after the 3 people's scent had completely left the territory did their tense bodies gradually relax. The scent of that terrifying presence is the ultimate destination for magical creatures, originating from the bloodline of the red dragon standing atop the pyramid. This is a terrifying existence that possesses a suppressive power akin to a natural enemy to any life form. Although the 2 had very faint scents, they were far from posing a threat to it. but the giant snake's biological instincts told it that there was no need to provoke such an opponent. Even if it were just a few more wounds, the giant snake would instinctively reject them. It had no shortage of food. Survival is the first priority in the wilderness. Phew, that scared me to death. After retreating for about half an hour, Viola hugged her trembling body tightly. Salina also breathed a long sigh of relief and loosened her tightly clenched hands. This must be the strongest magical beast we've encountered in the past few days. Just seeing it makes me almost lose control of my flames. Allen wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. Yes, thankfully it's not interested in us. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Dark-Scaled Giant Python. Race, Dark-Scaled Giant Python. Age, 51. Character template, Elite. Level, Giant Python LV16. Status, Normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. A magical beast with an elite template, whose physical strength rivals that of the black-robed wizard Obitus? Fortunately, Allen had a panel and spotted it as soon as it came into view. If they were to enter its attack range completely, this giant python would surely be able to easily crush them. At the same time, Allen also has to thank the red dragon bloodline within him. By actively releasing the aura of red dragon magic within their bodies, most wild beasts and magical creatures will not actively regard them as prey. Otherwise, the three of them alone would not have been able to safely trek through the wilderness for so many days. Of course, if you are really unlucky and encounter the scent of a red dragon, or even an enemy that specifically opposes dragons, then there's nothing you can do. It can only be said that for Allen and the other two, actively emitting the scent of the red dragon is a far better option than concealing themselves while trekking. But this is also good news. Allen smiled and comforted the half-elf sisters. The fact that this giant python is so powerful means that there shouldn't be any other powerful beasts or monsters within a fairly large area around its territory. Our next 2 days should be a bit easier. Furthermore, this giant python is likely something that even the black-robed wizard cannot deal with. Once we bypass its territory, the chances of the black-robed wizard catching up with us will be even lower. After hearing Allen's analysis, Salina and Viola indeed felt much more relaxed. The panic of escaping from the jaws of a giant python was replaced by a renewed sense of security. Let's find a place to rest first. It's getting dark, and it looks like it'll rain again tonight. Salina shook the water bag. There was hardly any water left inside. It is good. As dusk fell, the heavy rain arrived as expected. The rainy season in the wilderness has just begun and will last for several months. This is the season for life activities and reproduction. Allen and his two companions were lucky enough to find a triangular crevice in the rock wall that could provide shelter from the rain. It's not exactly a cave that shelters you from the wind, but it's quite good that it can keep out the rain. A fire was burning between the three of them. The damp wood was a little difficult to burn, but with Allen and Salina, both fire elementalists, there was no problem. Several rabbits were roasting on the fire, which Salina and Allen had hunted before the rain started. Allen's character panel can find prey hidden in the forest that is not easy to spot. The rest can be left to the flames. Hiss. Viola took off the makeshift shoes made of straw rope and animal hide. Her delicate soles were already bloody and mangled from the long trek, and she was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face, and she kept gasping for breath. After eating and drinking normally, Viola's weakness caused by hunger and thirst has recovered quickly, and she no longer needs Allen to carry her weight. Salina silently rinsed the bloodstains off Viola's feet with clean water, then wrapped the injured area with clean leaves. One night was enough for the wound to scab over. Tomorrow, they will continue their trek. After treating Viola's foot wounds, Salina, seeing that Allen had already taken care of them himself, took off her shoes to reveal her equally scarred feet. Salina and Allen's feet were only slightly better than Viola's. Even with the blessing of the red dragon bloodline, their physical bodies had not grown much, and they still found the long journey very difficult. The two of them simply had stronger regenerative abilities, so they were able to recover more than Viola in one night. This scene had repeated itself for several nights, and the three of them stopped complaining. Instead, they took advantage of their rest time to continue talking about the topics they hadn't finished discussing the day before. These days, the half-elf twins and Allen have gotten to know each other. The story of the half-elf twins is very cliché. The elven slaves were bought by human nobles, then raped and gave birth to the sisters. For their sake, their mother began to actively curry favor with the nobles, sacrificing everything to protect them and ensure their safe growth under their rule. It wasn't until her mother found an opportunity to send them away from the den of iniquity, and then, after stalling in front of the old nobleman until the very last moment, that she finally took her own life. Unfortunately, Salina and Viola's escape was not smooth. Their beautiful appearance made them like stars in the night sky in human society, and they were soon captured by slave traders. Before they were to suffer the same fate as their mother, they were sold along with her to a black-robed wizard in the wilderness. Therefore, they are very reluctant to return to human lands and would rather stay in the dangerous wilderness for the rest of their lives. As for the land of the elves, I've heard it's far south of the southern kingdoms, beyond the Sea of Horrors, and even their mothers don't expect to ever return to their homeland. Allen's past is quite simple. His memories of Earth are meaningless in this world. He only has the story of how he was kept by slave traders for many years. As for why he suddenly gained his intelligence and gained the ability to form a contract with Salina, he didn't know how to explain it and could only attribute it to the red dragon bloodline within him. The continent of Tyrese is filled with magic and miracles, which even the god of knowledge and the goddess of magic cannot fathom. The half-elf twins didn't really understand how magical dragons were, they were just grateful that they had encountered such a miracle. What you told me yesterday, that our deal, is completely unrestricted. There are no restrictions on your actions or freedom of movement, and you don't actually need to pay any price. After spending these past few days together, Allen and the half-elf sisters had become completely familiar with each other. He didn't want to hide anything from his first follower, nor was there any need to. The two of them and Allen share common interests and similar fates. In the future, if he wants to build his own power, he will need their complete trust and support. However, if I die, you will lose the power I bring. Similarly, if you die, my power will also diminish. Salina nodded. She believed Allen was sincere. She also knew that Allen could easily use an even crueler lie, such as if his death would mean Salina's death to bind her, since she couldn't possibly use her own life to verify it. But she still asked quite seriously, "So what did you mean by dedication when you first talked to me?" "It's all to intimidate you and make you follow my orders." Allen shrugged, indicating with a sigh, "I can't expect someone I've never even met to fully assist me in escaping, and I don't know what kind of situation I'll face later, so I can only use a little lie to maintain control of the operation." "So, you're stopping this lie because you think I'll follow your orders now?" Salina asked the question in a joking tone, but a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. But Allen's tone became serious. "No, I believe we are already de facto allies. You will support my ideas, and I will respect yours. We have a common goal to survive. My future goal is to build a home, territory, and even a nation that belongs to us. I need your help for this." Looking into Allen's earnest and bright eyes, Salina was momentarily at a loss for words. Allen was responding to her joke, but his answer was sincere and profound. Through his eyes, Salina seemed to see a future full of danger, challenges, storms, and opportunities. This goes against Salina and Viola's desire to live in seclusion together. But for some reason, she felt something stirring inside her. It was as if a window had suddenly opened in the small, cramped house that had always been just the two of her and her sister. Outside the window, there is a vast ocean and sky with surging waves and howling winds. She didn't know how to respond to Allen's vision. "Then I want to build my own castle." Viola, on the other hand, seemed to have no hesitation at all, and directly followed Allen's thoughts, imagining what her home would be like. "Great. Let's build castles, one castle for each of us," Allen replied with a smile. Salina didn't speak, paused for a moment, and then changed the subject back. "What was that term you used yesterday to describe our alliance? Something like blood." "My blood of blood." Allen quoted an adjective from a fantasy work from his previous life. "We swear a blood oath to live and die together, fight side by side, and make the other pay the price in blood if anyone is harmed. I took the lead in our contract, and I don't intend to embellish or hide that. Moreover, I will sign more contracts in the future, and perhaps even with blood allies. But there are three of us." Allen's gaze extends beyond Salina, it also encompasses Viola. "The three of us will be the original blood alliance, and together we will decide whether future companions can join our blood alliance." "My blood, it sounds like something out of a legend." Viola's eyes were filled with longing. Salina placed her hands on her knees, looking down at the fire, her expression unreadable. "But, why? You're the one who initiated the contract, so you shouldn't have needed to promise us anything, right? Before I say the nation is established, it is first and foremost our home, and those who live in our home should be our family. Since we're family, we should genuinely support each other. Even the head of the family shouldn't be someone who acts arbitrarily, right?" Allen smiled and said, "I don't want to become a tyrannical ruler in the future. Maybe I should find a few loyal ministers in advance. After all, one's position determines one's perspective, and I don't have much confidence in myself." Salina, as if she had figured something out, looked up and smiled too. "Even a true dragon wouldn't dare claim it could establish a kingdom. Thinking about that now is far too arrogant, isn't it? Who knows? But if we don't want to create a miracle, wouldn't we have come all this way for nothing? Where are you coming from?" "Right here." "So that's what you think. Stop with the riddles, I can't understand what you're saying anymore." Viola interjected, "Is the rabbit burnt? I think I smell something burning." "Ouch, X2, oops." The wizard apprentice, Green, clutched the bump on his head and looked at the female thief, Tasha, with a somewhat aggrieved expression. "You've been resting for so many days, your magic should have recovered by now, right? Could you help me dry my clothes? I don't have enough magic power. I must have been blind. I actually got fooled by a good-for-nothing in a robe like you." Tasha unabashedly removed her soaked leather armor and outer garment, wringing out her wet hair as she glared fiercely at Green, who was cowering to the side. When you begged me to take you with me, you swore that once you regained your magic, you would be able to use magic. I only agreed to take you along because I thought the journey was long and the water bag had been given to those 3 children. I was hoping you could find clean water on the way. As a result, I've had to prepare enough food and water for 2 people these past few days, and I've gone hunting in the rain, and in the end, you can't even pull off a magic trick like drying clothes. Tasha suddenly remembered something and slammed the weak and powerless Talon against the wall. You're not a dud, are you? You, what right do you have to slander someone's innocence out of thin air? I've wanted to ask this for a long time, but I haven't because of the secret of your robes. Those 3 children were sold into slavery in the ancient ruins. I came here willingly, but you. The female thief sized up the wizard apprentice with an extremely aggressive gaze. I thought you were navigating the wilderness using magic that allowed you to wear robes, but you're actually a useless piece of trash. I'm not useless. Green said weakly. Shut up. Green immediately fell silent. Since you're a useless piece of trash and didn't bring any survival gear for the wilderness, how did you end up in the dungeon of the Decayers? My mentor's magic experiment went wrong, and I was accidentally transported to an ancient ruin. You're lying? How could a piece of trash like you possibly be a high-level wizard instructor who has mastered teleportation magic? By the way, is your promise of payment also a lie? No, I promise I can pay you. My family is very wealthy, and my advisor is a good person. What guarantee do you have? Nobody can make me do a losing deal. Green was truly panicked now, racking his brains to figure out how to persuade the extremely dissatisfied female thief. Tasha's face drew closer to Green's, and she even drew her dagger. She didn't have a good impression of people who wore robes. They always seemed aloof and superior. They can issue a ban simply because they don't like her, treating people like rats and driving them away. Or, they could be captured and used as experimental subjects, in which they would be no different from the withered and decaying. Anyway, no one will speak up for someone like her. It's rare to see someone wearing a robe so humble. Tasha grabbed Green by the collar, and with just a glance, she could tell that the fabric of his robe was expensive. Although it is just a seemingly inconspicuous gray, it is embroidered with subtle dark patterns, a style favored by old-fashioned aristocrats. It seemed he was telling the truth, and Tasha felt even more disgusted. Born into nobility, wearing robes. She wished she could trample these people under her feet and humiliate them mercilessly. Tasha's dagger drew ever closer, and Green begged for mercy while closing his eyes in terror. Sizzle. The sound of fabric being cut rang out, but there was no pain as expected. It was actually quite cool down there. Wrong? Wait. What are you doing? I'm worried you won't be able to come up with the money later, so I'm collecting some interest in advance. No. Wait, you can't. Why? Outside the cave, the rain was pouring down. 3 months later. A hand covered in dust, scars, and calluses suddenly gripped the edge of the rock on the mountaintop. Hey! Allen exerted his strength and finally reached the summit. Soon, with his help, Salina pulled the panting Viola up. A strong wind blew from the mountaintop, carrying a strong, salty smell that was invigorating. The 3 of them stopped and looked down together. The world suddenly opened up. The azure sea merges seamlessly with the sky, shimmering and crystal clear under the sunlight, forming a vast bay surrounded by mountains, cliffs, and beaches. If you look down from above, you will see that the bay's edge, surrounded by mountains, forms exactly 6 sides, making the whole bay look like a carefully cut sapphire set on the edge of the continent. This is Sapphire Bay, Salina murmured. Allen gazed at it and said softly, besides this place, there shouldn't be any other place that can be called Sapphire. Finally found it. Viola had no desire to appreciate the scenery, she was only relieved to have found her destination. The silver moon shone 3 times in total. Viola plopped down on her stomach. We walked for 3 months. My legs are about to break. But thankfully we chose the right direction a month ago, otherwise we would have to turn back now and travel for another 3 months. Allen was in a good mood. Yes, there was no map, no one to guide us, we were just moving forward in the wilderness in a general direction. In addition, they have to drastically change their route from time to time in order to avoid ferocious species, monsters, or even just a slight sense of danger. Getting lost is almost inevitable. It's quite lucky that they only deviated from their destination by a month and arrived alive without losing any limbs. Actually, it doesn't matter if you start from somewhere else. With the existence of the Lord's Handbook, even if you get lost and end up in the northern ice plains, Allen can still claim territory and establish power. But development will be more difficult. More scarce resources, more dangerous enemies, fewer followers. But this bay is different. Upon hearing the female thief's description of Sapphire Bay, Allen decided to start there. If we can rebuild our own harbor, then the countless merchant ships coming and going will bring even more people. To expand territory and power, people are key, whether it's selecting crucial followers or handling the most basic production and construction work. A haven that can communicate with the outside world naturally possesses the foundation for prosperity. Are we going to live here from now on? Salina asked. It's not about surviving, it's about building your own haven, Allen corrected. Okay, the harbor with only the 3 of us. Allen saw Salina shrug and realized that she was actually somewhat indifferent. In the past 3 months, the first thing she did after recovering from the fear of escaping the black-robed wizard was to focus on honing her newly acquired powers. Her experiences from childhood to adulthood have instilled in her an intense desire to take control of her own destiny. The prerequisite for taking control of one's destiny is power. The fire gave her a greater sense of security than anything else, so she was obsessed with honing her control over the fire during all her rest time. Her improved control over flames also caused changes to the control panel. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Salina Starchisur. Race: half-elf. Age: 16. Character template: Elite. Rank: Red Dragon Blood Guard LV3. Status: Normal. Special: The Twins. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Viola, Star Chaser. Race: half-elf. Age: 16. Character template: Elite. Rank: Fire Elementalist LV1. Status: Normal. Special: The Twins. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. What surprised Allen the most was that, due to the special abilities of the Twins of No Return, Viola learned the skill of manipulating fire at an astonishing speed. To be precise, it is limited to the skills that Salina possesses. Even without the support of the Red Dragon Blood Guardian class, Viola can still perform the most basic fire manipulation. Having the elite template indicates that the half-elf twins already possess considerable growth potential. It's just that they didn't have the opportunity to grow before. However, Allen knew that the full potential of the interdimensional twins had not yet been realized. If Viola could also obtain a complementary profession through the training interface, the twins would continuously learn from each other's professional abilities, leading to a true qualitative change. To train Allen again, he needs to establish a territory as soon as possible and obtain the reward crystals from the Lord's Handbook. In addition, Allen was not in a hurry to have Viola take up her post immediately. He had already seen the enhancement paths for the twins. While the paths of Descendant of Ancient Trees and Moonblade Dancer were both good, they could not fully utilize the unique value of Boundless Twins. One is a healing-oriented life-side enhancement, which inherently conflicts with the existing fire-side enhancement. The other is that it is highly dependent on combat skills. Although it does not conflict with them, it is also impossible to combine fire manipulation ability with it too deeply. There's no need to train another Red Dragon Blood Guardian. To maximize the talents of the inseparable twins, the content that the twins learn from each other should ideally have a small degree of consistency and a large degree of complementarity. Therefore, to cultivate Viola, he needs to slowly find suitable resources. Allen himself also grew during this period. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Allen. Race: human. Age: 13. Character template: hero. Rank: Dragonvein Warlock LV3. Faction: absolutely neutral. Status: normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Although Allen only leveled up by 1 in the Lord's Handbook panel. But don't forget, Allen is based on the hero template, and each level is more difficult to improve than the elite template. The increase in power after leveling up is also greater. A small portion of this comes from the power feedback from Salina and Viola. But more importantly, it's due to the growth that Allen experienced on his own after his Red Dragon bloodline awakened. In the last 3 months, Allen's appetite has been increasing. At first, a few wild rabbits were enough to feed them, but now one person can eat almost half a spiny beast. Keep in mind that Allen's current body is only 13 years old, still in the form of a teenager. An adult spiny beast is taller than Allen, and Allen can eat almost half his own weight in food in one sitting. At the same time, He could feel his strength, reaction speed, and magic power growing rapidly. He even developed a certain degree of precognitive instinct, enabling him to vaguely sense the presence of danger. This allowed them to avoid many dangerous places, making their journey much easier. Of course, this growth is limited, as he only has a thin red dragon bloodline. Once the potential within one's bloodline is fully realized, there won't be such rapid advancements. Let's find a place to settle down first. Salina gazed into the distance for a while, then turned her gaze to the lush forest below the mountain, murmuring, "I wonder if there are any spinybacks or similar prey around here." Upon hearing this, Allen felt a little embarrassed, as his increasingly large appetite had made their journey much more difficult. Although Allen himself has increased his strength and travels faster, Salina, and especially Viola, have not experienced such growth. The marching speed of the team was based on the slowest person. Therefore, in the final leg of the journey, the number of prey to hunt increased each time, the hunting time became longer, and the pace of travel slowed down. "Okay, let's settle down first and find a cave or something." Allen let out a long sigh of relief. It won't be long before we build a real place to live. Sapphire Bay, on the north side of the cliff, Allen and his two companions carefully made their way along a naturally formed path. Finding a suitable temporary place to stay is neither easy nor difficult. Although they were just teenagers, there were still 3 of them, so they needed a large cave. In the wilderness, large caves often house large or social wild animals. Both being large enough and living in groups will leave enough traces within the territory. 3 months of arduous trekking taught the boys and girls a great deal of knowledge about surviving in the wilderness. For example, identifying the tracks of wild animals, finding their habitats, and avoiding ferocious species that they cannot yet fight. The path beneath their feet was clearly a path worn out by a group of wild animals over the years. After climbing halfway up the mountain, we finally saw a dark cave entrance in the rock face. As soon as we arrived near the cave entrance, a strong, fishy stench hit us. The residents inside the cave also noticed the arrival of the uninvited guests and quickly became agitated. Allen's gaze pierced through the darkness, revealing restless creatures within the cave, with long snouts covered in sharp teeth, brown scales, and short, stout, webbed claws. At the same time, information about the beast was also displayed on the panel. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Scale-throat lizard. Race, Scale-throat lizard. Age, 3. Character template, standard. Level, lizard LV3. Status, normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Sorina, Viola, come on. Salina and Viola understood what Allen meant. Their teamwork had become quite seamless over the past 3 months. There were hardly any difficult battles, and everything quickly returned to calm. As an amphibious beast, the scale-throat lizard prefers damp environments, is nocturnal, and is naturally afraid of high temperatures and flames, making it completely unable to withstand the combined attack of Allen and his 2 companions. Apart from 2 scale-throat lizard beasts that managed to escape and leap into the sea before the flames encircled them, the remaining lizard beasts were all surrounded and captured by Allen and his 2 companions. Allen didn't bother to stop the fleeing lizard beast. Unlike the social packs of wolves, these beasts only gather to lay eggs and don't have a concept of revenge. Soon, the original fishy smell was burned away, and the cave was filled with the aroma of meat. However, only the outer skin is baked. To eat it properly, it needs to be cut open and baked thoroughly. Although these 3 months have been a period of eating raw meat and drinking blood, none of the 3 currently have any plans to eat raw meat. Allen went into the cave, looked around, and was quite satisfied with this temporary place of shelter. This cave was probably dug out by a group of lizards from a crack in the original cliff. However, due to the sea breeze blowing and polishing it over the years, the details are not rough, but rather quite clean and smooth. The cave is quite spacious and can accommodate 3 people. However, it is a place where the lizard herd lays eggs and rests, so it is a bit damp, which is a slight drawback. However, Allen doesn't plan to stay there permanently. He will build a proper residence once he activates the territory function. Therefore, he will not bother to renovate this place. After taking control of the cave, Salina didn't intend to rest and left with her water bag. I'll go find a water source nearby and gather some firewood. Since we'll be staying here temporarily, we need to prepare some essentials. Okay. Viola followed, leaving Allen alone. He was finally about to officially launch the last interface of the Lord's Handbook, the Territory Interface. Open the Lord's Handbook and launch the Territory Interface. 3 large red exclamation marks appeared before Allen's eyes. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Establish a basic lord's hut. 1. Insufficient scope of control. 2. Insufficient disposable labor force. 3. Insufficient consumable resources. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Allen recalled his memories of playing the game in his previous life. Although only 3 months had passed, it felt like a lifetime had passed. He recalled that building the initial secondary Lord's hut in the game was originally part of the new player tutorial. Once players enter the game, they naturally possess a territory, which can be a village, a cave, or a hill. Depending on the initial territory, you will also have a tribe and building resources under your command that you can freely control. If it is a village, then the dominant group is the villagers, and the building resources are bricks, stones, or wood. If it is a monster cave, then the dominant race is most likely a secondary individual of the same race, and the building resources are varied, ranging from stone to bone. So how do you meet the conditions for building a lord's hut in the real world? Allen muttered to himself as he pondered. If we compare this to the real world, a lord's territory would be at least the size of a village. Just to be on the safe side, I can try using this cliff as a base to expand my territory, which means driving away other wild beasts, magical beasts, and even dangerous species. As for disposable labor, any intelligent life form that can be controlled within the game counts as labor. I remember slimes with a certain level of intelligence that can understand commands all count. Although there are no highly intelligent races like humans, elves, or dwarves here, there are bound to be low-level monsters. I've encountered some goblins or kobolds in the wilderness. Finally, there are resources, which is the simplest. There is plenty of wood and stone here. Once the labor requirement is met, we can order them to collect it slowly. Only after the Lord's hut is built will the first territory be considered successfully established, and the abilities of the territory interface will then be truly unlocked for me. The only thing I need to consider is that, based on the situation with recruiting followers, I can't completely control the actions of my subjects like I do in the game. I must first establish my authority and ensure their loyalty before I can be considered to have acquired disposable labor force, right? Thinking about this, Allen fell into deep thought, but he didn't dwell on it for long. Every day since arriving in this world, he has clearly felt that he is not a high-dimensional player outside the game, and cannot manipulate other people's behavior and actions as freely as a god. No, or perhaps more accurately, even the gods who actually exist in this world cannot completely control the fate of mortals. Perhaps one day, the blood oath he shared with Salina and Viola, a bond forged through life and death, will break, and they will leave him. Allen couldn't expect any of this to stay away, nor could he expect fate to always be on his side. Instead, he builds his own path to destiny, just like the territory he hasn't even seen a shadow of yet. From nothing to something, from 1 to 100, from foundation to tower. So there's nothing to worry about. If there are goblins, use goblins. If there are ratmen, use ratmen. If there are slimes, use slimes. We'll accept whatever comes our way. As for how to become their lord, there's always a way. He really wanted to see just how many monsters this vibrant land, this continent full of magic and miracles, had, and how many of them could be used by him. What kind of haven will I build for myself? Allen slowly walked out of the cave entrance, sat down on the edge of the cliff, his legs swinging freely in the sea breeze, and stretched out his arms, facing the unobstructed view of Sapphire Bay. Refreshing and happy. The next day was another rare sunny day. Good weather during the rainy season is rare. Allen opened his eyes, climbed up from the simple bed made of animal hides, and stretched lazily. I smelled myself and found I smelled terrible. Animal hides that have not undergone tanning will rot very quickly. The Lord's hut must have a bathroom. Allen thought to himself. You're awake. Looking back, I saw that Salina was already roasting the cut lizard meat over the fire. This lizard-like creature has extremely thick skin covered in scales, and it doesn't have many places to store fat. Only the meat on its belly looks edible. Salina knew that Allen would be hungry again after waking up, so she handed him the lizard meat that she had already roasted. Allen didn't stand on ceremony and took a big bite of the lizard meat. It tasted as bad as I expected. The meat was dry and tough, with a fishy smell, similar to dry roasted rabbit, and not very oily. Perhaps because they live in shallow seas, their meat has a slightly salty taste, which makes it much better than the meat of animals from inland areas when roasted. Although he had been eating raw meat and drinking blood for 3 months, Allen, born in a country where food is the most important thing, simply could not get used to this kind of life. We must get our hands on spices in the future. Allen added the task of territory development to his mind while swallowing large mouthfuls of the unpalatable roasted meat. The bloodline of the red dragon doesn't care about the taste of food. It's said that real dragons can even digest metal and stone. As long as there is not enough nutrition for development, a strong sense of hunger will urge Allen to find food as soon as possible. Allen, I think you've grown quite a bit taller lately. Viola ate the cooked lizard eggs in small bites. She had a small appetite, and each lizard egg was the size of a wash basin, so one was enough to fill her up. It seems like he's grown a little taller. Allen felt that he had not only grown taller vertically, but also wider horizontally. His originally somewhat slender figure was increasingly resembling that of a calf. Actually, it wasn't just him, the half-elf twins were originally even thinner. After living in the wilderness for some time, the Gemini's originally slender arms and thighs have developed noticeable muscle definition. Her naturally fair skin remained unchanged, and it didn't even become rough due to the terrible living environment. It was still as smooth as moonlight. One can't help but marvel at the power of elven blood in terms of charm. After finishing their meal, the three of them walked out of the cave and began to act separately according to Allen's plan. Salina and Viola were responsible for using the cliff as a center to drive out and hunt other wild animals, thus carrying out the initial territory-claiming behavior. Sapphire Bay is vast, and this cliff is just a small corner of it. But if it could be completely occupied, Allen estimated that the area would be about the size of a village. Due to its terrain, which is backed by mountains and faces the sea, this mountain is mostly cliffs with little flat land, and appears barren from a distance. It is not a territory that ferocious species would favor. Only amphibious beasts like lizards, and some birds that nest on cliffs, are easier to drive away. If Allen is really unlucky enough to encounter a ferocious species, then he'll have no choice but to start over in another place. With their current limited strength, the three of them can at most deal with ordinary wild beasts. Therefore, Allen instructed Salina to prioritize her own safety above all else, and to run away immediately if she encountered danger, waiting for Allen to return and investigate the situation. As for Allen himself, he went into the lush forests of the outer mountains. He knew that such a suitable place to live must have groups of magical beasts. As long as one can understand instructions and possesses a certain level of intelligence, there is a chance to be recruited by him to become one of the first citizens. In theory, it would be even better if there were humanoid races. However, the strength of humanoid races is incomparable to that of social magical beasts. Even a small group of goblins, with simple weapons and a certain degree of teamwork, can kill him through group attacks. While the hero template implies that he has the ability to take on multiple opponents, that's just an in-game description. In real battles, things can change in an instant, and a single mistake could cost him his life. He was not so arrogant as to think that he could act recklessly just because of his awakened ability to control fire. Moreover, if a special individual with spell-casting abilities were to emerge within the tribe, the goblins might not even suffer many casualties in this siege. Thinking about it this way, slimes are actually pretty good subjects. At least as long as they're fed, they don't have any particular desires. I just wonder if we can find them. Allen muttered to himself as he stepped deeper into the mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavy breathing, like a broken bellows, indicated the body's poor condition. 3 toe bones were bitten off its hind paws, a piece of its tail was bitten off, its vest was hit by a heavy stone hammer, and its internal organs seemed to be about to be vomited out with its panting. It was already extremely difficult to escape. It is not very intelligent, but it has the ability to recognize its own level of intelligence, a skill that far surpasses that of its kind. It's the rainy season now, so there aren't many opportunities for such a sunny day. If it weren't for the blazing sunlight that bathed the earth, deterring its kin from venturing out, it would have long been dragged back into the deep pit of the cave and used as a ritual sacrifice. After catching its breath, it struggled to its feet, its severely injured hind paws raised, and it limped along the jagged rocks, its 3 paws on the ground. It dared not stay in one place for long. The noses of its kind are extremely sensitive. If it stays in one place for a long time, its scent will definitely be detected. As dusk begins to fall, its kind will emerge from the darkness and seize it. Therefore, we must take advantage of this time to get as far away as possible, away from the area covered by their clan's caves. However, it is also afraid of sunlight. Its tiny eyes were burning with excruciating pain every moment, and its scales were almost burning up in the sunlight. If it weren't a mutated individual, it wouldn't be able to move in the sunlight. It struggled forward for a while, and suddenly, its still sensitive ears heard the sound of fallen leaves being trampled. Its rich experience allows it to estimate the size of a target even when it cannot see clearly who it is in the sunlight. Its despair deepened, and encountering a large predator at such a terrible time almost signaled the end of its escape. But instead of giving up, it instinctively squatted down and used its 2 front paws to untie the stone stick that was tied around its waist. The element is responding to its call. This is its innate and special ability, and its last resort in dire situations. Allen stared at a strange creature in the distance. It has a body covered in rusty red scales, 2 small horns that are hard to tell if they are ears, a rat-like tail, and a head that looks somewhat like a lizard or a wolf. Moreover, this strange creature was in quite poor condition. Blood was flowing from its hind legs, and its rusty red scales were inexplicably scattered, with a section of its tail tip missing. Nevertheless, upon sensing Allen's arrival, it almost immediately became alert, struggling to sit up and taking out a short staff. Allen quickly glanced at its character panel. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Flintclaw. Race, Kobold. Age, 10. Character template, Elite. Level, Warlock LV4/Minor LV8. Status, severely injured. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. A kobold with an elite template and spellcasting aptitude. Kobolds are a fairly typical humanoid race, not only possessing a sound social structure, but also often having superior weaponry and equipment compared to goblins due to their love of rare minerals. What caught Allen's attention even more was the stone club in the kobold's hand. To be precise, it is a stone staff, because it is only the length of a forearm and has a red crystal inlaid at the top. Clearly, it's a magic wand that even Allen doesn't have a tool to assist in spell casting. At that moment, Allen sensed a familiar fluctuation. The stone staff in the kobold's hand was gathering magic, attracting elements to condense into magic. It's fire? Allen immediately decided to kill the kobold. Kobolds are a dangerous race, and Allen is not yet capable of taming them. In fact, he might even suffer harm at their hands. If this kobold is allowed to return to his pack, he will then have to face an entire vigilant kobold pack. Allen raised his hands, and crimson flames rose from between them. Although the kobold was seriously injured, Allen did not want to let his guard down. After all, its level was higher than Allen's. Pure, burning magic surged and roared through his veins, and Allen unconsciously followed his instincts, letting out a low growl. The red dragon is the overlord who wields fire. Without Allen's active call, the thin fire elements in the air rushed to gather around Allen, obeying his will and intending to clear away all enemies for him. Even the flames that had just condensed on the kobold's staff began to flicker violently, as if the fire element was about to rebel against its control and turn to a more powerful master. Sensing that the magic was out of control, the kobold's face showed human-like shock and bewilderment. But just a second later, its body and its soul, following closely behind the fire element, also sensed that aura. A sense of awe and fear, rooted deep in my blood, welled up in my heart. The kobold shuddered violently, its tiny eyes widening abruptly, and it even froze in its breath. The few remaining rusty red scales exploded as if startled, and the fire element that had been gathered at the top of the stone staff instantly dissipated. Allen, oblivious to all this, was about to completely destroy it when he suddenly heard a series of low, distorted, yet exceptionally clear, guttural sounds coming from the kobold. Strangely, despite it being a language he had never heard before, Allen seemed to have skipped the translation process and understood the kobold's words. Great. I beg. Owner. A dragon. Allen slowly lowered his hands and saw that the dog-headed man had been lying on the ground at some point, trembling and repeating the same words over and over. There was no screaming to warn their companions, and no attempt to escape. The dog-headed man buried his head deep under his front paws, pressed his severed tail tightly to the ground, and lowered his entire body even further. Without any attempt to conceal it, he exposed his most vulnerable neck and back to Allen. A somewhat absurd word even flashed through Allen's mind: piety. But that's actually the case. He listened to the kobold repeating the words twice more and roughly understood the language the kobold was speaking. Dragon language. Although it consists of only fragmented words and phrases, and although it seems to be tinged with a racial dialect accent that has 18 bends. But what it murmured must have been dragon language. It is an ancient language that comes from the bloodline of dragons, which can be directly understood by the invisible elements and resonate with magic itself. Although kobolds are a lowly race despised by the world and living underground, they seem to have a rather close connection with dragons. Allen once again realized the powerful effects of his diluted red dragon bloodline. No wonder they were kept by slave traders for so long and then sold at high prices. There was even a scene where the king's domineering aura was displayed, and the enemy immediately bowed down in worship. Allen made a self-deprecating remark. He doesn't take this for granted. Even if the red dragon's bloodline made this kobold instinctively want to follow him, he still had to think it over. A badly wounded kobold might be willing to follow. But what about a healthy ethnic group that retains its original social structure? Without sufficient strength, any loyalty relationship based on external factors will not be stable. After all, he wasn't a real dragon, just a human with diluted dragon blood. Dealing with a single kobold was easy for him, but he wouldn't stand a chance against a siege. Once the kobolds realize his weakness, a single betrayal could be enough to finish him off, and Allen doesn't want to be sitting on a powder keg. Can you understand what I'm saying? Allen asked, approaching the kobold. Seemingly sensing Allen's willingness to talk, the kobold's voice became noticeably excited. Flint, yes, you understand. This time, the kobold spoke in common, which surprised Allen. Although its common language, like the dragon language, still has a heavy, distorted accent and its vocabulary is quite fragmented. But it clearly expressed its meaning. If it speaks dragon language, it's possible that this kobold learned it naturally from its bloodline due to atavism. Universal language is not some magical language, it can only be learned through books, instruction, or by living in a universal language environment. Allen only knows the common language, but the original owner's intelligence and cognition were deliberately suppressed, making it impossible for him to understand how to use it. A kobold in the wilderness, who could cast spells and speak a little of common, piqued Allen's curiosity even more. Your name is Flintclaw, right? You want to follow me. To become Dragon Lord, Glory, Servant, Supreme. The Flintclaw stumbled through its explanation, its common language not very good, and it would pause for a long time to express what it meant. I am not some Dragon Lord, but I am indeed a Lord. Lord. Dragon Lord. Flintclaw seemed unable to distinguish between the two words. Allen didn't care and picked up the kobold lying on the ground. I don't care what your reasons are for following me, but I'm very interested in you now. But what I want is not just your following, but the loyalty of an entire tribe. In return, I will bestow upon you a reward. What do you desire? Flintclaw didn't quite understand, it really didn't understand. Why would the Dragon Lord explain so many strange reasons and ideas to it? The knowledge gained from their ancestors made it a matter of course for the kobolds to be loyal to the dragons. Unless a stronger dragon emerges, they will need a new Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord only needs to answer accept or reject, or even just a default attitude is enough, without needing to explain anything to his lowly servants. But in any case, it heard the Dragon Lord's final question. What kind of reward do you want? Power, it blurted out the word impatiently. Then, after a pause, he added, the entire tribe, servants, loyalists, take them back, follow you. Great, that's exactly what I need. Allen nodded, revealing a smile that said, this kid is teachable. This kobold still has a lot to learn, but it can understand what I mean, so it's already a pretty good follower. The rest can be taught gradually. Now he should figure out how to bring a kobold tribe under his control. A kobold warlock, who clearly held a high position within his tribe, was now wandering alone, wounded and alone. He could guess what had happened even with his toes. Before Flintclaw demonstrated exceptional learning and comprehension abilities, he had assumed there was no possibility of taming the kobolds. Now that we have an excellent tool to use to subdue the kobolds, everything has become much simpler. Allen simply didn't know whether what would unfold next would be a prince's revenge or a coup d'état at Sonmu Gate. Or perhaps both. After bringing the kobold Flintclaw back to the cave on the cliff edge, Allen talked to it for a whole night. Because the Flintlock's general vocabulary is very limited, and every few sentences it speaks, it will involuntarily begin to express its loyalty. After some hesitant conversation, Allen gained a general understanding of the situation within the kobold tribe. This kobold tribe, which lives in deep pit caves, numbers over 50. Just as he guessed, Flintclaw, a kobold with spellcasting abilities and who had learned dragon language, was originally the leader of his tribe. Within the kobold race, there are some ancient books unearthed from the ground. Although the magic attached to them has weakened, they have still managed to survive the long years. It was from these books that the most intelligent of the tribe, Flintclaw, learned the art of spellcasting and some of the common language. But at some point, a powerful kobold suddenly grew up and was able to defeat the original leader, Flintclaw, with sheer physical strength, even without the ability to cast spells. The kobold race is so small that even when a new leader comes to power, the old leader is usually not banished or killed. In particular, the Flintclaw possesses spellcasting abilities and is considered a wise man within the tribe. Rejoining the tribe can bring lasting value. To its surprise, the new leader refused its request to return to the tribe and instead imprisoned it. During their imprisonment, Flintclaw discovered that the tribe, under the leadership of their new chief, was behaving increasingly strangely. Hunting rockworms became less and less frequent. Instead, the entire colony began to dig continuously, day and night, creating a huge, deep pit. Although kobolds love minerals and possess certain forging and polishing techniques, the tribe's mining activities have clearly far exceeded its internal needs. At the same time, it also exceeded the burden limit of the ethnic group. Food became severely scarce, newborn kobolds began to starve to death, and adult kobolds, lacking food, were forced to eat the corpses of their own kind. Anxiety, despair, and an atmosphere of death began to spread within the tribe, as if Flintclaw had foreseen its demise. However, even under these circumstances, the imprisoned Flintclaw still had an ample food supply, which surprised it. Until the long-absent new leader, a hulking kobold as big as an owl and bear, ended its imprisonment and led it to the edge of the deep pit. It finally understood the truth. A glimpse of an ancient ruin has emerged at the bottom of the deep pit. Even a mere wisp of leaked magical energy was enough to drive an ordinary kobold mad. The new leader who suddenly appeared was not a result of some sudden mutation, but rather the result of being affected by the ruins after an accidental excavation. Moreover, it is clear that the new leader has been completely consumed by the madness of magic and no longer wants to continue or expand the race. He only hopes to absorb more magic and become stronger. Unable to control magic, it could only think of one way to continue gaining power. Sacrifice the only member of the clan who controls magic, Flintclaw. Fortunately, it didn't know how to perform the sacrifice, and while it was carrying out the crude sacrificial ritual, Flintclaw escaped from the pit. Its brain contains the tunnels dug within each tribe, as well as traps used to hunt rockworms. Using these abilities, it narrowly escaped the deep pit cave, using the sunlight as cover to flee outwards, and then ran into Allen, who was out recruiting men. After hearing the reason why Flintclaw escaped, Allen stroked his chin and began to think about how to gain the loyalty of this kobold tribe. It's actually a very common thing. The kobold tribe unearthed ancient ruins, but due to the leaked magic, they gradually perished. This kind of thing happens every day in the wilderness. If Allen has enough power to suppress the entire kobold tribe, then there's nothing more to say. Unfortunately, Allen didn't have that ability yet, so he didn't plan to take Flintclaw from the start. What truly changed Allen's mind was the intelligence displayed by Flintclaw. Yes, although it is a kobold, it was able to learn spellcasting and common tongue in the wilderness with only some surviving books. Its potential is quite high, enough to be rated as an elite template by the Lord's Handbook. Admittedly, the half-elf twins are also natural elites, but there are fundamental differences between the two. Even though Salina and Viola came from humble beginnings, they still grew up within a civilized society. They, including Allen himself, could not fully comprehend the thought processes of non-civilized races. But Flintclaw is different, it grows entirely according to the laws of the wilderness. Since Allen has decided to establish a territory in the wilderness, he must be prepared to rule over all kinds of uncivilized races. Therefore, Allen hoped that in the future, Flintclaw would be able to govern and manage the people of non-civilized races on his behalf, which would be a very important part of the territory's development. Therefore, in Allen's mind, the long-term importance of the Flintclaws even surpassed that of the kobold tribe that was on the verge of extinction. Saving that kobold tribe was only one step towards completely subjugating Flintclaw. You crave power, don't you? Yes. Power doesn't come from nothing, I need your dedication. All? Flintclaw, everything, Dragon Lord. The Flintclaw racked its brains trying to understand the meaning of dedication. In its meager understanding, loyalty shouldn't be so complicated. Soon, it seemed to realize something. It held up its most precious possession with both paws and carefully presented it to Allen. Stone, sparkling, fire. Flintclaw seemed to have finally figured out what the Dragon Lord needed, his voice filled with obvious flattery. Allen looked at the stone staff held in Flint's two claws, feeling both amused and exasperated. This kobold really thinks it's a humanoid dragon, believing it loves sparkling gems like a dragon does. He picked up the short staff and fiddled with it for a moment. Just as he had predicted, this red crystal had the effect of gathering fire elements, making it a simple magical artifact. Unfortunately, not only Allen, but even Salina couldn't use it. Their control over fire stemmed from within. The fire element was compatible with the magic coursing through their bloodlines. This is effective against fire elementalists like Viola who rely purely on skill. Take it back. This isn't the kind of offering I want. Allen tossed the stone staff back into Flintclaw's arms. Seeing the bewildered and frustrated anthropomorphic expression on Flint's face, Allen thought for a moment and decided to be more direct. You must serve me with concrete actions. Once you kill a powerful enough enemy, I will grant you true power and allow you to reclaim your people so that you can better serve me. Upon hearing this, Suzu looked even more bewildered. Its little brain is not yet able to comprehend such a series of cause and effect relationships. However, it is very good at grasping the key points. Kill powerful enemies to gain strength. Yes, Lord Dragon. This series of goals was the result of Allen's careful consideration. He needs the loyalty of Flintclaw, but he cannot fulfill Flintclaw's two current needs, to be granted power and to reclaim his people. Although he could also rely on his innate red dragon bloodline to suppress Flintclaw and get its followers for free, but that would conflict with Allen's long-term plans. Granting power requires the follower recruitment and training functions, which Allen originally intended to obtain by completing some achievements. That's perfect, it'll motivate Flintclaw and help him earn the power-granting crystal. On the other side, the kobold race of Flintclaw is on the verge of extinction, so let them perish for a while. If we delay for a while, allowing the population of the tribe to decline to a point where it no longer poses a threat to Allen, then we can use the strengthened Flintclaw to reclaim the tribe. Incidentally, the kobold race, skilled in mining, will not lack suitable stone for construction, achieving 3 goals at once. With the silver moon high in the sky, Flintclaw no longer needed to hide from the sunlight and could climb out of the cave to stretch his body. After resting for a few days, the injured hind paw has scabbed over and can now put weight on it. While kobolds don't have strong regenerative abilities, they do have a strong survival ability. Kobolds have no particular requirements for food and can quickly regain their mobility after being injured, which are important factors for their survival in the wilderness. Gazing at the silvery moonlight, Flintclaw's heart pounded wildly in its chest. It usually disliked even the moonlight, but today was an exception. It wasn't out of fear, but out of an unstoppable excitement. It survived the most dangerous situation. Then, as if by miracle, it found the kobold's lifelong pursuit, the Dragon Lord. Flintclaw licked its lips, licking all the food crumbs from its mouth back into its mouth. This is food bestowed by the Dragon Lord, the meat of a lizard beast. Although it wasn't as sticky and delicious as the succulent meat of rock worms, it still found it incredibly sweet. Footsteps could be heard coming from the cave entrance. The Flintclaw suddenly raised its head, its nose moving before its eyes. A smell wafted over first. Majestic, wild, it carries the essence of the Dragon Lord, yet is somewhat subtle. Flintclaw immediately lowered its body, buried its head in its forepaws, and let out a soft, respectful whimper. They are the retinue of the Dragon Lord. The power within her was bestowed by the Dragon Lord. Flintclaw was absolutely certain of this. Her existence was simply the perfect form that Flint Claw had longed for, a form bestowed upon her by the Dragon Lord. Therefore, it had no doubt about the Dragon Lord's power. Even though the Dragon Lord did not seem to have grown up yet, the Dragon Lord's blessings were by no means empty words. Flint Claw was filled with envy, its bloodline's instinctive thirst for dragon blood made its soul restless. Immediately afterwards, another odor wafted out. Fresh, gentle, it smells like ancient trees and moonlight. Suzu wrinkled his nose, instinctively feeling disgusted. Dog-headed people naturally abhor this smell. Although it had never encountered a fairy in its life, just like its worship of dragons, its bloodline made it loathe fairies, and a scent similar to fairies. The kobolds do not distinguish their own kind by appearance, let alone these smooth-skinned aliens. It only believes in smell and status. This smelly creature, always timidly following behind the Dragon Lord's retinue, has very little power. It only obeys the Dragon Lord's retinue's orders and sometimes even begs for petting and food. Therefore, she must be a pet of the Dragon Lord's retinue. Flint Claw immediately straightened its shriveled chest and flexed its back. As the Dragon Lord's pet, it must perform better than this pet. More obedient, more useful, and more loyal. Only in this way will the Dragon Lord favor it and bestow power upon it. At that time, its status will completely surpass that of this family pet. Finally, the majestic and familiar scent entered my nostrils. It secretly raised its eyes and looked at the boy who came out of the cave. That's Allen, its Dragon Lord. The scent of the Dragon Lord always delighted it, hot, powerful, and wild. Each time it smelled it, Flint Claw felt the pain in its wounds lessen. It loved the smell so much that it couldn't control its instincts. When it first pledged allegiance to the Dragon Lord, it became so carried away that it leaned over and licked the Dragon Lord's heel. The Dragon Lord was furious, he nearly threw Flint Claw into the sea, and it was terrified. Therefore, it understood a principle of serving the Dragon Lord. Only those who perform well enough, are loyal enough, and are useful enough are qualified to touch and serve the Dragon Lord. That's right, when it receives the Dragon Lord's blessing, it will definitely be able to lick it again. Flint, let's begin today's hunt. The Dragon Lord looked at it and said, take us to the monster territory you explored yesterday. Yes, sir. That's right. After successfully pledging allegiance to the Dragon Lord gave it the task of finding and hunting powerful magical beasts. It has lived here for generations, and although it lives deep underground, no one in the wilderness is blind. Investigating the surrounding powerful neighbors and confirming the boundaries of their territory is something that tribal leaders must do. Therefore, it knew very well where monsters nested and where the aura was too dangerous to approach. In addition, its sensitive nose allows it to track its prey even if it is not a magical beast that has a fixed nest. On the first night, it pointed out a monitor lizard's nest. The next day, it found a long-tusked demon boar that was entrenched by a mountain spring. The third day, the fourth day, it successively pointed out the territories of powerful magical beasts. Most of the time, once the Dragon Lord and his retinue take action, they can easily hunt down the prey. However, on a few occasions, the Dragon Lord finds it difficult to defeat enemies who are too powerful. It prepares traps in advance and wears down its prey's strength in the same way it hunts rockworms. The Dragon Lord praised the trap, and it was clear that he was very satisfied with its work. Suizeo counted on his fingers and found that the Dragon Lord was very satisfied about 3 times. The third time, the Dragon Lord reluctantly allowed it to lick its heel once. Feeling the Dragon Lord's ever-increasing favor, Flint Claw could roughly guess that his own blessing was not far off. Of course, while remaining loyal to the Dragon Lord, it did not forget its own kind. It longs to quickly accumulate the offerings required by the Dragon Lord, and after receiving the power, reclaim its position as leader of the tribe. Its tribe is small, consisting of only about 50 members. However, while it was diligently accumulating dedication, its people were surely being led to destruction by that mad leader. Even without me, the blood sacrifices in the deep pit will only increase. Flint Claw knew very well that the kobolds were a very weak and lowly race. With the protection of a Dragon Lord, the weak kobold race would gain the opportunity for development they had always dreamed of. It wants the group to continue, reproduce, and grow stronger. I want them to also be bathed in the Dragon Lord's scent. Of course, only I, as the leader, can enjoy the scent the most. Therefore, Flint Claw eagerly awaited the power promised by the Dragon Lord. Finally, after a hard-fought hunt, the Dragon Lord and his retinue were all injured. The most injured was Flint Claw, whose frail body was almost pierced through by a ferocious Spinosaurus. It believed that such loyalty would surely move the Dragon Lord. Flint Claw, come here. You have proven your worth. It is time to grant you power. When those long-awaited words were uttered, Suizeo's heart leaped into his throat. Despite its severe injuries, it rolled over and got up, limping quickly to the Dragon Lord's feet and lay down, its body tense, awaiting a blessing. The Dragon Lord gently placed his palm on its head. At such close range, and with the Dragon Lord's hands still bearing his own blood from his injuries, the intense smell almost made Flint Claw lose control of his tongue. But it endured it with its strong will. Because what is about to arrive is the most important moment of its life. An unprecedented, scalding, and powerful force surged into its body. The Flint Claw trembled violently, its tiny eyes widened to their maximum, and it let out a suppressed, ecstatic whimper. Power. True power. The power it had been waiting for, the power it had longed for had arrived. Achievement acquired. First hunt of a powerful enemy. Reward, 1 crystals. Achievement acquired, first kill against a higher level opponent. Reward, 1 crystals. Allen looked at the achievement records in the Lord's Handbook and was in a pretty good mood. These are the newbie achievements, the same as the first time you recruit followers. The difficulty is not high, the conditions for achieving it are as follows. Hunt a ferocious prey that is at least the same level as yourself, and hunt a prey that is at least of the elite caliber and is above your own level. However, Allen and his group had been on the move, busy escaping the threat of the black-robed wizard, and had not encountered a suitable target during their escape. Now, with the guidance of the local scoundrel Flintclaw and the traps it created, I've finally achieved 2 accomplishments and obtained 2 new crystals. In the distance, Flintclaw, badly wounded from the hunt, lay on the ground, and Allen could still see the longing in its eyes. Now that the conditions had been met, Allen decided not to keep it hanging. Flintclaw, come here. You have proven your worth. It is time to grant you power. Upon hearing this, Flintclaw nimbly flipped over and got up, sliding down to his knees and falling at Allen's feet. Allen was so impressed by its swift movements that he even suspected it was faking a serious injury to gain his pity. But never mind, at least it proved its loyalty and value. Salina and Viola also came over. They had already learned from Allen that he planned to take kobolds as his servants. At this moment, Allen should be about to sign a contract with this kobold. So the 2 of them came closer, watching Allen's movements with curiosity, wondering how his contract was formed. Of course, they were destined to be disappointed. The Lord's Handbook panel was only visible to Allen and was not the demonic ritual they had imagined. Allen opened the long-forgotten recruitment interface in his mind and inserted one of the 2 crystals into it. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Flintclaw. Race, Kobold. Age, 10. Character template, Elite. Level, Warlock LV4/Minor LV8. Status, Minor Injury. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Hare. Race, Rabbit. Age, 1. Character template, Standard. Level, Rabbit LV1. Status, Normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Grey-necked Petrel. Race, Petrel. Age, 3. Character template, Standard. Level, Seabird LV1. Status, Normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. On the recruitment screen, 3 candidate follower templates are displayed, while the other 2 are ordinary beasts nearby. As expected, the injury isn't serious. This guy was just putting on an act. Allen chose Flintclaw as his new follower, and as a result, Flintclaw's character panel was finally included in the Lord's Handbook panel. At the same time, a thought suddenly struck the mind of the kneeling man, Suizeo. Although it had not yet sensed the arrival of power, it found itself seemingly to have established a strange connection with the Dragon Lord. This thrilled it, and it looked forward even more to the Dragon Lord's blessings. After Allen selected his followers, he opened the training interface. The character panels of the half-elf twins and Flintclaw popped up at the same time, both of whom were selectable training targets. After selecting the Flintclaw character panel, Allen did not rush to invest crystals to open the enhancement path, but instead tried to select the material bar. Yes, Allen has been hunting these days, with 3 of the most valuable hunts. The first and third times are required to achieve the goals and obtain the recruit and train Flintclaws. The second target was a carefully chosen cave-dwelling rockworm as thick as a bucket. This rockworm didn't possess great strength or intelligence, it acted solely on instinct, yet it proved to be the most difficult hunt yet. It lives underground for most of the time, only coming up to the surface during heavy rains to give Allen the opportunity to hunt. Although the wilderness during the rainy season is not short of heavy rain, the rain limits Allen and others' strongest spellcasting methods. Fortunately, Flintclaw was a master at hunting rockworms and knew their habits and weaknesses very well. Allen and his 2 companions worked tirelessly for 4 days, using large quantities of herbal juices that the rockworm utterly detested to restrict its movement. That's how they successfully hunted it down. The purpose of hunting it is to obtain its material. A magical gland that easily gathers earth elements is the foundation for the rockworm's ability to move freely underground. This was also the enhancement path he had planned for Flintclaw. Yes, Allen does not intend to continue activating the enhancement path of Red Dragon Bloodguard. If his territory wants to grow and expand, it must have as many talents as possible from all walks of life. Highly homogenized abilities would be a waste. Moreover, the Red Dragon bloodline in his body is very thin, so the potential that can be activated is already limited. This is like a reservoir. The size of Allen's reservoir has long been fixed. With Salina as the water supply pipe, that's enough. Adding another pipe only makes the pool fill up faster. Once the pool is full, the excess water will simply be wasted. Exploring new enhancement paths is like creating new reservoirs and then building new water pipelines. This is the foundation of a lord's power. Allen took out the rockworm gland he had prepared beforehand with one hand and held it in his palm. With the other hand, he placed it on the top of the flint claw and selected the materials section with his mind. Sure enough, a phantom image appeared in the materials section, and upon closer inspection, it was the shape of a rockworm gland. Seeing this, Allen no longer hesitated and put the last crystal into it, activating the cultivation interface, where 3 enhancement paths appeared. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Kobold Warcrier. Type: racial specialization. Enhanced effect: unique specializations born from social species. The follower's battle cry grants them a special ability that can greatly guide the kobold race's fanaticism, putting them into a special state of fearlessness and granting them the ability to charge in groups, greatly enhancing the group's combat power. Advanced paths: Kobold Priest, Kobold Dictator, Kobold Vanguard, etc. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Earth Elementalist. Type: Magic Awakening. Enhanced effect: followers' Earth Elemental affinity is greatly increased, significantly enhancing the power and control precision of Earth Elemental magic. Since followers already possess a spellcaster rank that aligns with this enhancement path, choosing this path will inherit their original class rank, rather than treating it as a separate class rank. Advanced paths: Dark Flame Mage, Earth Elemental Mage, Rock Shield Warrior, etc. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Red Dragon Bloodguard. Type: bloodline modification. Enhanced effect: the followers will be transformed by the foreign Red Dragon bloodline, embrace the magic of the fire element, be able to master the power of fire, and gradually unlock the ability of half-dragonification. Advanced path: this path cannot be advanced, but it can be combined with some compatible enhancements. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Of the 3 advancement paths, besides the Red Dragon Bloodguard which Allen was already very familiar with, the Earth Elementalist is clearly an enhancement resulting from the addition of materials. I specifically chose Earth Elemental materials because kobolds inherently possess a very high minor level. Later, during the construction of the territory, Allen believed that this ability route could greatly reduce construction costs, and he could be considered as arranging a civil engineering expert for the territory. Furthermore, the Earth Elementalist's abilities can enrich the team's current single ability categories, which will always be of some use. Just as Allen was about to choose this enhancement path, his gaze was suddenly drawn to another seemingly unremarkable enhancement route. Kobold Warcrier? Kobolds are a cowardly, cruel, and despicable race that prefers to fight from hidden pits and caves, and will scatter like birds and beasts when they encounter a strong enemy. But unexpectedly, there are racial professions that can help kobolds overcome this innate trait. In group operations, morale and command have always been equally important. If a kobold has a warcrier constantly inspiring them, the kobold's danger level in the wilderness will jump a huge leap. What attracted Allen was not only the abilities of this enhancement path, but also the Kobold Priest on the advanced path. Although it is a race-specific priest, Allen remembers seeing a similar class during the demo. Professions related to deities and beliefs are very rare and special. Once you gain the favor of a deity, you can unleash divine spells far exceeding your own abilities even at low levels. If you continue to advance and remove racial restrictions, you will have the opportunity to accumulate the special resource of faith points for the Lord. When Allen was playing the game, he didn't experience the use of this special resource himself. He only saw discussions on the forum that this resource was a necessity for certain very special territory buildings. Allen hadn't expected that Flintclaw would have such development potential, and he believed that this advanced class wouldn't appear in just any ordinary kobold. In contrast, Allen's choice of Earth Elementalist is only a small branch of the spellcaster system. Although it is practical, it is somewhat of a waste of the potential of Flintclaw, although it can be directly inherited into the job level, saving the time and effort of leveling up from scratch. But Allen has plenty of time, and besides, Flintclaw is only a level 4 sorcerer, so it's not a huge waste. Staring at the Kobold Warcrier option, Allen paused for a long time. Ultimately, Allen withdrew his focus from the Earth Elementalist path and chose the Kobold Warcrier. As soon as Allen chose the enhancement path, Flintclaw felt the changes happening within his body almost immediately. It wasn't an invasion from an external force as it had anticipated, rather, it seemed as if something within its body had undergone a transformation. Click-clack. A very faint clicking sound rang out, and Allen then realized that his hand, which was stroking the head of the flintlock, was being lifted up, and the flintlock was actually starting to grow. But Flintclaw was unaware of its own physical changes. It was absorbed in the various sensations within its body. It itches so much. The hind paw with its toe bitten off is itchy, and the tail that was smashed off is itchy. Most importantly, my throat is so itchy. Whoosh. Flintclaw couldn't help but start barking softly, initially with the standard short bark of a kobold. Woof, woof woof. Soon, the sound became louder, and the intervals became longer. Wah, wah. Flintclaws frantically scratched at its throat, trying to stop the increasingly intense itching, its vocal cords vibrating incessantly, producing incoherent sounds. Finally, it found a way to stop the itching in its throat. Its vocal cords began to vibrate rapidly in a special way. Flintclaw raised its head high, facing the shining silver moon in the night sky, and a loud and long howl rolled out from its throat. Awooh! Allen and his two companions, who were closest to each other, instinctively covered their ears. That wasn't just a roar, it was a long howl emanating from Flintclaw's throat, carrying a very peculiar vibration. Under the influence of this fluctuation, Allen and the other two were surprised to find that the flow of magic within their bodies seemed to be affected. It's as if you can't help but vibrate along with the sound waves. The half-elf twins were unaware of what had happened, but Allen knew in his heart that this was the result of the Kobold Warcrier's enhancement, so he quickly opened the Flintclaw character panel. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Flintclaw. Race, Kobold. Age, 10. Character template, Elite. Level, Kobold Warcrier LV2/Warlock LV4/Minor LV8. Status, Normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Sure enough, not only did Flintclaw become a Kobold Warcrier, but he also started at level 2. This indicates that the Flintclaws themselves possess an extremely strong ability to command their own kind, which is reflected in the racially specialized enhancements. Allen felt a surge of joy. The mere sound of Flintclaw's battle cry was enough to shake the magic within him, making his spellcasting slightly sluggish. It's important to know that the primary target of this war cry is actually limited to the Kobold race. In other words, this ability, which was originally meant to affect bloodline, is now actually influencing magic. If it were against a fellow kobold, Allen couldn't even imagine how effective it would be. The Flintclaw roared for a full half-minute before stopping, groping its body with its claws, feeling the enormous changes that had occurred within it, somewhat bewildered. He seems to have grown much taller and stronger. Then it was astonished to discover that the ugly scars on its severed toes and tail, which had long since healed, had spontaneously reopened, and some budding flesh was sprouting outwards. Its damaged body is being restored to its original state. Flintclaw was overjoyed, but it immediately realized that it had not yet pledged its loyalty to the Dragon Lord after receiving the power. So he quickly pounced on Allen again with a thump. Great Dragon Lord, the life of Flintclaw belongs to you. Upon hearing Flint's words, Viola was the first to react. Huh? Its speech has become more fluent. Those lowly servants and pets? How dare they criticize me, whom I just received as a gift, in front of the Dragon Lord? Flintclaw was immediately very dissatisfied. Indeed, my speech has become more fluent, which must be due to the strengthening of my voice. I didn't expect it to have this effect. Ah, it's the Dragon Lord's affirmation, he must be praising himself. A human-like joy appeared on Suzeo's face. Of course, Allen had no idea what Flintclaw was thinking. He put away the unused rockworm glands, looked Flintclaw up and down, who had grown much stronger, and nodded. He was quite satisfied with this enhancement and was even more looking forward to advancing Flintclaw to the Kobold Priest rank in the future. Flintclaw, I command you, with the power I have bestowed upon you, to reclaim your people. After your people return to your cause, I have an even more important mission to entrust to you. Yes, Dragon Lord. Allen strolled alone through the forest, not in a hurry. The half-elf twins did not accompany them. They needed to continue clearing the wild beasts near the cliffs and expanding their territory until they met the criteria in the Lord's Handbook. This is a great training opportunity for the sisters. Salina will hone and unlock the power of her red dragon blood guard through hunting, while Viola will follow her sister and learn how to control fire. Since Flintclaw was assigned the role of Kobold War Crier, it has rarely returned to the cliff cave under Allen's orders. Most of the time, it was busy trying to win back its kobold kin. Although the Kobold War Crier is a racially specialized enhancement path, Flintclaw is not yet proficient in wielding its power. Furthermore, to unleash the full power of Battle Cry, a certain number of kobolds must be present. Therefore, the only way to gradually expand the dominance of the Flintclaws was to first capture a small number of their own kind who had been sent out to hunt, and then bring them back under their command. This process is like rolling a snowball. At first, Flintclaw needed Allen's red dragon aura to subdue its own kind and wrest their loyalty back from the magically modified monster within its ranks. But once it has 5 or 6 kobolds under its command, it can make newly captured members of its kind submit simply by using Wark. The more kobolds under Flintclaw's command, the stronger its war cry becomes, and the easier it is to subdue its own kind. After it gained the support of about 20 kobolds, no more hunting parties went out from the deep pit cave. Thus, the time for a counterattack arrived. Allen's trip was to inspect the results of Flintclaw's counterattack. He would not interfere in Flintclaw's efforts to win over his own kind, nor did he intend to directly manage the kobold tribe. He only needed to ensure Flintclaw's loyalty. When Allen arrived outside the deep pit cave, he found Flintclaw waiting at the cave entrance. There was no unusual sound inside the cave, as if it had already ended. Dragon Lord. Flintclaw immediately knelt down, and seeing that it was about to move closer to his feet again, Allen quickly told him to get up. You subdued them very quickly. Lead the way? Yes, Lord Dragon. Flintclaw got up with some regret, then turned around and walked into the cave. There are obvious signs of excavation at the cave entrance, suggesting it was newly dug to expand the cave and welcome Allen. Allen's height was just beginning to develop, and it felt just right after entering the kobold's cave. Of course, besides the main cave that Allen entered, there are many other smaller caves everywhere. Those are the paths that the kobolds usually use. As they moved inward, the path was lined with kobolds on both sides. They seemed to have been ordered not to face Allen, and instead turned their backsides towards the wall. If Flintclaw sees anything that dares to raise its head, even if it's just not lying down properly, it will kick it without mercy. The other kobolds then lay even more obediently on the ground, not daring to make the slightest move. Allen had no intention of interfering with Flintclaw's actions. As the former leader of the kobold tribe, it naturally knew how to manage a tribe efficiently. Suddenly, Allen frowned slightly. He sensed a strange magical power. Following the magical fluctuations, Allen saw through the darkness ahead a mountain of flesh with half of its body buried in the rocks. As Allen got closer, he could see the mountain of flesh in its entirety, a dog-headed creature with 4 limbs bitten off, its torso alone the size of a spiny beast. It was still alive at the time, and upon seeing Flintclaw arrive, it immediately began barking wildly. After being kicked several times by the gruff claws, each kick hitting him squarely in the head, his voice gradually weakened. As Allen got closer, he could feel the strangeness of that magic even more clearly. Cold, twisted, dark. Since it was merely a remnant residing on the giant kobold, Allen was unable to accurately describe the full extent of this magic for the time being. But the effect of this magic is quite obvious. It turns an ordinary kobold into the size of a spiny beast. Moreover, their endurance, physical strength, and vitality have all been greatly improved. The power of the Flintclaw had increased significantly after being enhanced. Even though the giant kobold had been severely injured with 4 limbs bitten off, it only fainted after taking so many attacks from the Flintclaw. The increase in defense and vitality is too great. It seemed to have no feeling for Allen's red dragon bloodline and did not instinctively want to get close to him like other kobolds. After knocking the giant kobold unconscious, Flintclaw seemed unsatisfied and drew his stone staff, striking it several more times while cursing in the kobold language. If it weren't for wanting to show off its victory in front of Allen, it wouldn't want this monster to continue living at all. Allen glanced at its character panel. Name, Mutant Kobold. Race, Kobold. Character template, Standard. Level, Warrior LV7/Minor LV4. Status, Flesh and Blood mutated, life waning, thirst for magic. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. A very special panel. Despite being enhanced by magic, it turned out to be just a regular template. Although the elite stats of Flintclaw are partly reflected in its learning ability, the fact that it was able to defeat Flintclaw so easily shows that this mutated kobold's strength is not as simple as its stats suggest. I don't know what effect that magic had. In addition, the series of statuses in the status bar are very similar to the first panel Allen saw in this world, the panel of the black-robed wizard Obidus. Has the power of life itself been severely overdrawn and distorted? Alright, let's go. Take me to see what you dug up. Yes, Dragon Lord. Upon hearing Allen's words, Flintclaw stopped cursing and quickly led Allen forward. Yes, Allen's main purpose in coming to the Flintclaw cave was to see what the kobolds had actually dug up. Both the female thief Tasha and the wizard apprentice Grim have mentioned that this place was originally the site of an ancient kingdom. Besides the ancient ruins where the black-robed wizard Obidus lived, Allen also saw the remains of some ancient buildings while traversing the wilderness and mountains. What is buried deep underground and can dissipate magic is very likely an ancient magical relic. Regardless of its value, Allen wanted to examine it. After passing the mountain of flesh, the cave suddenly widened, and there were no more kobolds kneeling on the ground around. This should be the space that the giant kobolds forced the kobolds to excavate after they seized control of the kobold race. Sure enough, the further we went, the less we were heading into the mountains, and the terrain gradually began to descend. After walking a long way, Allen felt that he had descended to about 7 or 8 floors underground before he saw a faint purple light. As he approached, Allen saw a huge, deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, there was a shocking splash of blood. There were the corpses of kobolds, the corpses of rock worms, and the corpses of all sorts of wild beasts. It appears that a blood sacrifice has been taking place here, but the person in charge of the sacrifice doesn't know what offerings to use, so he has sacrificed everything he can see. The blood stained the bottom of the pit, almost completely burying the main body that was emitting purple light. Allen looked carefully again and again, and finally found a few places that were not covered by blood and corpses. It can be seen that the excavated object is mainly made of a black metal, inlaid with crystals, and etched with lines that flow with magic. The crystal originally emitted a blue light, but it turned pale purple because it was covered in blood. Moreover, this layer of metal appears to be a small part of a larger entity. However, the rock layers below were too solid, and even with the strength of the kobold race, they could not dig them open. Allen stood at the edge of the pit, feeling the magical fluctuations emanating from the bottom of the pit. At this distance, his perception was finally able to clearly describe the fluctuation of magical power. Nausea. This was Allen's first and most fundamental feeling. It's like suddenly seeing a mass of maggots and rotting flesh, a physiological aversion that makes you want to stay away. It is not the power of death that is the opposite of the power of life, but rather a distorted existence. The nature of this magic is just so awkward. Allen stood at the edge of the pit, lost in thought. After a moment, he came to the conclusion that this was not something he could currently utilize. Its existence could even have a negative impact on its own territory. If there is an opportunity in the future, we should inquire about the history of Sapphire Bay and even the wilderness. Only by figuring out what exactly is buried deep in the past can Allen know how to deal with the ancient relics buried underground. As for now, since it's buried here, let it remain buried here. Fill the hole in, then seal this place up. Yes, Dragon Lord. Although Flintclaw was somewhat reluctant to part with the homeland that the kobolds had dug and developed over the years, it did not want to disobey the Dragon Lord's orders. It was indeed terrified of the creatures in the deep pit, fearing that such an anomaly might occur again within its clan. This time alone, its species has suffered heavy losses. Allen noticed its hesitation and asked, "How many kobolds are left in your tribe now?" "More than 30, Dragon Lord, originally more than 50. Flintclaw was somewhat dejected. A magical mutation, a power grab, and finally, a reconquest. Its population has been reduced by more than half. The ones who suffered the most losses were not even those from the final battle of conquest, but those who died from exhaustion and starvation due to excessive digging of the deep pit during its departure. Don't worry, Dragon Lord, the kobolds will reproduce quickly. They'll have lots of offspring." Flintclaw, fearing that Allen would despise its dwindling population, quickly added. Allen nodded. "Next, take the rest of your tribe and migrate. You can build a new home, and I guarantee it will be 10 times better than your current one." "Yes, Dragon Lord." This time, Flintclaw agreed readily, having no doubt about the Dragon Lord's decision and being delighted by the Dragon Lord's high regard for it. Of course, Allen wasn't just making empty promises. Once the territory is fully developed, all buildings within the territory will be constructed under Allen's control and will be amplified by the effects of Allen's Lord's Manual. Although it's still unknown how much the boost was originally in the game, and how it will take effect in the real world, Allen isn't worried. With the precedent of the follower system, Allen believed that its effects would surely surprise him, as well as all his subjects now and in the future. Led by Flintclaw, squads of kobolds pushed rubble and immediately began to fill the deep pit. The rubble they were carrying was originally transported out when this deep pit was dug, and now it was being used to fill the original spot. Allen watched as the purple magical light gradually disappeared beneath the rubble, then turned and left. The kobold population has already dwindled significantly, and it will take some time to complete the landfill work. Furthermore, Flintclaw also needs to reorganize the kobold tribe to resume hunting and allow the tribe to recuperate. However, with the war cry ability of the Flint Claw, the overall combat power of the kobold race has been greatly enhanced, and hunting should be much easier than before. With ample food, the kobolds have a very high reproductive rate, and their offspring grow up to be able to work very quickly. This is a survival advantage unique to wilderness races. I believe this kobold race will soon recover. 2 weeks later, Sapphire Bay experienced the most intense period of the rainy season. Especially in places near the sea, the weather changes much more rapidly and violently than in the wilderness. In the pouring rain, Allen did not stay in the cave on the cliff, but went to the top of the cliff. This is a high point in the northern part of Sapphire Bay, and it's the first stop for Allen, Salina, and Viola upon their arrival at Sapphire Bay. The heavy rain pounded against Allen's thick animal skin robe, making a crackling sound. Salina's stitching skills are getting better and better, not a single drop of water has seeped in. As Allen muttered to himself, he gazed at the dark mass of people below the cliff. As the team reached the cliff area, a soft notification sounded in Allen's mind. Allen opened the Lord's Handbook and clicked on the territory interface. At this point, the 3 large red exclamation marks have disappeared, replaced by 3 green check marks. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Establish a basic Lord's hut. 1. The available area has been satisfied, mountainous terrain. 2. The available labor force is satisfied, dog-headed people. 3. Consumable resources have been met, stone. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. That's right, with the arrival of the Kobold tribe, the 3 conditions for Allen to build the basic Lord's hut have finally been met. The territory expansion work of the half-elf twins was completed in about 10 days. The reason it took half a month was twofold. Firstly, filling the kobolds' interconnected caves was a huge project. Secondly, Allen had ordered Flintclaw to collect a large amount of high-quality stone to this side of the cliff. During this time, Flintclaw filled in the caves, collected stones, directed the kobolds to transport stones up the cliff, and also had to complete the task of hunting and breeding for his tribe. I was really exhausted. However, the results were still very significant. The stone brought by the kobolds is more than enough to meet the needs of the beginner lord's hut. Allen believed that there would be no shortage of stone resources for quite some time. Now that the conditions were met, Allen didn't want to wait a moment longer and immediately opened the building page for the beginner lord's hut. A complex design appeared on the architecture page. Although it's called a lord's cottage, the images in the design drafts are more like a small fortress. The design includes a spacious basement, a 3-story tower-like building surrounded by thick stone walls, and an observation tower on top. It was practically built for defense. Allen guessed that it was because he only had stone as his resource that the Lord's Hut building was created with stone as its main material. After reviewing the design, Allen decided not to collect any more materials and regenerate the design. The most urgent task is to quickly build the Lord's Hut so that the territory function can be successfully activated. There will be plenty of opportunities for renovation and upgrading later, so there's no need to rush. Without hesitation, he chose the large open space at the top of the cliff as the building area and pressed the build button. And then, nothing happened. Allen frowned and sighed. Just as I expected, we have to build it from scratch, brick by brick. Allen wasn't particularly disappointed. He had expected this. If followers cannot be summoned to your doorstep and must be recruited from the adjacent cell, it is unlikely that a building will spontaneously generate. Just then, Allen sensed the telepathic communication from his followers. It wasn't Salina, but Flintclaw. After establishing a follower relationship, Flintclaw also gained the ability to communicate with Allen through simple telepathy. However, because it was so excited that it became noisy, Allen unilaterally blocked its communication. At this moment, it suddenly wanted to communicate telepathically. Allen had a sudden thought and remembered the judgment logic of the Junior Lord's Hut, which was based on kobolds as laborers and subjects. Could it be something to do with construction? With this in mind, Allen opened the channel of telepathic communication and heard Flintclaw's cautious inquiry. The exchange of thoughts freed it from the limitations of its meager vocabulary. Dragon Lord, a picture of a house has appeared in the minds of all the laborers in our tribe at the same time. Is this your order? Clang, clang, clang. In the heavy rain, several strong adult kobolds stood atop a cliff, digging with stone pickaxes they had made themselves. The rain has already had a significant impact on the kobolds' work. Newly dug pits are quickly filled with rainwater. But these were the leader's orders, and they dared not disobey. Flintclaw supervised the kobold laborers' work, constantly circling around the perimeter. The Dragon Lord's orders must be carried out with the utmost loyalty. Whoosh! Upon hearing Flintclaw issue the order to stop work in kobold language, the kobolds who were working in the heavy rain hurriedly packed up their tools and ran towards their temporary shelter at the foot of the cliff. Flint Claw then approached Allen and reported, "Dragon Lord, your orders have been faithfully carried out." Allen walked to the spot where the kobolds had dug and slowly looked it over. On the cliff face are 4 newly dug ditches, which are now filled with rainwater. To be precise, this is not a ditch, but a foundation pit prepared for the stone wall foundation of the Junior Lord's hut. Allen lay down near the pit, making sure his line of sight was as level as possible with the ground. After a long while, he stood up. "Sorina hunted a spiny beast today, and it's already roasted. You can have it and remember to share some with these kobolds who are working tonight. Praise be to the Dragon Lord, praise be to your grace." Seeing Allen wave his hand, Flint Claw knew that there was nothing more for him to do, so he hurriedly returned to the kobolds' temporary residence. Kobolds often feed on rock worms, small wild animals, or simply carrion, not because they don't like better food. Hunting large beasts like the Spinosaurus can easily result in injuries or deaths, and it's not a regular food source for the kobolds, so the tribe will definitely be very excited. The kobolds were very small, even if several laborers had a large appetite, they couldn't eat half a spiny beast. The remaining portion, Flint Claw intended to distribute to the kobolds who were laying eggs, as well as the newly hatched cubs. Of course, what pleased Flint Claw even more than the food was the Dragon Lord's high regard for him. For every good deed done, there will be a reward, whether it be strength or food. Following such a master is the dream of every kobold tribe. This guy has been spending more and more time with us lately, and his common tongue is getting more and more fluent. After Flint Claw left, Allen sighed, then communicated with Salina telepathically, informing her to arrange food rewards for the kobolds. That spiny beast was originally intended for the kobold tribe that was relocating. Salina quickly replied to him telepathically that she was ready. Then, Allen looked at the 4 foundation pits in front of him and a smile appeared on his face. 4 perfectly laid foundation pits, this was the result of Allen's observation. The shades are completely uniform, the direction is perfectly straight, and the building area enclosed is consistent in all aspects. Everything is exactly the same as in the architectural drawings. A construction team comparable to those on Earth today, using specialized instruments to measure the results after construction. However, this was just the result of a night's work by a few hungry, exhausted kobolds whose brains were smaller than Allen's heel. That's why Allen insisted on getting the kobolds to start construction tonight. The goal is to understand how the territory building blueprints function. By excavating 4 foundation pits, Allen now fully understands how architectural blueprints come into effect. Those selected as the labor force for construction will be instructed by architectural blueprints and then replicate the buildings in the blueprints without any discrepancy, even if they're just a few stupid kobolds. Knowing this, Allen felt relieved. Next, we just need to wait for the basic Lord's hut to be completed and then claim our territory. Cliffside Caves. Allen emerged from the rain, first shaking the water off his thick animal skin coat at the entrance before entering the cliffside cave. "You're back." Salina seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. As soon as he came in, she came up to help him take off his thick animal skin coat. After hanging up the clothes, a bowl of steaming hot meat soup was quickly brought over. "Is Viola already asleep?" "Yes, she's already asleep." Allen took the broth, blew on it to cool it down a bit, and then drank the hot soup in large gulps, immediately feeling a warm feeling in his stomach. Although we don't have an iron pot yet, the stone pot made by the kobold tribe is quite useful. At least we can finally make some stews besides roasting meat. Salina took the wooden bowl, returned to the pot, ladled out another bowlful, and continued. "Following the method you taught me, I've been searching for suitable fruits and seeds to use for seasoning while hunting these past few days. Today I found a slightly spicy seed. How do you like it?" Upon hearing Salina's question, Allen clicked his tongue. It does have a bit of a spicy flavor. If it were dried and then ground, its aroma might be brought out even better. "Okay, I'll give it a try." Salina nodded and handed Allen a new bowl of soup. Allen took the new broth, but instead of drinking it immediately, he sat down by the pot and warmed himself by the fire with Salina. "Thank you for your hard work. You have to go hunting during the day and also help me with these chores." "What do you mean by helping you?" Allen noticed that Salina suddenly seemed a little unhappy and instinctively replied, "It's just about finding spices and cooking. Aren't you going back on your word?" Allen paused for a moment. Salina turned her head and then reached out to turn Allen's face towards her. "Didn't we agree that we're a blood oath of blood of my blood? Since we are blood allies, there is no such thing as your business or my business." Their eyes met, and seeing Salina's earnest and determined gaze, Allen could only apologize. "I'm sorry, it's my fault." Salina snorted and then turned around. "Sometimes, I think you're really amazing, Allen." "Amazing, does that refer to my contract ability?" "No, magic and miracles always happen unexpectedly. In the legends my mother told us, even the blessings of the gods always come unexpectedly. What I mean by amazing is your personality. Even though you were the one who said you wanted to form a blood pact with us, you always seem to be very polite and grateful." Allen was still a little confused. "Isn't it better to express gratitude? I shouldn't ignore your efforts. Viola and I never say thank you. Even if we were willing to give everything for each other, we wouldn't say thank you, because it's not necessary. You're twins." "No, we are more than twins, we are family, people who share a common destiny." At this point, Salina's voice became somewhat lighter. "Before, there were only 3 of us, our mother, our son, and me. Then our mother passed away, so there were only 2 of us. Now you've joined us, so there are 3 of us again. Since we share a common destiny, since we agreed to form a blood oath, and since we are your blood of blood, then it is only natural that we stand together. Hearing Selena say those words, Allen was momentarily stunned, and instinctively said, I'm sorry. Before he could finish speaking, his lips were covered. I just won't allow you to say thank you or sorry to me, don't you understand? Selena said, enunciating each word clearly. Selena withdrew her hand only after Allen instinctively nodded. Aside from apologizing, Allen didn't know what else to say, so he and Selena quietly warmed themselves by the fire. Allen recalled his past life. As an only child, I have no siblings and weak family ties. After my parents passed away, I didn't have much contact with relatives. A person with no ties to the world is struggling in a big city. Whether it's friends, relatives, or colleagues, it's perfectly fine for everyone to live their own lives and be polite to each other. After Selena said that, Allen suddenly realized that what she said made sense. Maintaining social distancing has almost become an instinct for Allen. He's almost forgotten how to live with his family. Gurgle gurgle. The cave was quiet for a while, with only the sound of the broth boiling in the stone pot remaining. The stone pot is still not very useful. After I build the hut on the cliff top, I will figure out how to make an iron pot. Not knowing how to answer the previous question, Allen changed the subject. There are many more ways to cook with an iron wok, such as pan frying, stir frying. Do you know what stir frying is? I saw it in a nobleman's house when I was little. It's similar to fried food, right? There are some differences. It's okay, I'll teach you later. Okay. At this point, Allen ran out of things to say, and the cave fell silent once again. Finally, it was Selena who spoke up first. I know you're worried that I'm tired, so don't worry, I'm very satisfied with my life right now. With magic, we can hunt all over the mountains and fields. Having my own place to live means I can sleep however I want. I can also study cooking techniques. I'm very full, it's great. There are no annoying humans, no villains lurking in the shadows. So, Allen, do you understand? I enjoy doing these things, so you don't need to feel that I'm sacrificing a lot. After saying this, Selena stared at Allen for a while, then smiled. Of course, the happiest thing is that you're here too. You gave me magical powers, helped Viola and me escape the dungeon, led us out of danger countless times, traversed desolate mountains, and even subdued a group of kobolds in a place where there was nothing at all. We're building our own house now. You are simply a hopeful miracle. From now on, So don't worry, I won't find this tiring. These are things I've always dreamed of. After saying this, Selena took back the sentence she was about to say. As children, their mother's tragic experiences instilled in Selena and Viola a deep-seated fear of humans, especially men. Now that she had Allen, a clean-cut young man, Selena felt incredibly at ease, and she knew Viola felt the same way. However, Allen is still too young, so these words are somewhat inappropriate. However, Selena knew that humans developed much faster than elves and half-elves, so it would probably be about 3 more years. Selena didn't continue, but Allen, who had lived 2 lives, understood perfectly. But now that things have come to this, Allen can't very well say, I understood, and I'm an experienced driver. So let's just pretend we don't understand for now. The cave fell silent again, with only the incessant patter of rain outside. Wilderness, ancient ruins. Several months later, a slave caravan visited the area again. Bargalan, the leader of the slave caravan, remembered the wilderness wizard Obidus, known as the Decayer, who lived there. They are powerful, but their lives are numbered. They cannot even stay away from this ancient ruin for long and must rely on the ancient magic here to prolong their lives. If a suitable item is available, he will bring out his treasures accumulated over many years. A few months ago, he passed through here on his way to the north and sold 3 slaves for a very good reward. So this time in the north, he specifically collected some slaves with special magical bloodlines, intending to make another fortune from the wilderness wizards. After the caravan followed the safe route into the heart of the ancient ruins, Bolgalan rang a bell. The bell was very faint, but Bolgalan knew that Obidus could hear it. Sure enough, a moment later, a heavy stone door opened, and the figure of the black-robed wizard slowly walked out. Bargalan gave a disdainful snort inwardly. Have you moved again? It seems that he had exhausted the ancient magic of the previous place, so he changed to a new ancient building as his dwelling. Just like stray dogs living hand to mouth. However, the ancient magic in the core area is limited, and he cannot break all ancient magic to gain the opportunity to absorb magic power. Sooner or later, he will be trapped here and die. The decaying ones have no future. Even though he inwardly despised him, Bargalan still managed a professional smile. Master Obidus, it's a great honor to see you again. We've brought you some fine goods, Before he could finish speaking, Bargalan paused for a moment, and a subtle change appeared in his expression, but he quickly regained his warm and friendly demeanor. You look much better, which is really good news for me. Yes, much better. Beneath the black robe came a deep, dry voice, as rough as sandpaper. The goods you brought last time were very good. That's natural. Before Bolgalan could reply, Obidus continued. He awakened the red dragon bloodline within him, escaped from my dungeon, and released all my other slaves. What? That boy with diluted dragon blood. That's impossible. He was injected with special drugs when he was young, so his mental age should have remained at that of a 3-year-old for his entire life. Besides, there has never been a case of awakening with such diluted dragon blood. Bargalen's surprise was genuine. They were professional slave caravans, and the merchant guilds behind them were incredibly powerful, with influence spreading throughout the southern kingdoms. They clearly distinguish between dragon blood that can awaken and dragon blood that only has experimental value, and they would never make a mistake between the two. After all, the price difference between the two is enormous. I was busy preparing a crucial potion at the time, so I didn't have the energy to follow up. But the effects of the medicine are already very clear. Obitus smiled sinisterly, seemingly unconcerned about the slave's escape. The dragon blood awakened by that slave even affected my potion. The regenerative effect contained in the dragon blood was greatly enhanced, which extended my life as a result. Don't worry, I'm not asking for compensation. I'm just telling you that a slave who awakened dragon blood has escaped. I can sense his location through the remaining dragon blood in my body. He did not go to the Kingdom of Dorne in the northeast, but went to the western wilderness and mountains. I believe you are very interested in the value of this slave. Bargalen paused for a moment, then almost immediately understood what the black-robed wizard meant. Of course, we are very interested in such high-value goods. If you can make a positioning amulet, we can trade for the goods. Hehe. Obitus nodded slowly. Make a deal. 10 days later, Sapphire Bay, above the northern cliffs. In the darkness of night, a grey fortress rose from the top of the once barren cliff, and kobold laborers were taking advantage of the remaining darkness to carry out the final finishing work. Allen, Salina, and Viola had arrived early to tour their first home. From the outside, the first thing you see is a thick stone wall. It is 1 meter wide and nearly 3 meters high. All the stone surfaces are perfectly smooth, with no dents or depressions, making it impossible for anyone to climb over. As Allen and his 2 companions passed through the gate, a 3-story tower came into view, along with functional auxiliary buildings on both sides, such as toilets and warehouses. Arriving in front of the core building tower, Allen surveyed it. The tower has 3 floors, each with a distinct style. The first floor is very majestic and grand, built with large stones, and the doors and windows are arranged in a wide and open manner. The second floor is more like a conventional dwelling, with walls made of small stones and open-work railings and balconies for ventilation and natural light. The third floor has a somewhat menacing appearance, and is taller than the first 2 floors combined. Only the topmost spire watchtower looks like a sharp spear pointing towards the sky. Upon entering the first floor, one finds a spacious council hall and banquet hall, with 2 rows of imposing stone pillars guarding the stone platform in the center of the room, upon which sits a stone throne connected to the stone wall. Apart from that, the first floor only has a kitchen and a storage room, which are functional rooms located in a corner of the first floor. There is nothing else besides that. Salina glanced around briefly before heading into the kitchen. All the spice seeds she collected have been moved here, and her kitchenware has also been upgraded. A newly built stove. Although for now only the stone pot can be placed on the stove, Allen will eventually start smelting and forging to replace the stone pot with an iron pot. Salina, satisfied that there was nothing wrong with her most important kitchen, returned to Allen's side, and the 3 of them went up the stairs together to the second floor. The second floor is purely a living room. There are currently 5 rooms in total, with 1 large room serving as a common area, which is connected to the other 4 rooms. The remaining 4 rooms could all be used as accommodations, but they were still empty at this time. Without saying a word, Salina pulled Viola along and began making arrangements. Although it was called setting up, there wasn't actually much to do. The most important daily necessities for the cave dwellings were the animal skin bedding that Salina had carefully sewn, which had already been brought over by the kobolds in advance. Salina used the 2 adjacent rooms as bedrooms, carrying Ellen's and her sister's bedding into them, but did not start making them up immediately. Instead, he first took out a broom made of thin twigs and tough grass and began to sweep carefully. Although the kobolds, guided by the architectural blueprints, had no problems with the main structure of the building, the cleanliness of the surrounding environment was not included in the blueprints. Of course, kobolds don't have the concept of cleanliness either. They are creatures that live in deep caves and pits, and we can't expect them to understand human concepts of life. As Salina swept, she had Viola fetch water to prepare for a thorough cleaning after sweeping, seemingly intending to clean the entire fortress. Allen knew that the 2 of them had lost interest in visiting any other places, so he wandered around the second floor and quietly started planning his future living arrangements. Even if we don't receive outsiders, we should still use the middle area as a public entertainment space. According to past practices, we should at least have a TV or screen mirroring, but unfortunately, this kind of conventional entertainment is no longer possible. The books that Suizwa has unearthed before can be displayed here, and we can continue to collect some interesting things in the future. In short, it should serve as a place where everyone can gather and relax. Allen then walked to 2 other temporarily unused rooms. These 2 rooms, we don't need guest rooms for now, but we can use them to train spellcasting skills or combat techniques for later learning. To that end, I should prepare wooden stakes, various weapons, and armor, things that will help with spellcasting, etc. I'll collect them slowly. After making a rough plan for the vacant rooms, Allen left the second floor and walked up the spiral staircase to the 3rd floor. At this moment, several kobolds were busy reinforcing the spire at the top of the tower. The top of the tower is designed like a pavilion, with a layout that opens completely in all directions, providing the best viewing view. Allen stood on the lookout tower, overlooking most of Sapphire Bay, especially the area around the fortress. At this moment, the distant sea surface was already tinged with light. Dawn was approaching. You can get up early in your free time to watch the sunrise here, which must be quite pleasant. Allen gazed around for a moment, then went down to the 3rd floor, leaving one last place unvisited. Back on the 1st floor, there is another dark staircase leading downwards, deep underground. The space, which is much larger than the 1st floor council chamber, has been meticulously divided into 8 rooms. Each room was built with stone as thick as the outer walls, and had only one heavy stone door, otherwise, it was completely airtight. The architectural drawings clearly demonstrate the design purpose of this location. Dungeon. I myself escaped from a dungeon, and as a result, I built an even bigger dungeon in my house to imprison the enemy. What is this? A boomerang from my own mouth. Allen laughed at himself. But after thinking about it carefully, he might actually need to use this dungeon in the future. Not every attempt is as successful as subduing the kobolds. If you encounter a race that you want to conquer but need to persuade to surrender, then this dungeon will come in handy. Moreover, even if the kobold race is currently very loyal, who knows when a rebel might emerge that needs to be suppressed. Allen wasn't some kind-hearted, benevolent saint. Everything he did was to survive. This world is full of magic and miracles, but it also harbors countless dangers and calamities. In order to deal with the black-robed wizards who might come to hunt them down, and also to deal with the invasion of monsters that might appear at any time, he even planned to develop and build a seaport. Any power with the ability to intervene would be interested in the seaport he developed. If we don't build up our territory and develop our own strength, are we just going to live out our lives in obscurity in the wilderness, praying that danger will never come? Salina and Viola, on the other hand, didn't care about such a life at all. Their only requirements for life were freedom and being away from humans. But that's not a future Allen can accept. Having come from Earth and experienced modern life, he could never accept living a life without a roof over his head, without clothes to cover his body, and without spices to season his mouth. Everything I used to take for granted: toilet paper, pots and pans, heating, and air conditioning. When you're running for your life, you have no choice but to make do. Now that he has the opportunity to develop, he wants to develop it all step by step. Therefore, he needs to have his own power base. This is not something that can be achieved by simply working behind closed doors and doing it by hand. To cook in an iron wok, you need a blast furnace for smelting. To wear robes, one needs a weaving workshop. Even a magical version of a toilet with automatic water supply, automatic lighting, and automatic cleaning requires a complex and multifaceted system. Incidentally, he also had to cultivate and train his own army to protect everything he had created. Allen slowly walked out of the dungeon, and the council hall on the 1st floor was already bathed in the morning light. It looks like today will be a sunny day without rain. At the same time, a notification popped up in Allen's mind, making a smile appear in his eyes. The Beginner Lord's hut is now complete. The Beginner Lord's hut is now complete. The territory feature is now available. Territory being defined. Territory designated. Territory information has been updated on the map. The Lord's unit level has now received a territory bonus. Achievement: the first step to becoming a Lord. Reward: 3 crystals. A series of hints made Allen beam with joy. After such a long period of effort, the territory function in the Lord's handbook is finally fully open. Followers and territory are the 2 dimensions from which the strength of a Lord unit originates, and now they are finally fully covered. As soon as the notification sound rang out, Allen felt the elemental magic power within his body begin to surge on its own almost immediately. However, this is not a direct increase in strength, but a more external magical activity under specific conditions. Allen quickly opened his personal character panel and checked the buffs that the territory provided to him. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Allen. Race: human. Age: 13. Character template: hero, leader. Rank: Dragonvein Warlock LV3, +1. Faction: absolutely neutral. Status: Lord. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. After this period of growth, development, and hunting training, Allen's Dragonvein sorcerer level has increased by 1 level again. But that's not important. What's important are the parentheses after character template and level. The bonuses from territories are not directly present, but rather external enhancements based on the size and function of the territory. These bonuses only take effect when the territory is nearby. As long as he doesn't stray too far from the territory, he will be temporarily promoted from the hero template to the leader template. Your level will also be temporarily boosted. Similar to how monsters reside in their lair, they can unleash even greater power than usual. The same applies to Allen's power. As a lord, everything within his territory is his nest, even the elements floating in the air are his support. This is also one of the hidden bonuses of territory. His territory is currently barren, with no functional buildings other than the core lord's hut, so this bonus is not yet noticeable. Allen saw the specific bonus modes during the trial. For example, if there is a mine in the territory, the lord will have a minor level bonus within the territory. If there is an alchemy workshop in the territory, the lord will receive a level bonus to alchemy, and so on. Although it's a temporary buff and can't compare to the permanent buff from followers, Allen knows very well that such a buff is still extremely valuable. It's important to know that while buildings within a territory can be customized, the ability to improve the strength of followers to provide feedback to the lord is not as quick or stable. Once the building is completed, the lord will receive a bonus. The process of going from 0 to 1 is often the most difficult step. With the temporary boost from the building, the lord has essentially skipped the most difficult step in this area and started growing directly. The level you gain through your own forging as a lord is real and won't disappear when the bonus is gone. Allen already had several top priority architectural candidates in mind. The first type of building should definitely be a food supply building, such as one for hunting, planting, or animal husbandry. Ensuring a stable food supply can greatly liberate the productivity of the Kobold tribe and Allen's 2 companions. With ample time, you can quickly build your territory. Secondly, there are artisan production buildings such as those for smelting, forging, and carpentry. All kinds of daily necessities, production tools, weapons, and so on, depend on these craftsmen for production. Tools are a great help in improving productivity. Finally, there are training buildings such as practice rooms and drill grounds. If we only stockpile grain and not guns, anyone can come to my granary. Sufficient strength is always a prerequisite for survival. Not only do Allen and his 2 companions need to continue to explore their own strength and improve their combat power, but the able-bodied men of the Kobold tribe also need to undergo full-time training. This type of building will also be useful for other subjects that Allen subsequently subjugated. Since these 3 types of buildings are basic buildings, Allen can't use the bonuses they provide for the time being. At this stage, he should focus on leveling up his main profession, Dragon Vein Warlock. But Allen wasn't in a hurry. These were the foundation for the development and construction of the territory, and the sooner they were put into use, the better. Then, Allen opened the newly popped up map in the territory interface. An aerial view of Sapphire Bay came to mind. The northern cliff is currently highlighted and marked as the demarcated territory. Allen zoomed in on this part and saw that the territory was centered on the Junior Lord's hut, encompassing this cliff, the beach near the coast, and part of the mountain forest behind it. Although this territory is not small, it is only a small corner of Sapphire Bay. Beyond the highlighted territory is a larger circle, surrounded by dotted lines, which roughly encompasses 1/3 of Sapphire Bay. This means that the area covered by Allen's territory bonus is at most 1/3 of the area on the northern side of Sapphire Bay. Once the area exceeds the limit, it will no longer be effective. Beyond the dotted lines, the map is shrouded in fog, showing only a rough outline without any details. However, there is one narrow route as an exception. The route starts from the cliffs on the north side of Sapphire Bay, extends northward along the coast, and then abruptly turns into the wilderness of mountains. After winding through the desolate mountains, the road took many turns, eventually leading out of the mountains and pointing to an ancient architectural complex. That was the escape route for Allen and his 2 companions. It was the route they discovered through their own bodies during 3 months of fearful escape. Allen stared at the ancient ruins for a long time. Sooner or later, he will fight back and take that ancient site for himself. This is not just about revenge or eliminating the threat of Obidus the Decayer. Also, because there was extremely powerful ancient magic there, which Allen had seen when he was escaping. This special place is not only favored by black-robed wizards, but Allen believes that the territory interface will also surely yield some benefits. If he could claim that place as his territory, he wondered what kind of powerful bonus it would provide. Allen hadn't forgotten the magical artifact he'd seen in the deep pit beneath the kobolds. Clearly, these are remnants of ancient sites, and there may be some connection between them. Unlike ancient ruins, Allen, relying on his sense of magic, could almost certainly conclude that there was something bad beneath the magical artifact in the kobold cave. Allen muttered to himself, "Let's add this to our future plans, whether it's dealing with the hidden dangers of ancient magical artifacts within our territory or confronting Obidus the Decayer in the future. I need professional spellcasters, not so much so as to be warlocks like me and Salina who rely on bloodline to cast spells, but research-oriented talents like wizards." Thinking of this, the image of the wizard apprentice Grimm, who had escaped with him, suddenly appeared in Allen's mind. He remembered Green saying that his mentor was a very powerful wizard. This is the only way Allen knows of to connect with a powerful wizard. Unfortunately, Green is far away, so we'll have to talk about it another time. Eagle Plateau, Emerald City, it's so far away. After moving into his new home, Allen immediately began planning the construction and development of his territory. The real world is not a game. Buildings in your territory take time and resources to construct, bit by bit. You can't take risks and choose the most profitable building mode like you would in a game. There is no chance to start over in reality. Although 3 goals were set in advance, they cannot be achieved overnight. We must proceed step by step. Before that, Allen needs to reward his core supporters. Enter the territory interface and open the map of the current territory area, the northern cliffs of Sapphire Bay. Zooming in on the map, the small palace marker at the very center is Allen's Junior Lord's Hut building. This is currently the only building within the territory. The Lord's Hut serves to define the territory's boundaries. To expand your territory, you need to upgrade the Lord's Hut. However, there is a cause and effect order here. Allen must first ensure that there are no uncontrollable factors within the territory he is about to expand. Allen shifted his gaze from the Lord's Hut to the viewpoint below the cliff. At the very bottom of the cliff, there is a phantom cave marker, representing a natural structure within the territory. Allen focused his mind on the cave marker, and a new interface immediately popped up. A hastily dug cave is inhabited by 42 kobolds. Because it's not their original habitat, they are struggling to adapt to their new life. There were only 30 or so before, but now there are 42. It seems the population has recovered very quickly. Allen muttered to himself. However, a considerable number of them are newborn cubs. I've been conscripting strong laborers for a long time, and without strong laborers to hunt, Flintclaw probably wouldn't dare to hatch too many cubs. Allen was initially quite wary of the kobolds, not expecting his diluted dragon blood to be their sole source of loyalty. Even the Flintclaw that escaped alone was carefully observed for a period of time before it was truly recruited for its own use. After officially recruiting Flintclaw as a follower, Allen was able to understand some of the kobold language. For the past month or so, Allen had been secretly observing the kobolds while feeding them and directing their work, confirming that the kobold tribe was truly loyal to him. Having accepted the kobolds as their official subjects and acknowledged their contributions during this period, Allen naturally wanted to ensure they had a good enough living environment first. How can a family reproduce and thrive if they don't eat or live well? Allen, who had traveled through time, knew that the key to productivity lay not in elite units like Salina and Flintclaw, but in people who only had ordinary templates. Allen's career depends on them. Consume 1 crystal to generate a customized building blueprint. Allen chose generate without hesitation. On the map, the illusory cave marker slowly rose and disappeared, and then a new architectural blueprint appeared in Allen's mind. This building is not a fortress or a house that stands on the ground. Instead, it is a complex cave structure resembling a labyrinth, containing a variety of dedicated cave spaces. It has everything: a rest room, hatchery, grain storage, ore storage, drainage area, and more exits. It can not only accommodate more kobolds and plan their living arrangements, but also leave plenty of room for maneuver. As the kobold race multiplies and expands in the future, all that's needed is to replicate and expand upon this cave system once more. What's even more ingenious is that while kobold caves are typically dug downwards, they are now backed by a cliff, allowing for expansion into the interior of the cliff above. In this way, it is also cleverly connected with the Lord's Hut. From now on, when Allen summons the kobolds, he won't need to have them climb up from the side of the cliff. Instead, it can be reached quickly and conveniently from inside the caves. Building blueprints generated. Kobold's Nest. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Nest of the Kobolds. Category: Civilian buildings. Effect: a meticulously planned cave structure for the kobolds' production and daily life. The living comfort of the kobolds has slightly improved, the hatching rate of cubs has slightly improved, and work efficiency has greatly improved. Output: fertilizer, manure. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Allen was very satisfied with the result of the drawings. In particular, as an additional source of output, ordinary residence buildings would collect excrement for composting. This is a necessary resource for agricultural buildings. If some pipeline modifications can be made later, perhaps biogas can be used. However, Allen neither confirmed nor denied this. Because there are too many prerequisites for using biogas for production, it's not something that should be considered when construction is just starting. After reviewing the architectural blueprints, Allen immediately decided to begin construction. He then contacted the talisman telepathically and informed it of the matter. Flint had already witnessed Allen's special orders and knew how exquisite the Lord's huts built in this way were. Seeing that the special order this time was a blueprint for the kobold's dwelling, he knew that this was a new reward from the Dragon Lord and was immediately overjoyed. In addition, this construction does not require handling additional stone materials, it is simply the kobold's old business of digging. Flint Claw quickly directed the kobold laborers to get to work. The kobolds were already busy, and Allen believed that with such low construction difficulty, it would be completed soon. Allen turned his gaze back to the map of the territory. Next up are the most important food production buildings. If we're talking about producing food, nothing beats farming. This was Allen's instinctive reaction as a Chinese person from Earth. Allen lived in the countryside for a few years when he was a child, so he has a good understanding of all aspects of farming. However, after much deliberation, Allen decided to temporarily abandon the idea. The reason is that, although the vision of farming seems wonderful, upon closer inspection, there are quite a few prerequisites for farming. Intensive farming requires the reclamation of large plains, and mountain reclamation is much more difficult than plain reclamation, and the yield is also much lower. Without iron farm tools, relying solely on stone tools would further reduce efficiency. Moreover, while Allen can rely on the kobolds to build and mine, it's unrealistic to expect their tiny brains to learn farming. Seeds were also a challenge. Without crop seeds, he could only plant weeds. When Allen was playing the game, he often came from villages and towns of humans or other humanoid races, so he naturally overlooked the seeds of farming. But now, without any inheritance, the only way to get seeds is to buy them from the human kingdom. He was in a completely deserted wilderness, with nowhere to find crop seeds. Finally, there's time. No matter how fertile the land, it takes a considerable amount of time from sowing to harvest. After summarizing, Allen realized that farming, which he originally thought would be very easy, was not something that a newly developed territory could afford to do. Let's choose other buildings that can quickly obtain food first. Allen sighed. He really wanted some stable carbohydrates. He ate wild fruits, roasted wild animals, and meat soup every day, but the seasoning was always lacking. His tongue was almost numb from all the food. He misses rice and steamed buns terribly right now, or even potatoes. Allen temporarily suppressed his desire for farming and shifted his gaze to the northern and western parts of the territory. The northernmost part is a range of forested mountains, teeming with wild animals. To the far west lies the ocean of Sapphire Bay, teeming with marine life. One can hunt, and the other can fish. Both are good choices. After some thought, Allen made a decision. He wants them all. In the future, Allen's territory and population will be further expanded. There's never too much food, only too little. Moreover, only when food is plentiful can some non-food products be produced, such as storing oil, making sauces, and pickling fish. These side dishes not only diversify Allen's diet, but are also key to food storage. Since there are no naturally suitable crops for long-term storage, if you want to get through the winter, you need to prepare methods for storing meat in advance. Allen couldn't just watch as the number of his hard-earned people dwindled by half due to food shortages after a winter's passage, could he? Perhaps this is common among kobold tribes, as life in the wilderness has a very short average lifespan. But for Allen, this was completely unacceptable. This is too desolate. Allen then used the remaining 2 crystals in the mountains and forests at the northernmost edge of the territory and on the westernmost coastline. Since it's not an upgrade from a natural building to a territorial building, but rather only the location is specified, it's similar to having multiple enhancement paths when training followers. 3 types of basic buildings that fit the local conditions were also generated. First, in the mountains and forests. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Wild Hunting Grounds. Category: Production Building. Effect: Send your people to garrison here as hunters. Based on the hunter's hunting abilities, a range of 30 kilometers was designated as a hunting ground. Hunting success rate slightly increased, hunting output slightly increased, hunter injury probability slightly decreased. Output: meat, animal hides, animal bones. Low probability of obtaining ferocious monster material. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Logging Workshop. Category: Building Collection. Effect: Send your people to be stationed here as lumberjacks. Based on the logger's strength, endurance, and other qualities, a logging target of 30 kilometers was identified, and nearby trees were continuously felled. Note: this building will no longer be effective once all the trees within the area have been cut down. Logging efficiency has been slightly improved, lumberjack's strength and stamina attributes have continued to grow. Output: timber. Low probability of obtaining magical precious wood. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Forest Ranger's Hut. Category: Incubation Building. Effect: Send your people to be stationed here as forest rangers. Note: Forest rangers must have basic natural affinity, otherwise, they cannot become forest rangers. Based on the forest ranger's natural affinity, a 30-kilometer radius around the area was designated as a protected area to promote the continued enrichment of the region's ecological environment. The probability of species reproduction in the protected area has slightly increased, the probability of attracting rare magical beasts and monsters has slightly increased, and the forest ranger's affinity for non-human life has slightly increased. Low probability of obtaining rare plant fruits, rare monster drops, feathers, scales, etc. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Of the three options, Allen chose the hunting grounds without hesitation. The logging workshop is also a basic building he needs, as he must make arrangements in advance when he needs a large amount of timber for construction in the future. As for the forest ranger's hut, it is not a basic building and requires a considerable amount of magical materials to complete. If you want to attract some druids who love life, or open it to the public as a tourist attraction, these are good options. Moreover, among Allen's companions, only Viola, who has not yet undergone the enhancement route, still possesses half of the elven bloodline and may be qualified to become a forest ranger. Allen probably won't need this building for the time being. Then came 3 building blueprints generated along the western coastline. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Basic Wharf. Category: Transportation Buildings. Effect: Send citizens to be stationed here as dock managers. Depending on the management capabilities of the dock administrator, passing merchant ships will be received and taxes will be collected. The dock manager's communication skills will continue to improve. Output: Gold coins. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Shipyard. Category: Craftsman Architecture. Effect: Send your people to be stationed here as shipbuilding craftsmen. Note: craftsmen must have basic shipbuilding skills, otherwise, they cannot become craftsmen. Shipbuilding can begin depending on the skill level of the craftsman, a process that requires a significant investment of resources. Output: Ships. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Fishing and Hunting Hut. Category: Building Collection. Effect: Send your people to reside here as fishermen. Based on the fisherman's fishing and hunting abilities, a 30-kilometer radius around the area was designated as a fishing zone. Note: Basic fishing and hunting tools need to be prepared first, or the people who work as fishermen need to have the relevant skills. Fishing success rate improved slightly, operational capability in the marine area improved slightly. Output: Fish catch. Low probability of obtaining rare marine resources, such as pearls, whale teeth, deep-sea corals, etc. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Of the 3 blueprints, Allen undoubtedly chose the fishing and hunting hut. Although kobolds don't have many fishing tools, this only requires making a few simple ones. Simple fishing nets can be made by twisting tough vines and plant fibers into ropes. Given the kobold's small size, it was easy for them to build rafts for their use. At worst, it just means the fishing area is smaller and the output is lower. Besides the fishing and hunting hut, there are 2 other buildings that Allen has planned to build, but the conditions are not yet sufficient. Docks and shipyards are the core of a seaport. If Allen wants to take full advantage of the unique geographical environment of Sapphire Bay in the future, these 2 buildings should not only be built, but should be built to the best of their ability. The more and larger the ships that can sail out of here, the stronger the vitality of the harbor will be. Of course, this will also attract more covetous eyes. But that's another story. After selecting the hunting grounds and fishing and hunting hut, Allen contacted Flintclaw again. As expected, the kobolds, the only ruling group under Allen, have received new instructions. Allen instructed Flintclaw to prioritize the kobold's nest in the building sequence. Next is the wild hunting grounds, which doesn't require much construction, and finally the fishing and hunting hut, which requires a lot of tools. After considering the need to adjust the order of tasks, Allen gave Flint a new task. He ordered Flintclaw to select some of the more clever and intelligent kobolds from the tribe, and to form a scout squad led by Flintclaw himself. Explore outwards from the northern cliffs. The goal is to find out if there are any other intelligent races nearby, even just a group of slimes that can understand commands. Once found, do not act rashly or become hostile, report to Allen immediately. Allen gave this order not only because the number of kobolds was currently insufficient to meet his needs, also because he needs a more diverse composition of his population. Kobolds are best at mining, and they are also quite good at building structures with stone. If there are any forging or smelting jobs later on, they can be assigned to them. But that's about all the work potential they have. Hunting large wild animals or engaging in fishing and hunting activities are not their forte. Once the wild hunting grounds and fishing and hunting huts are built, he will need to assign some of his subjects to oversee these areas in order to maximize the profits. After giving the orders, Allen got up and went to find Salina and Viola. He is currently lacking the crystals required for various functions of the Lord's Handbook. Obtaining crystals through achievements is a one-time event, and he has already completed the most desirable achievements. During this time, he had not relaxed his training and development of his bloodline power, with the aim of increasing his strength as quickly as possible. Because when the Lord level is upgraded to stages 5, 10, and 15, there will also be reward crystals. Whether it's annexing new inhabitant races or continuing to build up territory, crystals are extremely important. Sapphire Bay. The sky was filled with dark, heavy clouds, with flashes of lightning occasionally illuminating the heavens. Gale force winds and torrential rains swept mercilessly through Sapphire Bay, and trees with shallow roots were snapped in half by the wind. Even the usually calm sea surface of Sapphire Bay, due to its unique topography, turned into raging waves after 3 days of continuous storms and heavy rain. The rising sea level almost completely submerged the original coastline of Sapphire Bay. This is the final chapter of the Sapphire Bay rainy season. There are only a few days a year when the mountain barrier of Sapphire Bay fails. No living thing would venture out in this kind of weather. However, there are always exceptions. In the unseen depths of the raging waves, amidst the howling winds of the sea, a gentle song arose. Indistinct, yet incredibly clear. Praise be to Lucre, you ride the tides, protecting the vast ocean. Beneath the stars and moon, beside the abyss, I watch over your people. You give pearls, you give life, you give the peace of the sea. A glimmer of light appeared from the raging waves, and then, inexplicably, the sea became calm, and even the omnipresent storm seemed to turn into a gentle breeze and drizzle. If someone were nearby, they would see a beautiful human girl in the dim light. But as she slowly rose to the surface, her inhuman nature gradually became apparent. The girl's lower body was a fish's tail. She held a pearl the size of a fist in her hands, gazing intently at it as she sang a hymn with devotion. The faint light in the calm sea emanated from this pearl. In the dim light, many mermaids followed her and rose to the surface, surrounding the girl in the center and singing hymns with her. We follow you, King of the Tides, Lord of the vast ocean, and we will forever sing your name. Your mercy is with waves, with wind, with shells, with song, the tides never cease. When the girl finished singing the hymn, the light emanating from the pearl stabilized, calming the surrounding sea. Princess Elleries. A woman with dark green hair swam to the girl's side. She held a staff made of seashells and coral, with a deep sea pearl at the top that could manipulate the power of the tides. She was surrounded by powerful water elemental magic. The Lord of the Land High sensed your piety and bestowed upon you the most powerful divine favor I have ever seen in my life. The woman looked at the still-growing girl with a face full of satisfaction. Look how bright the light emanating from the pearl of the land sea is. Even Her Majesty the Queen herself prayed for it. When Her Majesty the Queen was mentioned, the woman's expression shifted from relief to sorrow. Despite having such outstanding descendants, not only possessing pure bloodlines, but also receiving special favor from the deity worshipped by their mermaid clan, the Lord of the Land High. But before she had even grown up, she was forced to shoulder the mission of her clan and come to this dangerous place. Ella reached out and gently smoothed away the frown between the woman's brows with her fingers. Aunt Malahir, my mother had to sacrifice herself for the sake of the people. I was just fulfilling her will and doing something insignificant for the people. It's already a small thing. Seeing that her princess said this, Malahir could only force a smile. Then, taking advantage of Elarist's inattention, she raised the tide staff with one hand and forcefully pressed it against the pearl in Princess Elarist's hand. The elemental magic that had been accumulating within the staff for some time surged forth from it, transforming into waves that flowed into the pearl. Although it lasted only a moment before being quickly interrupted by Elaris, her spellcasting skills honed over decades as a priestess were more than enough for her to accomplish what she had been doing. The pearl's surface was coated with a layer of turquoise blue, and the area enveloped by the shimmering light became even larger. Looking at her aunt, who seemed to have aged several years in an instant, Ella sighed deeply. Aunt Malahir, you know perfectly well that the Pearl of the Blue Sea is a divine object bestowed upon us by our gods. Your magic power simply cannot sustain its operation for long, so why waste so much of it? Don't worry, your period doesn't consume much energy. I just want to lighten your burden. Only if you are well can the mermaid clan have hope. Ella knew her aunt's temperament, so she didn't say anything more. Because her mother was always busy, she was basically raised by her aunt, who was a priestess, from a young age. Both of them are stubborn in nature. Seeing that Illyries was not going to say anything more, Malahir got down to business. Alright, princess, there are only a few days each year when the Lord of Lanhai is at his strongest, and only then can we enter this ominous land under his protection. Before the protection of the Lord of Lanhai fades, you must complete his trials alone to recharge the Pearl of Lanhai. She paused, her expression turning serious. In the decades since your mother became queen, she has only successfully completed 5 charging attempts, so even if you haven't found a suitable sacrifice, you must come back. But, Ilaris interrupted Malahir, I have to succeed this time. My mother's sacrifice won't last until next year, right? Malahir was silent for a moment. As long as you are here, I believe that the Lord of Lanhai will eventually protect the future of our race. That's precisely why I must never let my god down. Ilaris' words were spoken with absolute certainty. She will never leave this ominous place if she cannot recharge the Pearl of the Ocean. Marashar wanted to say something, but in the end, he only opened his mouth and couldn't utter a word. Without further hesitation, the girl took a deep breath, then gripped the Lanhai pearl tightly with both hands and slowly pressed it against her chest. The moment the pearl touched the girl's skin, it seemed to be assimilated by her and sank straight into her chest. Then, Ilaris began to glow from the inside out. The light grew brighter and brighter until she seemed to transform into a star suspended in the sea, making it impossible to see her figure at all. As the light faded, the girl's figure slowly emerged from it. She just didn't submerge halfway into the sea again. A pair of long, snow-white, rounded legs replaced the fishtail, stepping on the waves. We'll be here waiting for you, and if you don't come back, you know I'll keep waiting, Malahir said in a deep voice. Okay, I will definitely come back. The girl said goodbye to her aunt, then turned and walked towards Sapphire Bay, riding the waves. As the girl disappeared into the distance, the calm sea once again surged with raging waves. The mermaid guards surrounded the priestess, watching the girl's figure disappear into the waves before exchanging a silent glance and sinking into the water. Inside the stone castle, Allen was unable to go out due to the continuous torrential rain and had to stay indoors to hone his spellcasting skills. Suddenly, he was drawn to a flash of light outside the window, but by the time he reached the window, the flash of light had already disappeared. Was that lightning? Allen was a little confused. Isn't lightning supposed to flash suddenly and then disappear in an instant? Why does this light seem to be lighting up a little slowly? Allen didn't pay much attention, but being disturbed like this, he lost interest in practicing his spellcasting. In this kind of weather, the activity of the fire element is already suppressed to a minimum, so the training effect is practically negligible. Allen opened the Lord's Handbook and listlessly flipped through the pages. Suddenly, the changes on the territory map caught his attention. A special unit, marked as highlighted, has entered his territory. Allen hesitated for a moment, then instead of waking the sleeping Salina and Viola, he quietly put on a waterproof, thick animal skin robe and left the stone castle. Like him, Salina and Viola's strength lies in their control of fire elements, making them virtually powerless in this torrential rain. But he wanted to take a look at that being from afar. With the existence of the character panel, he can confirm its existence with just a glance. If there is danger, he can directly use his mind to call out to Salina and Viola, so that they can escape or hide. Taking them along only meant that instead of one person escaping for their lives, 3 people were escaping together. Allen stepped into the downpour. Although the strong winds weren't enough to make him lose his footing, walking was still a bit difficult. Even though he still has the physique of a teenager and possesses the temporary leader panel, his physical attributes after the activation of his dragon blood have far surpassed those of ordinary people. In this kind of stormy weather by the sea, an ordinary person would have been blown over and away long ago. Allen looked at the map as he made his way through the rain in the night. What kind of being could it be? Allen kept recalling his memories of the game from his past life, hoping to find the answer within them. Unfortunately, this situation did not occur in my previous life's memories of playing the game. In theory, for individuals, apart from the Lord and followers, the territory map should not be displayed separately, only macroscopic changes should be shown. For example, if enemy troops invade, a general enemy-occupied area will be determined for the territory occupied by the enemy troops after the invasion. If this does not occur, then there will be no notification whether an individual or a wild beast or monster enters or leaves the territory. But today, the map has marked a non-friendly unit for the first time ever. This left Allen unsure whether to feel happy or worried. However, his mind is not on the changes in the map right now, whether it's a friend or foe, or simply passing by. Being able to see and obtain information about the other party is the basis for making a judgment. Allen moved slowly through the storm, and it took him a long time just to get down the mountain. Fortunately, the distance that the marker moved on the map did not change much. Based on the movement speed of the marker, Allen judged that this being was either doing it intentionally or had limited abilities, and its movement speed was only slightly faster than his. Its speed is roughly equivalent to the normal speed of an ordinary person walking in a downpour. And it seems to be circling aimlessly, or perhaps, exploring? In short, Allen gradually closed the distance between himself and his opponent. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Allen walked down to the bottom of the cliff. The original beach has been completely submerged due to rising coastline, and even the entrance to the Kobold tribe's cave has been flooded. However, they have already excavated part of it according to Allen's architectural drawings these days. The outermost part of the cave has a waterproof structure, so the inside will not be flooded. Allen left the cliff area and continued towards the marker of existence. Soon, he saw on the map that his marker was very close to that entity. Allen crouched low, crouching as low as possible as he could, carefully using the trees to conceal his figure. After walking a few dozen more steps, Allen's gaze pierced through the darkness, illuminating a peculiar figure. A girl who is almost half naked. Allen didn't have time to examine the girl's appearance closely before immediately opening the character panel. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Ilaris Iceland Tideshake. Race, mermaid. Age, 17. Character template, hero. Level, Sea God Priest LV. Alliance, lawful good. Status, trial of divine favor. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. There are 3 question marks in each of the levels and statuses. This is the first time Allen has encountered a situation where the target level cannot be seen from the character template. Is the target's level too high? Allen felt a little flustered, but he quickly calmed down. Because he could see what the girl was doing, what she was looking for, what she was exploring. Her movements weren't much smoother than Allen's. Although the waves seemed to be lifting her up, she was still being battered by the wind and rain. Her search was clumsy and inefficient. She couldn't even see through the rocks on the beach and had to walk around them, carefully searching for something. Allen mustered his courage and followed the girl's steps. Because of the existence of the Lord map, Allen didn't have to worry about losing the girl, so he didn't get close, but followed her from a great distance. After following her for a while, Allen finally confirmed that the girl's strength was probably not very high, at least not much stronger than Allen's. She couldn't see Allen following behind her, nor did she have a more efficient way to move forward. Every so often she would stop and kneel on the ground, chanting something in a peculiar gesture. Are you praying? Allen followed behind the girl, lost in thought. Allen couldn't understand those syllables, they seemed to be in another language. The character panel shows that the girl's race is mermaid. Could it be that she speaks the language of mermaids? The name mermaid should immediately suggest that they possess fish-like characteristics. The girl showed no abnormalities whatsoever, she looked just like a normal human girl. Allen then looked at the girl's other information. The hero template indicates that the girl has great potential and greater room for growth. Her profession is a sea god priestess, which fits her mermaid race. Could it be that she really came from the sea and used some kind of magic to turn into human form? Allen continued reading and found that the lawful good faction aligned with the half-elf twins. Trials of divine favor. Judging from the name alone, it seems to be related to the gods. This was the first time Allen had come into contact with anything related to gods since he came to this world. Although Salina and Viola had told him that there were many gods in this world who were worshipped by mortals. Even Flintclaw had said that the kobolds all had their own gods, but Allen had forgotten the name of that god. Even dragons have dragon gods. But Allen, who came from Earth, instinctively categorized words related to faith and religion as vague and abstract without giving them much thought. Now I have actually seen a girl who is related to the sea god, and she seems to be participating in the trial of divine favor. Allen then realized that the gods of this world seemed to be able to interfere in the mortal realm. Perhaps beyond the wilderness, the power of the gods is omnipresent, profoundly and subtly influencing the workings of this world. Sooner or later, he might also come into contact with the power of the gods. As Allen was lost in thought, he didn't notice that he had followed the girl into an area submerged by seawater, his ankles already underwater. He was startled when he suddenly noticed an undercurrent in the seawater that seemed to be sucking his feet in, preventing him from taking another step forward. He quickly looked up to see what was happening. In the distance, the figure of the girl he had been chasing suddenly vanished like a bubble. It's an illusion? A hostile voice came from behind, speaking in common. Who are you? The torrential rain poured down, washing away everything on the earth. Allen dared not turn around, only feeling a sharp blade pressed against the back of his neck, sending a chill down his spine. Don't attack me, I mean no harm. Allen slowly raised his unarmed hands, indicating that he posed no threat. Since the opponent possessed the ability to kill with a single blow but did not make a move, Allen knew there was still room for negotiation. As expected, the other party did not make any further moves, nor did they make a sound, seemingly hesitating. Allen mustered up his courage and turned around, seeing the girl up close for the first time. The first thing that catches the eye is a head of long, deep blue hair, followed by clear, azure eyes, and finally, skin as delicate and white as mother of pearl. Allen had observed from a distance that she was almost half naked, and that was not wrong. She wasn't wearing any regular clothes made of cloth or animal hides, only some clothing made of seaweed leaves, coral, and shells, which barely covered a few sensitive parts of her body, and she stood barefoot on the seawater. Although she was also being battered by the wind and rain, the rain seemed to be exceptionally lenient towards her, not making her hair into messy clumps, but instead letting it float slowly in the wind like a flowing curtain. The heavy rain that made it hard for Allen to open his eyes seemed to circle around her eyes, while his sky-blue eyes were fixed on Allen. The girl looked as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale he had heard in his previous life, which made him take a second look at her. But the ancient dagger she pressed against Allen's throat reminded him that this was not the time to appreciate the scenery. "Hello, my name is Allen." The girl did not answer, but hesitated, as if she was struggling with whether to kill the child who looked even younger than herself. "Could you move the knife away? I meant no harm. No ill intent. Why are you following me?" The girl's common tongue wasn't very fluent, so she spoke very briefly. "I live here." "Impossible, you're lying." The girl pushed the dagger forward, seemingly annoyed by Allen's answer. "I'm not lying, it's true." Allen quickly pointed behind her. "Do you say that stone fortress on the cliff over there? That's my home." The girl turned slightly to the side, still somewhat doubtful, and glanced in the direction Allen was pointing. Using the flash of lightning, she indeed saw a small to medium-sized ancient castle standing on the cliff. "See, I wasn't lying to you, was I? You suddenly appeared near my house, so I came out to check it out." Allen dared not speak too fast now, for fear that the girl might accidentally puncture a hole in his throat. "Fortunately, I was still young and my Adam's apple hadn't appeared yet, otherwise, with that dagger pressed against me, I wouldn't have been able to speak." Seeing the girl still looking back and forth between the stone fortress and himself with a shocked expression, Allen tentatively reached out and pushed the dagger in front of him. The girl did not react excessively. After realizing Allen's actions, she put the dagger away. "What's your name?" Allen breathed a sigh of relief. Although he already knew the girl's name was Ilarus, they hadn't officially exchanged names yet. "What brings you here? Perhaps I can help you." The girl glanced at Allen, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "Ilarus, I came here to search for ancient magic." "Ancient magic?" Allen raised an eyebrow. Coincidentally, he had recently encountered something related to ancient magic. "I know something about ancient magic, perhaps I can take you there." Ilarus' eyes clearly changed, and she excitedly asked, "Really? Really? But what compensation can you offer for this?" "Remuneration." Ella paused for a moment, then asked, "What do you want? Money, or jewels? I live alone in the deserted wilderness, and what you're saying won't help me." Seeing that Irelis didn't object to the reward, Allen, considering her mermaid identity, asked, "I live here and really need some help. Are you from the sea? Maybe we can help each other for a long time." "No." To Allen's surprise, Ilarus immediately refused his request with a look of horror. "We can't stay here long, here." Seeing Ella's strong reaction, Allen could only shrug. "If you're just here temporarily, then you can decide on some compensation. Are you still willing to help me?" Ella was taken aback. "Of course, it's just a small favor." "Thank you, I will offer you compensation, as well as the friendship of our people. I am honored. Will you let the water that's clinging to my feet get away?" "Oh, sorry." So Allen took Ilarus to the kobold's former cave. Now that they know where the ancient magic is, this deal is really a piece of cake for Allen. He wouldn't need that magical creation for quite some time, so exchanging it for some short-term gains wasn't a bad deal. Importantly, Ilarus's background is clearly not ordinary. Moreover, he could see that Ilarus was actually very kind and wanted to build a seaport, and that she might be able to become an ally of the mermaid race in the future. This is of great value to the long-term goal of establishing a seaport. As Allen walked, he chatted with Ilarus. The main purpose was to find out Ilarus's purpose and to find out what the trial of the gods was. Unfortunately, Ilarus kept her mouth shut, not even revealing her identity as a mermaid, let alone the real reason she came ashore. All Allen knew was that the god she worshipped had the titles of Lord of the Sea and Voice of the Tides. But Allen continued chatting, wanting to establish a connection with the merfolk, and the personal goodwill of this sea god priest was also very important. "Since we can't ask the older ones, let's ask the younger ones and try to get closer. I saw a strange light on the sea at night, so I came out to investigate." "Was that light emitted by you?" "Yes. I followed you for a long time without you noticing. How did you finally find out about me?" "The sea and the tides have told me your whereabouts." Allen nodded. Judging from Ilarus's ability to manipulate seawater, he could roughly guess why she had been discovered. "Why do you live here?" This was the first time Ilarus had asked a question in half a day. They came from refugees. Allen had nothing to hide about this part. "I used to be a slave, but then by accident I gained some magical abilities, so I escaped." Allen snapped his fingers, managing to conjure a tiny spark, but it was instantly extinguished by the heavy rain, emitting only a hissing sound. "I ran and ran and ran, spending several months fleeing for my life in the wilderness. We were very fortunate to escape many dangers and eventually came to this place called Sapphire Bay, where we settled down." Sapphire Bay. Ilarus kept repeating the name Allen had mentioned. Allen sensed that she seemed to have something to say, but then swallowed it back. So he took the opportunity to talk about his plans to build a home here, laying the groundwork for a future opportunity to invite her to cooperate. He talked as he went, and the girl listened as she went. The two walked into the mountains and soon arrived at the site of the cave where the kobolds had been buried. Allen pointed to the buried cave site, estimated the route they took underground, and drew a boundary for Alaris. This place was originally the lair of a kobold tribe. They dug deep enough to find an ancient magical artifact underground. That magic drove one of their kobolds mad. It defeated the old chieftain and then forced the entire tribe to continue digging for that ancient magical artifact. How do you know so much detail? Alaris asked, somewhat surprised. Because I eventually subdued this kobold tribe, and establishing a home always requires some manpower. The kobolds are a good choice. Allen took the opportunity to reiterate his idea of establishing a power base here, but Alaris remained non-committal. In short, after everything was over, I went to the bottom of the cave and saw that ancient magical artifact. That magic made me uneasy, and I didn't have a good way to deal with it for the time being, so I had the kobolds bury it. If we were to start digging again, it would take at least half a month. No, knowing the location is enough. Seemingly because she had found her target, Ella's face showed a rare joy. Just like when Allen had tracked her before, she knelt down and prayed in a language Allen couldn't understand. Allen stopped talking at the opportune moment and took a few steps back, giving her space. Because of their proximity, Allen was able to see the entire scene of the girl's prayer. The girl uttered a melodious song that was difficult to understand, and then, centered on her position, a special kind of magic spread out, encompassing Allen. The torrential rain, under this magic, suddenly turned into a gentle breeze and drizzle. Allen carefully sensed this magic and felt a special sensation. It is not absolute power, but a gentle yet distinctive magic. Generally speaking, magic itself is magic and has no special characteristics. However, if different elements are added, it will exhibit characteristics similar to those elements. For example, the elemental magic within Allen's body would become even more unrestrained, active, and destructive. If this elemental magic is likened to a brick, then the magic that Allen is feeling now is a palace. A single magical power contains hundreds or even thousands of power tendencies, as if it were always meant to be that way. The feeling was so bizarre that Allen almost questioned whether there was something wrong with his perception. But he immediately figured out the answer. It's highly likely that Alaris isn't the master of this power, it's a power related to deities. Suddenly, he thought of the magical artifact deep underground. That twisted, dark, and ominous magic made him instinctively feel nauseous, yet also gave him the feeling that this magic was meant to be this way. It seems to have similarities to the current force, yet it is also completely opposite. If the power of the gods is full of countless variations, then the power of the underworld is the power to distort and deform all those variations. Just as he was thinking this, Ellen noticed that her chest was emitting a faint light as she sang half of her song. Suddenly, a familiar sensation came from underground. Allen shivered and took a few steps back, only to see several transparent, twisted forces, like tentacles, emerge from the ground and wrap around the girl. Ilaris. No, please don't disturb the ceremony. There was suppressed pain in Alaris's voice. Seeing that she was lucid, Allen had no choice but to stand still and silently wait for the ceremony to change. Soon, Allen noticed an inexplicable change in Ilaris. Her once vibrant, pearly skin now appeared dirty and dull. Her once swaying emerald hair seemed to have lost its vitality, clinging tightly to her skin under the influence of the rain. The girl's magic became extremely unstable. Allen even vaguely saw that her ears had turned into fish fins and that fish scale patterns seemed to appear on her thighs. Finally, the gentle breeze and drizzle turned into a violent storm, and the girl seemed to have suddenly lost all protection, exposed to the raging weather, unable to even kneel steadily. Finally, the faint light on Ella's chest went out, and she seemed to have lost all her strength, collapsing into the muddy water. Allen rushed forward to check on her condition, but the moment he touched her, he felt that dark, twisted power again, causing him to instinctively pull his hand back. That's a life instinct. Forcibly touching it will definitely have an impact. Ilaris. Ilaris. Are you all right? At the repeated calls, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful and delicate face had turned pale, and her sky-blue eyes seemed somewhat cloudy. Her voice, which had been singing beautiful songs, had become hoarse. Allen, thank you, I'm fine. She then struggled to her feet. The pilgrimage isn't over yet. I must. She had just taken a step outside when her legs gave way and she fell back into the mud. Seeing this, Allen thought for a moment, then quickly took off his thick animal skin robe and put it on Ilaris. The thick animal skin robe that Salina made was very large. It didn't fit Allen very well originally, but it was just right on the taller girl than Allen. Without direct contact with her skin, the eerie feeling did indeed subside considerably. Where do you need to go? I'll help you. The sea god's trial, the pilgrimage, cannot be entrusted to others. I must return to the sea. Ilaris was still struggling to get up on her own, but her arms were also weak and powerless, and she couldn't do it after several attempts. Isn't giving you directions helping you? Allen was somewhat indifferent. He had never had any reverence for gods or the like. So, despite Alaris's objections, he decided to carry her on his back. Put me down, please. I'll let you go, but tell me what other options you have. Allen stopped for the time being. Although he himself did not revere the gods, he did not want to go against the girl's wishes and do something against her beliefs. Alaris was silent for a moment, then, as if she had thought of something, a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. After I die, please cut open my chest and throw the pearl inside into the sea, my people. Alas. Before she could finish speaking, Allen, no longer wanting to listen, simply picked her up and carried her on his shoulder. Listen to me, living is the most important thing. Allen carried her on his back as he struggled down the mountain in the midst of the raging wind and rain. If the trials of the gods can help your people, then there is nothing wrong with completing them. If you decide to sacrifice yourself during this process, I also respect your noble choice. But since we have a chance to live, let's live. After talking to me for so long, I can tell that the deity you worship is a benevolent one. What benevolent deity would stand by and watch its followers die? Allen casually questioned the deity of Alaris, and immediately felt a violent struggle on his shoulder. He quickly changed direction to soothe it. I mean, you have no choice. You want me to watch you die a miserable death on the roadside, and then I have to cut open your chest to take out the treasure. Ilaris, do you know how much psychological damage this does to a 13-year-old boy? The struggle on her shoulder lessened considerably, as if even Ilaris felt that such a request was too much to ask. But she had to make this request so that her people could survive for the next decade after she failed her trial. Perhaps in time, new divine favor will appear, and she will once again walk her path. So after you lost all the strength and means to resist, you met someone who couldn't bear to watch you die, so he threw you back into the sea despite your objections. What's the difference between this and you just happened to be caught in a strong wind and blown back into the sea? Allen continued to ramble on and on. You struggled, you objected, but it was no use, so you could only accept your fate. Oh right, perhaps this was the Lord of the Landhigh's arrangement. Aren't gods supposed to be able to foresee destiny? A gust of wind, or my unexpected appearance, may all be arrangements of fate. As Allen spoke, he felt the struggle on his shoulder cease, leaving only a soft panting sound. After a long silence, Ella finally spoke again. Allen, making irresponsible remarks about the gods will easily incur divine retribution. Then I apologize, Allen replied immediately. Ella fell silent. The return journey was not easy. Ilaris's body grew weaker, and even holding on to Allen was a struggle. Although Allen wouldn't get tired from this short distance, if the person carrying him couldn't cooperate and exert force, it would be easy for them to slip off. Moreover, Ilaris was tall and slender, while Allen's body was far from fully developed, making it even more difficult for him to carry her. In addition, the torrential rain and strong winds showed no signs of abating. Even as dawn broke, not a single ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, as if this kind of weather would continue for several more days. Allen, what is it? Don't you want to know why I'm here? Are you willing to talk now? If this is the Lord of Landhigh's arrangement. Ella hesitated for a long time before continuing. Perhaps I should tell you. Okay, I'm listening. Allen was actually quite curious about the mermaid girl. Being marked separately on the territory map is enough to suggest that she has a secret, or that her existence is extremely special. Moreover, her actions were quite mysterious. They came to Sapphire Bay to complete the sea god's trial known as the Lord of the Blue Sea, with the aim of absorbing an ancient magic that Allen had previously discovered. This ancient magic also severely damaged the girl's life, almost killing her instantly. To be honest, if it weren't for the sacred power emanating from the girl's prayers, Allen would have almost thought she was worshipping some kind of evil god. Our race is a race of mermaids who live on the seabed of the Howling Wind Sea. Alaris's weak voice paused for a moment, as if waiting for Allen to process the information, but Allen already knew. Our clan possesses an ancient heritage and a divinely bestowed treasure that can protect our clan and grant us the blessings of the sea. At the same time, we have another mission, which is to guard the seal of an ancient evil creature. An ancient divine saying states that when the brilliance of a divine gift dims, we must go to this place. When Ella paused at this point, she seemed unwilling to call the place Sapphire Bay like Allen did. This land possesses an ancient magic that can power our divine artifacts. But we can't always find ancient magic to complete the recharge, so we come here every year to try our luck. Ancient magic left behind by the Kingdom of Ono. Allen interjected, can the magic left behind by the human kingdoms really power objects bestowed by the gods? The Kingdom of Ono? Is that the human kingdom that occupied this land hundreds of years ago? Ella didn't have the strength to shake her head, she just said softly. A few hundred years may be considered ancient for you humans, but for a longer-lived race, 1,000 years ago is considered ancient. So, the ancient magic left on this land didn't even originate from the Kingdom of Ono, it dates back to an even more distant time. Some of them are indeed remnants from human kingdoms, but most are not. Allen was somewhat surprised to hear this answer, but upon further reflection, it made sense. Whether the ancient magic originated from the Kingdom of Ono or came from an even more ancient era made no difference to Allen. Ella took a few breaths, gathering some strength, before continuing. Our clan calls this place the Land of Misfortune. Whether it was a human kingdom from hundreds of years ago or an ancient civilization from even earlier, they all perished because they occupied this land. Therefore, you should leave this land as soon as possible. This is not a suitable place to build a home. Upon hearing this, Allen was taken aback. He hadn't expected such an answer. So he quickly pressed for details. Why did they perish because they occupied this land? Is it because disasters occur periodically? Or is something, some ancient evil or something sealed here? I have no idea. Then tell me, they perished because they occupied this land. Why is there such a cause and effect relationship? That's what the ancient proverb says. So you don't know there's any causal connection. Perhaps these human kingdoms are simply destined to perish. After all, we don't live as long as you do. After a few generations, wars and turmoil are likely to break out. But our clan has been passed down for thousands of years. How many people are in your clan? Less than 10,000 people. Allen was speechless. With such a small number of people, and confined to a fixed place on the seabed, completely isolated from the outside world, wouldn't it be difficult to cause any disturbance? Mermaids probably don't have many books to read, so they just stick to some ancient traditions and study them repeatedly. They probably don't understand what the dynastic cycle law is. He couldn't possibly give up months of hard work and move to a new place to start over just because of such a nonsensical legend. Besides, who knows if we'll be so lucky next time? It's hard to say whether an accident or an enemy will come first. However, Alaris was trying to warn him with good intentions, and even took the initiative to tell him many secrets of the merfolk. Allen was grateful for her kind reminder. So he thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps I can break this curse? After all, I'm very lucky to have met you, and perhaps the Lord of the Lanhai will also protect me." This answer silenced Alaris. Allen noticed that whenever her deity was involved, she would become exceptionally cautious in her words and actions. Just as the two were talking, a receding coastline came into view. Allen mustered his courage and, in one breath, led the mermaid girl down the hillside and into the sea. The surging and receding seawater made it difficult for Allen to stand. After choking on several mouthfuls of water, he finally reached waist-deep water. "That's enough, put me down now. It is good." Allen carefully placed Ilaris into the water, and she sank straight down before being swept away by the sea, which worried Allen. But he quickly realized that his worries were an unnecessary instinct stemming from a land creature. She was a mermaid, how could she possibly drown? However, seeing that there was still no movement, Allen couldn't help but open the character panel and look for Alaris' figure. Sure enough, he soon spotted a character panel in the distance. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Ilaris Iceland Tideshake. Race, mermaid. Age, 17. Character template, hero. Level, see God Priest LV10. Alliance, lawful good. Status, Trial of Divine Favor, completed. Weak divinity, temporary, unknown magical erosion. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. This discovery surprised Allen. The parts that were previously invisible on the panel are now visible. Putting aside the level for now, Allen guesses that the weak divinity, temporary, status bar is most likely the hidden cause of Alaris's ability. Perhaps the highlighting of the Lord map is also due to this. As for the last state, unknown magic erosion, Allen speculated that this might be the result of Alaris absorbing ancient magic and offsetting the influence of weak divinity, temporary. What exactly is the ancient magic underground that can counteract the divine influence related to the gods and recharge divine gifts? Allen became increasingly curious. However, as he watched the panel location gradually fade into the distance, he realized that Ella was unlikely to return to say goodbye. On second thought, it makes sense, Ilaris's health has deteriorated to the point where she's on the verge of death. Now that they've sent her to the ICU for emergency treatment, it's going too far to ask her to let them know before she goes to the ICU. But I still feel a little empty inside. The bizarre encounter that night left Allen with a myriad of thoughts. He suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. He hadn't realized it while running, but now he did. The thick animal skin robe had been given to Alaris, and he was soaking in the icy sea water with his upper body bare, which was indeed a bit too much for him. So Allen looked in the direction where Ilaris had left, rubbed his shivering skin, and ran back towards the stone fortress on the cliff. After Allen returned, on the distant sea, Ilaris had returned to her original fish form, floated to the surface, and looked at the stone castle with lights on the cliff. He remained silent, lost in thought. After a long while, she submerged underwater again and disappeared. As soon as Allen entered, he saw Salina and Viola waiting at the door. "Allen, where did you go?" Just as Salina was about to ask, she saw that Allen was shirtless, soaking wet, and shivering with cold. Salina immediately stopped asking questions and directed Viola to get busy. "Viola, go and light the fire, I'll go heat up some soup." A moment later, Allen sat by the fireplace in the second-floor lounge, holding a bowl of Salina's hot soup, feeling warm all over. As Salina wiped Allen's body with a dry rabbit fur coat, she asked, "What did you do tonight?" "I saw people on the shore, so I went out to check it out." "Is anyone there?" Salina and Viola said in unison, both of them looking somewhat flustered. Although their strength has grown considerably, they still prefer to stay as far away from humans as possible. "Yes, a mermaid girl." Allen had intended to give a brief summary, but remembering that Salina had mentioned during their late-night chat that Blood Oath members should trust each other without reservation, he then recounted his experiences that evening in detail. A moment later, Allen began to talk about Ilarist's departure. Wow, this is really interesting. It's just like a legendary story. Viola was very interested in the story and wished she had gone out with Allen instead. So he pressed Allen for answers about the mermaid girl. For example, whether she is pretty, what fish-like features she has, and whether she has any nice accessories. But Salina didn't react much until Viola had asked enough questions, at which point she finally asked, "The robe I sewed for you, did you give it to her?" Allen casually agreed, but immediately realized something was wrong. I turned my head slightly to look at Salina and saw that she looked rather pale. Viola sighed softly, her face showing that she had done her best, then quickly got up from beside Allen and went back to her room without looking back. It seems that my curiosity about the mermaid girl just now was all fake. Allen cleared his throat and explained, "I did that to save someone. She was almost dead, and she probably didn't have the energy to bring her back to me, and besides." Allen offered a few explanations, but seeing Salina expressionlessly tidying up the rabbit fur, he finally realized he had said the wrong thing again. "Sorry, I lost the thing you gave me. I'll sew it for you again, but the animal hides we hunted recently aren't as good as that one." Salina placed the rabbit fur pelt to roast by the fireplace, stood up, and went back inside before Allen could say anything more. Allen opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't think of anything to say to persuade him to stay. He could only scratch his head after watching Salina's door close. "I guess I didn't have enough romances in my past life." Allen inwardly lamented his own slowness. Moreover, Viola had given such an obvious hint, yet he foolishly took it as her being coquettish. By the way, the two sisters are of one mind. Viola will definitely know what to do. Let's ask her later. Allen lay back on the floor, feeling a headache coming on. From the depths of the raging waves, the song rises once more. "Praise be to Lucre, you ride the tides, protecting the vast ocean. Beneath the stars and moon, beside the abyss, I watch over your people." As the mermaids sang, Elaris lay flat on the water's surface, and a pearl several times brighter than before slowly emerged from her chest. Upon seeing this, all the merfolk wore expressions of joy. A successful recharge signifies that the most dangerous moment for the merfolk has passed, and they will enjoy more than a decade of peace. Furthermore, this trial will please the great lord of the Lanhai, Lucair, and bring them even more divine favor. But there was little joy on Malahil's face. She came to Ilaris and looked at her haggard and pale face, and felt a pang of heartache. "Ilaris, are you all right?" Malahir forgot to add a respectful title and habitually called her by her first name. "Auntie, don't worry, I'm fine." Ella's gaze fell upon the bright pearl of the Lanhai Sea, her mind filled with countless thoughts. The pearl of the Land Sea radiates a gentle power, a gift from the Lord of the Land Sea, which is restoring her depleted life force and even making her power stronger. "What are you wearing?" At this point, Malahir finally had time to ask about the animal skin robe she was wearing. I met a human boy on the shore, and he led me to the location of ancient magic." Ilaris paused, glancing at her people in the distance. Marishar understood and waved his staff. The tribesman obeyed the priest's command and retreated to a distance, leaving space for the princess and the priest. Ella continued in a voice only she and her aunt could hear. "My strength is far inferior to my mother's. After I finished recharging, I didn't even have the strength to stand up, so he carried me back to the sea." Upon hearing this, Malahir was startled and instinctively said, "An outsider has interfered with the trial of the gods." But she immediately realized that this matter should not be spoken aloud, so she shut her mouth. "Yes, I thought this would anger the Lord of Lanhai, but..." Ella turned her gaze to the pearl of the Land Sea once more. The light emanating from the pearl was so soft yet bright. "It seems that our gods do not consider this a failed trial." "Yes, praise be to our god Ryakar." Malahir remained somewhat worried. This matter was beyond anything she had ever heard of within her clan's traditions. "We cannot disclose this information to our clansmen. Even with the Lanhai pearl as proof, the other priests and elders would probably find it difficult to accept. Furthermore, if any members of our clan believe that traditions no longer need to be followed, then the seal guarded by our clan will face even greater turmoil." "Yes." Ella sighed softly, then suddenly murmured to herself, "My god, is this your plan?" "What?" Malahir didn't hear clearly. "It's nothing." Elaris gently removed her animal skin robe, then thought for a moment, exhaled a bubble, placed the robe inside, and carefully preserved it. "And, since that human boy helped me, I want to give him something in return." "That's only right. He's from a human kingdom, isn't he? We can reciprocate with some pearls and gems. These are valuable items commonly used among humans, and they should be of some help to him." "No, he lives here, in a place called Sapphire Bay." "You mean, an ominous place? Why didn't you advise him to leave?" "If he didn't live here, I wouldn't be able to come back today," Ella said earnestly. "So, if he's willing to continue living here and build a home here, perhaps the curse rumored within the tribe." "What are you talking about?" Malahir was a little confused. Ever since the princess returned from the mainland, she seemed to have been somewhat absent-minded. "No, it's nothing. Anyway, I know what he needs. When we get back, we should probably make some adjustments to the traditions." Seeing her aunt's somewhat puzzled expression, Ella smiled and held the Lanhai pearl in her hand again. Another 2 weeks later, the rainy season in the wilderness came to an end, which also meant that the season of abundant food would soon be over. The main structure of the kobold's nest is basically complete, and it's time to put the hunting grounds and fishing and hunting hut on the agenda. Allen pondered the progress of the territory's development and couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If food cannot be stored as much as possible before winter arrives, then even if new people are recruited, expansion will not be possible, and problems will arise due to food shortages. Allen opened the territory map, and saw that a large area of the map that was originally covered by fog had been illuminated. This is the result of the explorations he, Salina, Viola, and Flintclaw led over the past 2 weeks. Basically, he had explored most of the northern half of Sapphire Bay. Heading south along the coastline, there is a large flat area where the remains of several ancient buildings can be vaguely seen, likely remnants of the Kingdom of Dorne. This indicates that this terrain was originally the main body of a port city, making it very suitable for large-scale construction, which is what Allen thought as well. East of the beach, near the mountains on the eastern side of Sapphire Bay, Allen sensed a rather dangerous atmosphere. I scouted around using the character panel a few times and spotted several ferocious monsters of different races, ranging in level from 10 to 20. The eastern mountain range is the most extensive. As it is the innermost mountain range of Sapphire Bay, it is least affected by the marine climate. The continuous forests seem to stretch endlessly, and countless ferocious magical beasts inhabit them. These monsters will likely become an obstacle when the old harbor site is rebuilt in the future. Of course, with such abundant magical resources, once the harbor is successfully built and connected to the outside world, it can simply be left to the adventurers to manage. This could actually become an income source for Sapphire Bay. In addition to these 2 major areas, there are some special locations that are marked separately on the map. In the northeast corner of Sapphire Bay, there is an exceptionally high mountain. Allen found several huge feathers at the foot of the mountain, so he waited for a while and then saw a huge object flying over the top of the mountain. The character panel reveals the names of those creatures: silver-feathered griffins. This is a magical beast with the head of a harpy and the body of a lion. Although its average level is only 5 to 10, every griffin Allen has ever seen is an elite template. This demonstrates that this population has extremely high potential. Moreover, even if their level is not high, their terrifying aerial mobility and ability to fight in groups mean that they have no natural enemies in this territory. Allen considered it his ideal Air Force choice for the future. That peak was also marked on the map with the same phantom icon as the kobold's lair, indicating that the lair of these monsters could be directly upgraded to a territory building. Allen temporarily refers to it as Silver Feather Peak. Then, in the northern mountains, within Allen's original designated hunting grounds area, the kobolds were attacked by monsters while surrounding the hunting grounds. It turns out that a small group of tree people lived in that forest. They were usually as still as giant trees, but they instinctively fought back when the kobolds, creatures of the evil faction, entered the forest. When Allen went to investigate, he was almost surrounded and attacked by the treemen. Fortunately, treants are naturally vulnerable to fire, and they move slowly and don't like to stray too far from their habitat, so Allen wasn't in too much trouble. After observation, Allen discovered that the level of this group of tree people varied greatly, ranging from level 1 saplings to mature tree people around level 10. Moreover, in the center of that group of tree people, there was a towering tree, whose crown could be seen from a great distance. Unfortunately, due to the great distance, Allen was unable to check the level of the giant tree, but he guessed it was at least level 20. He thought it was another problem that needed to be solved, but to his surprise, Viola was able to get along well with the group of tree people. Salina, perhaps because of the red dragon blood guard, is attacked just like Allen whenever she gets close to the treant. However, Viola's bloodline is still pure. Elves and tree people are natural allies. With Viola as an intermediary, it seems that the tree people might join Allen's side. Therefore, Viola has been staying in the treant forest recently, seemingly undergoing some kind of trial. Allen is looking forward to her good news. Although the treants cannot participate in the work of the fishing and hunting hut and wild hunting grounds, they are natural guardians. With the addition of this new force, Allen's territory finally gained some defensive and combat capabilities. Finally, there was the pure monster lair that Flintclaw discovered. A forest teeming with spiders, where enormous swarms of spiders weave webs that ensure no creature ventures out unscathed. To be honest, this is the easiest to solve. Whether it's the spider web, or the woodland where they live, all of these can be solved with a single fire. The reason Allen didn't do it immediately was that the location of the group of spiders did not conflict with the 2 buildings Allen had planned. Secondly, the spider's nest is also marked on the map as an upgradable territory building. Allen quickly realized the purpose of the spider: its silk. Allen's hometown, China on Earth, was once world famous for its silk weaving. He had also heard that special spider silk could also be used for weaving, not to mention the even tougher spider silk of the demon spider. If spider silk can be produced stably, it may become a rare commodity in Sapphire Bay in the future. Allen was troubled by how to subdue the group of spider demons. They are of low rank and have almost no intelligence. They only possess the instincts of wild beasts and will attack any creature that intrudes into their territory. So Allen put it aside for the time being, and will deal with it when a solution comes up later. At present, Allen is still most looking forward to good news from Viola. Only, Allen still hasn't found a good solution for the most important functions of the hunting grounds and fishing and hunting lodge. If all else fails, Salina and I will have to take the extra step and lead the hunt ourselves. But the fatigue is secondary. The real problem is that neither of us will have time to train and improve, which is detrimental to the overall development of the territory. Allen knew that while building up the territory was important, the strength of the Lord and his followers was paramount in order to protect it. Otherwise, they will eventually become easy prey for others. As Allen was pondering this, the mental call of Flint Claw interrupted him. Allen thought about it and realized that Flint Claw had been behaving much better lately and wouldn't bother him with telepathic communication under the guise of an emergency anymore, so he connected with his mind. Dragon Lord, there's a group of crab people on the sea. They're huddled below the cliff, but they haven't attacked. Crabman. Many guesses flashed through Allen's mind. Could it be an aquatic monster that originally lived in Sapphire Bay? Or is it because they migrate back during the season? Regardless, since the other side did not attack immediately, Allen ordered Flintclaw to remain still for the time being, and then set off to investigate the area below the cliff. Allen hurried down the cliffside path, and before he even reached the beach, a heavy, salty smell wafted up towards him. At the bottom of the cliff, Flintclaw, leading a squad of strong kobolds, faced off against a group of giant crabs, as if facing a formidable enemy. Looking into the distance, Allen saw countless crabs squatting on the damp sand. Their shells are mostly bluish-brown and dark blue, shimmering in the sunlight. Allen walked onto the beach and looked closely. They were short and stocky with broad shoulders and thick backs, and their pincers were folded in front of their chests like two small, polished warhammers. What's amazing is that you can vaguely see human figures under their huge crab shells. They didn't roar or make a fuss, they just lay quietly on the beach. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Fiddler Crabman. Race: Fiddler Crab. Character template: Standard. Level: Underwater Warrior LV3/Laborer LV5. Alignment: Lawful/Neutral. Status: Normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Fiddler crab people? Looking at the information on the character panel, Allen realized that these crabs were not monsters, but humanoid creatures similar to small groups like kobolds. He just doesn't seem to have very high intelligence. What are they doing? Sunbathing on the beach? Just as Allen was wondering, a fiddler crab, a size larger than its kind, stood up in the center of the fiddler crab group. It slowly walked to the front of its kind, heading straight towards Allen, seemingly holding something in its two tomahawk-sized pincers. Allen noticed that this fiddler crab had a thicker shell, so it must be the leader of this group of fiddler crabs. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Sharp Armor. Race: Fiddler Crab. Character template: Elite. Level: Tide Speaker LV4/Underwater Warrior LV8. Alignment: Lawful/Neutral. Status: Normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Sure enough, on the character panel, this crab not only has an elite template, but also a special climate speaker class. As the approaching leader of the fiddler crabs drew near, Allen, whose instincts were highly sensitive to hostility, did not give any warning and did not rush to retreat, but instead quietly watched its movements. Sure enough, when it came to Allen, it did not attack or hiss, but respectfully lowered its body and gently offered its pincers to Allen. He held a piece of light gray animal hide between his fingers. A thought struck Allen, and he reached out to take it. He quickly recognized the origin of the animal hide. It was from the animal hide on the robe that Salina had sewn. It was the same garment that Allen had draped over Ilarus that night. So, are these the fiddler crabs sent by Ella? Allen noticed a bulge in the middle of the animal hide and realized there was something inside. He gently unfolded it. Inside were no jewels, no gold coins, only a white and blue conch shell. The snail's body is engraved with fine, water ripple-like patterns, and its surface emanates a faint water elemental magic, making it clear at a glance that it is no ordinary object. The moment my fingertips touched the conch shell, a faint yet clear surge of magical energy entered my mind. Allen sensed the magic and roughly understood how to use the conch shell. This is a gift from Irena. Allen held the shimmering white conch shell in his fingertips, and the cool, warm water elemental magic flowed gently through his palm. The magic left behind by Elalis has taught him how to use it. He took a deep breath, brought the conch shell to his lips, and blew on it gently. Wah! A deep, resonant sound, like the ebb and flow of the tide, slowly spread across the bay. The sound waves rippled outwards, like invisible ripples, touching the shells of every crabman. The next moment, the entire beach shook violently. The densely packed fiddler crabs moved in unison, their massive bodies knelt in neat rows, their thick shells pressed against the wet sand, their pincers flat against the ground, their heads bowed low, and even the slightest tremor disappeared. Allen understood that through this conch shell, he could summon the fiddler crabs to obey him. Ellis even thoughtfully sent the tide crab leader, Sharp Armor, who possessed the ability of a tide speaker, so that he could easily understand his thoughts through this conch shell. This way, Allen can give more complex and specific instructions to the fiddler crabs. Allen let out a deep breath. Ella, you've given me a wonderful gift. Allen temporarily ordered the fiddler crabs to retreat underwater and hunt fish for him. He wanted to see the fishing and hunting skills of the fiddler crab people. The fishing and hunting hut is not yet completed, and its function as a territory building is not yet active. However, it seems that this building, which was originally placed at the end of the building sequence, needs to be moved forward. After all the fiddler crabs retreated underwater, Flintclaw eagerly moved close to Allen. Great Dragon Lord, your majesty has once again subdued a new group of followers. As it spoke, it squeezed out a tear, looking pitiful. But Flintclaw will prove that we are your most loyal subordinates. Please, Dragon Lord, do not forget us. Allen shook his head helplessly. Ever since Flintclaw became the Kobold War Crier, he had become increasingly glib. I wasn't intimidated, it was a gift from a friend. Allen thought for a moment and realized there was no need to explain in such detail to Flintclaw, since he didn't know what Alaris was planning that night. In short, Flintclaw, these fiddler crabs will help us hunt for fish from now on. I'll have them put the catch in a designated location, and you can send the kobolds to collect it regularly. Once the food problem is solved, the kobolds will have more manpower, right? Let's adjust the construction order and build the fishing and hunting huts by the sea first. Don't lick it. Hiss. Yes, Dragon Lord. Allen played with the conch shell and returned to the stone castle in a rather pleasant mood. Ilaris' gift came just in time to solve his immediate problem. Moreover, if handled properly, the catch can be pickled directly in seawater. Although the taste isn't great, it can be preserved for a long time after being pickled. This way, food reserves for winter will be secured. However, the kobold is clumsy. I wonder if he can learn how to process fish. Perhaps I should set aside some time to properly teach those kobolds. Speaking of which, Allen remembers that besides directly pickling with seawater, sun-drying is also a pickling method. All you need to do is clean the fish. Whether you choose to sun-dry it or hang it to air-dry, it seems you can successfully make dried fish. Allen hadn't done much of this himself in his previous life, so he planned to try it himself in the future. As Allen was thinking about the catch, he returned to the stone castle and found Salina waiting at the door. Weren't you supposed to be visiting Viola in the Tree People's Forest these past few days? Why are you back so soon? Allen asked. I was just about to tell you, there have been some changes on Viola's side. I think you should go and take a look. Deep in the mountains, in the forests of the people. It takes a whole day just to walk from Sapphire Bay to here. Along the way, Allen heard about Viola's situation from Salina. After gaining the favor of the Treants, Viola has been staying in the Treant Forest for some time now. Recently, perhaps having gained the trust of the Tree People, she was invited to participate in a ceremony inside the Tree People's Forest. Salina thought it would be over soon, but that wasn't the case. She discovered that after Viola entered, the Treant Forest completely sealed off, and powerful magic was constantly surging within it. Although Salina could sense through the connection between the twins that Viola was probably alright, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. After thinking it over, he called Allen to come and take a look at the Tree People woodland. On the way, Allen tried to communicate with Viola through the telepathic connection of the followers and received a reply that although the situation was unclear, it was still safe. With this news, Salina felt much more at ease. As the two approached the Tree People forest, they also noticed some changes in the area. The air by the sea often carries a salty, fishy smell, but the air around them becomes increasingly moist and fresh. The path, which was not difficult to walk before, was now covered with bushes and thorns. Even the stone surface was covered with a thick layer of moss overnight, as if everything was full of vitality. When Allen and Salina arrived, they found that the Tree People forest had already been completely sealed off. The entire forest was completely sealed off by a living barrier woven from giant trees and vines. Upon closer inspection, the twisted and intertwined old branches are layered together without leaving a single gap. The vines spread wildly among the tree trunks, like green chains, binding all the branches tightly, making it impossible for any living thing to pass through. Towering, thick, and impenetrable, it's like a city wall. Even outside the woods, Allen and Salina could feel the abundant magic floating in the air, a life force so pure and pristine. Looking into the woods, the canopy of that towering ancient tree was so large that it almost blocked out half the sky. A pale green halo continuously emerged from the top of the tree canopy, rising and dispersing slowly like morning mist, enveloping the entire treeman forest. That magic was vast and ancient, beating slowly like the heart of the entire forest. Unable to enter the high walls, Allen and Salina had no choice but to stop on the outside and wait quietly for the ceremony to end. They waited for 3 whole days. Over the course of 3 days, Allen would occasionally communicate with Viola telepathically, and each time he received a reply that everything was fine, so the two of them waited patiently. 3 days later, Allen and Salina discovered that the life magic emanating from the forest was gradually fading, and the huge canopy in the center of the forest had fallen silent again. Crunch, crunch. After waiting for a long time, the tree man's branches slowly retracted, and the wooden wall that sealed off the tree man forest gradually dismantled. However, Allen and Salina still did not approach rashly, because the red dragon bloodline that wields fire and destruction is one of the most hated auras for the treant race. Thump, thump. Heavy, slow footsteps came from deep within the woods. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, and a huge figure slowly emerged from the woods. Ellen? Salina? I'm here. A clear, cheerful voice floated out first. A tree man with its branches hanging down its arms steadily carried a slender figure as they strolled out. Viola sat on the tree man's broad shoulders, her hands gently resting on its rough branches. Upon seeing Allen and Salina waiting outside, the girl slightly raised her chin, a smug smile curving her lips, revealing her undisguised pride and joy. The tree man stopped steadily in front of the two, and Viola gently leaped down from the tree trunk. Look at me, how's that? Pretty impressive, right? Only when he got closer did Allen notice the changes in Viola. The original animal skin clothing disappeared, replaced by a long dress woven from bright green leaves and vines. The leaves overlapped layer upon layer, stretching naturally along her body, thin and close-fitting, as if they had grown out of her body. Most striking was the emerald green branch crown that Viola wore on her head. It was filled with abundant life magic, just like the aura of the treant. It must be said that this outfit truly reminded Allen of the elven appearance he had imagined in his previous life, possessing a unique beauty that blended seamlessly with nature. Allen checked Viola's panel and found that she had indeed undergone many changes. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Viola, Star Chaser. Race, half-elf. Age, 16. Character template, Elite. Alliance, Lawful Good. Level, Ancient Tree Priest LV1/Fire Elementalist LV2. Status, Normal. Special, The Twins. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. On the character panel, Viola clearly has the class of Ancient Tree Priest. This must be what she gained from participating in the ceremony. Seeing Allen's surprised look, Viola puffed out her chest, her smugness growing even stronger. She has always relied on her sister Salina and Allen for protection. Although she tries her best not to be a burden, whether it is escaping, traveling, hunting or other matters, she always has to be the one who needs protection because of her limited abilities. Now that she can finally contribute to the construction of her home, her joy is palpable. So before Salina could even ask, Viola took the initiative to explain the whole story of the ceremony. Viola had been trying to build a good relationship with the tree people, and the progress was so smooth that even she was a little surprised. But ordinary tree people can't speak, and she can only sense their affection, but she doesn't know why. She only learned the truth when she was taken to meet the ancient tree elder deep in the forest. It turns out that these tree people were born in ancient times under the influence of magic from an elven kingdom, and their numbers once covered 1/3 of the kingdom's territory. Later, the elf kingdom was destroyed, and the elves crossed the Sea of Horrors to the south to rebuild their new home. The tree people, having lost the magical nourishment of the elves, gradually declined and died. This small group of tree people relied on the nourishment of an ancient magical node underground, which gave birth to a powerful ancient tree elder who protects the group of tree people. However, due to the limited magical range of the magic nodes, they also lack the ability to revive. Therefore, the tree people felt very close to Viola, who possessed elven blood, upon her arrival. On the one hand, it's because the treants and the elves are natural allies with a symbiotic relationship, and on the other hand, it's because Viola has good aptitude. Therefore, the elder tree specially held a Nature's Chosen One oath ceremony for her, helping her gain the ability to communicate with the magic of life. In this way, if Viola can become stronger, her natural magic can also nourish the treant forest, allowing the treant race to grow stronger once again. Upon hearing this, Salina was naturally delighted by Viola's opportunity and pulled Viola aside to ask about the details. The two sisters chattered on and on. Allen, however, thought about it more deeply. He had been hesitant about whether to enhance Viola's path to Descendant of the Ancient Tree, but now that Viola has directly taken on the advanced class Ancient Tree Priest of Descendant of the Ancient Tree, he no longer has to worry about it. However, as an advanced class, the Ancient Tree Priest is likely to be much more difficult to progress than the basic classes. Furthermore, due to the conflict between their bloodlines and magical attributes, it becomes even more difficult for Salina and Viola to learn from each other. Previously, Viola was a blank slate and could learn the fire elemental magic techniques that Salina taught her, but now the difficulty of learning them has increased. As a result, Salina and Viola's twins' talent still cannot reach its maximum effect. Therefore, both Salina and Viola need a profession or bloodline that can neutralize their magical attributes, allowing their strength to grow exponentially. Unfortunately, he doesn't yet have the materials to unleash this ability. Allen suddenly realized that he had one more thing to do. However, he didn't dwell on it for the time being, since Viola's gaining the tree's approval was something to be more pleased about. Viola, regarding what I told you about letting the tree people join us, does the ancient tree elder agree? Of course. Viola said smugly. The tree people have always wanted to expand, so of course they'd like to join us. At this point, Viola's smug expression softened somewhat. However, they can't take root in places without a source of magic, so the ancient tree elder said that only a small portion of the tree people can help us, and they have to come back every now and then to rotate a batch and replenish their magic. This is already very good. Allen nodded. He was very satisfied with the result. The tree people are slow-moving and better at defensive warfare. They are not expected to actually hunt or attack, and it would be good enough if they could form a defensive line for their current territory. Moreover, the tree people are tall and incredibly strong, and with their help in building future territory structures, the construction speed will definitely increase significantly. At least they no longer have to exploit the short kobolds to move huge rocks compared to their size. It made Allen feel like he was a pharaoh exploiting slaves. Once he builds structures that can store magic, these tree people will be able to expand their territory at will and become Allen's true defense towers. As Allen and his two companions returned, Viola brought along a dozen or so tree people, creating a large and imposing procession that startled countless birds and beasts along the way. On the Howling Sea, the sea breeze, carrying water mist, relentlessly battered 3 dilapidated merchant ships. The 3 ships were in very poor condition, with several charred marks on their hulls, suggesting they had been through gunfire. The sails were tattered and drooping, and the mast was leaning precariously, looking completely unusable. Even the sea god statue carved on the prow was damaged, which continued to dampen the morale of the sailors on board. The captain was a weathered middle-aged man wearing a worn-out leather overcoat. He gazed at the coastline that was gradually appearing in the distance, his brows furrowed. "Captain, we must go ashore. We've run out of fresh water and food, and we need to repair the hull, otherwise our ship will sink in 2 days." The speaker was the bosun. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to attract the sailors' attention. The captain didn't speak, but his first mate explained. "Although we escaped the pirates' encirclement, they are definitely still searching for us in the surrounding waters. If we land carelessly, they will surely find us. Damn the Kuroshio Trading Company? The pirates they sponsor are nothing but barnacle scum, specializing in attacking merchant ships that threaten their monopoly." A tall, thin sailor spat, leaning against the swaying gunwale, cursing the pirates and the merchant guild behind them. May they soon perish in the wrath of Karandur. Calondile was a sea god widely worshipped by sailors, whose divine role was to control the unpredictable nature of the sea's raging waves and tsunamis. The statue of Calondile was originally carved on the prow of their ship, but it was destroyed in a pirate attack. Although the sailors temporarily understood the decision not to dock, the declining morale and despair quickly spread throughout the ship. The first mate noticed this and, after dismissing the sailors, quietly expressed his concerns to the captain. The first mate's concerns were also what the captain had been pondering. "Tom, I remember there was an abandoned harbor in this area, right?" "Captain, you mean that cursed one?" "Yes, Sapphire Bay. It's said that after the fall of the Kingdom of Ono, it was the harbor that was cursed and all traces of it were erased." The captain's voice was hoarse and weary. "Let's go there. The pirates won't dare linger around here." "But," the captain said in a deep voice, "there's no other way. We've run out of ammunition and food, and the ships are badly damaged. We simply can't hold out until we reach the next port. Sapphire Bay may be abandoned, and we don't know if the curse exists, but at least there are shallows where we can moor, shelter from the wind, and replenish our fresh water. We might be able to repair our boats for a while, since a boat without a mast can't sail for long." Tom opened his mouth, but he understood what the captain meant. They had nowhere to go, whether they were entangled in a curse whose existence was unknown, or killed by the pirates who were almost certain to catch up. "I don't know which ending is more despairing. May our humble figures still remain amidst the aftermath of the raging storm stirred up by Calondor." Tom instinctively offered a prayer, then turned to relay the captain's orders. He knew that the captain's long explanation wasn't meant for him, but rather for him to relay to the sailors below. Otherwise, the sailors might refuse to enter the bay. Therefore, he had to pretend to be confident and certain enough to intimidate them. Tom patted his face, which had become increasingly stiff from being exposed to the sea breeze for so long, and tried to appear confident as he walked into the cabin where the sailors were. A moment later, the sailors filed out and went about their tasks. Despite their lingering concerns, they all acquiesced to the decision, as they had no other choice at the moment. The merchant ship slowly changed course and gradually approached the shallow waters of Sapphire Bay. The seawater gradually became shallower, and the clear sea surface was calm, a rare sight on Xiaofeng Sea. In this calm, everyone gradually felt somewhat relieved. "Perhaps the legendary curse is just a rumor?" But just as the boat was getting closer to the shallows, the sea suddenly began to churn. Splash! The calm water surface suddenly shattered as one after another, fiddler crabs with hard, bluish-brown shells and sharp, enormous pincers leaped out of the water. They swung their giant pincers and rammed into the merchant ship's hull, the dull thuds and ferocious roars echoing across the sea. Oh no, it's the fiddler crabs. How could these barbarian sea creatures be in the shallows? Quick, grab your weapons. They're trying to climb onto the boat. The sailors on deck were instantly thrown into chaos, hastily grabbing their knives and spears to defend themselves, and in the ensuing chaos, they became entangled in a fierce battle with the swarming crabmen. Get ashore quickly. They won't be able to catch us once we're on land. Under emergency command, the merchant ship struggled to break through the encirclement of the crab people and barely made it to the beach. The crew abandoned ship in a sorry state and went ashore, wanting only to get away from the threat at sea as soon as possible. But as soon as they stepped onto the land of Sapphire Bay, before they could even catch their breath, a series of soft, dense footsteps echoed from behind the bushes and rocks around them. A pair of eerie green vertical pupils lit up from the shadows. To their despair, they watched as hordes of kobolds, wielding stone axes and wooden spears, crouched low and menacing, surrounding the caravan and trapping it completely on the beach. Sapphire Bay, Stone Castle. Under Viola's command, the tree people scattered and went to find suitable land to take root within the cliff area. Only 2 tree men remained behind Viola. This was arranged by Allen to be used to hold the fort later. On the way back, Allen received a telepathic message from Flintclaw, informing him that 3 merchant ships had entered the bay. After learning about the group's situation through the flintlock, he quickly made some arrangements. Allen decided to meet these people. Although Sapphire Bay's harbor is now completely gone, it remains a natural safe haven. Since you plan to do business in the harbor in the future, it is necessary to understand the future market conditions in advance. All Allen knew was that this bay was very prosperous during the time of the Kingdom of Dorne. He needed to find out how maritime trade was going and whether there were any other seaports nearby. Viola, can these 2 tree men follow behind me? I don't need them to do anything else. Allen knew that Salina and Viola were disgusted by humans and therefore planned to go alone. No problem. Viola quickly gave the 2 tree men a task, and they obediently came to stand behind Allen. I'll be back soon. Allen led the 2 tree men down the mountain. But before they had gone far, Salina caught up with them. Viola will prepare dinner. I'll go with you. You don't have to force yourself. No, since we're going to build a seaport, I'll have to deal with humans sooner or later, right? Salina bit her lip. I can't let you always fight alone. Before Allen could say anything, Salina spoke up again. Besides, Viola has worked so hard to get the tree people to join us, and as the older sister, I can't just stay at home forever. So, I want to go with you. Seeing that Salina spoke with such certainty, Allen stopped trying to persuade her. Salina is right. If this place is to be developed into a seaport in the future, Allen will need a real right-hand man. Major issues are not important, but small things will inevitably arise in the development of a port, and people will always need to handle them. Salina and Viola, who have signed a contract with him and will advance and retreat together, will be his greatest help. This is simply the result of rational thinking. Emotionally, Allen knew how much the half-elf sisters loathed, even feared, humans, so when faced with this situation, he still instinctively wanted to protect them. Now that Salina is willing to take on more responsibility, Allen has no reason to stop her. After thinking for a moment, he took Salina's hand. If you can't hold back, just grab my hand and leave. We don't necessarily have to start now. Okay. Salina paused for a moment before responding softly. On the beach, the setting sun dyed the sea a somber dark red. 3 merchant ships lay askew on the shallows, their decks bearing the dents left by the giant pincers of the fiddler crabs. The sailors sat slumped on the beach, their faces filled with worry and unease. They had been trapped here all day, from dawn till dusk. They were unrestrained and unguarded, yet they were still confined to the beach. This is because a large number of kobolds are lurking in the bushes and jungles surrounding the beach. Anyone who dares to enter the jungle will be attacked without mercy. Although they couldn't see what lay beneath the surface of the sea, they knew that a large number of fiddler crabs were constantly lurking in the shallow waters, ready to launch a deadly attack on anyone who dared to step back into the water. Unable to set foot on land, and unable to return by sea, they were not imprisoned, but had nowhere else to go. First Mate Tom leaned against the rocks by the sea, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper were being rubbed. Captain, I've sailed with you on over 20 routes, and I've never seen anything like this before. The fiddler crabs and the kobolds, they've actually teamed up to attack us. The first mate's throat burned as soon as he spoke. He shook the water bag, but it was empty. Having spent most of his life at sea, he wouldn't try to quench his thirst by drinking seawater like a cucumber, so he shook his head and continued to endure it. I've dealt with kobolds before. These monsters are incredibly cowardly and never come out during the day. But not only did these kobolds come out, their fighting power didn't seem to have diminished, and they weren't afraid of death at all. They almost bit off my toes. Captain Bulga replied, didn't you notice that kobold who can cast spells? You noticed it? It's twice the size of the other kobolds and can summon fire. If it weren't for it, these kobolds wouldn't have been able to stop us. No, its power lies not in its spellcasting ability, but in its battle cry. Barga recalled the scene he witnessed when the city was besieged that morning. After the kobold leader let out that strange war cry, the kobolds became fearless, stronger, and no longer afraid of the sunlight. Yes. The first mate didn't pay much attention to it. He figured that no matter how amazing it was still just a kobold. It's just that his bloodline has mutated, and he's learned a little magic. He didn't care whether it was the roar or the flames that were special. He only cared about one thing. Captain, what kind of monster do you think this master it's talking about is? I don't know. Kobolds are low-level monsters. They are born to serve the strong, and most powerful magical creatures can lead them. Bolga looked out over the jungle on the shore, knowing that the kobolds were still watching them from the shadows of the trees. The words of the dog-headed man with the staff that morning still echoed in his ears. This is the master's territory. If you wish to go ashore, you must offer sacrifices to the master. It was precisely because the kobold leader unusually spoke in common and conveyed clear commands that they did not choose to fight to the death and remain locked in a stalemate with the kobolds on the beach. From a human perspective, Bolga would suspect this was a delaying tactic to reduce casualties. This group of people lacked water and food, and the longer the stalemate continued, the more their physical strength would be depleted. Then the kobolds can wipe them out with minimal cost. Although the kobolds might use tricks. However, it's unlikely that the kobolds would use trickery. Moreover, this so-called master who can simultaneously command both kobolds and crabmen must truly exist. On this day, Barga had already noticed a stone fortress on the cliff. Judging from the appearance of the stone fortress, the people living here are most likely humanoid beings. Is he a dark wizard? He had heard that in the vast wilderness west of Dorne, there lived many reclusive dark wizards who sought the power of ancient magic. Thump, thump. Suddenly, the ground began to shake slightly, and everyone looked around in confusion. But soon, their attention was drawn to the huge shadow in the direction of the cliff. Thump, thump. Heavy, slow footsteps came from the direction of the cliff, and with each step, the sand trembled slightly. The sailors looked up blankly, followed the sound, and their expressions changed instantly. Two enormous tree shadows slowly descended from the mountain path. Two tree-like figures, each several meters tall, were walking towards them. Between the two tree men, there were two human-sized figures. Is he the master that the dog-headed man is talking about? Without the captain giving any orders, all the sailors instantly tensed up and gripped their weapons tightly. People who make a living at sea are never short of courage. If things go wrong, they are always ready to fight to the death. Captain Bolga also silently gripped the rapier at his waist. Even disregarding his identity as a captain, he was a renowned swordsman among the southern kingdoms. Amidst the tense and anxious gazes of the crowd, the two figures emerged from the shadows of the cliff and stepped into the afterglow of the setting sun. Their appearances were now fully exposed to everyone. To their utter surprise, what appeared before them were, in essence, just two children. One of the boys was only 13 or 14 years old, with a rather thin build. He wore a short coat made of animal hide and had shoulder-length black hair. The other girl looked a bit older than the boy, dressed in the same animal skin tunic and with long, golden-white hair. The only difference was that the pointed ears peeking out from her hair gave her some elven features. The two people had clean faces and calm eyes, without bloodthirsty gazes or ominous wizard robes. They looked like ordinary young men and women living in seclusion in the mountains. But the two of them were walking right between the two tall tree men. The tree man strode heavily, protecting the two in the very center. The beach was deathly silent. The sailors looked at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. First mate Tom stood frozen in place, his throat dry, and he murmured unconsciously. This is the master the kobolds were talking about. Two teenagers. Captain Bolga was also stunned, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with surprise and doubt. No, including the tree people, there are now 3 different kinds of monsters gathered here. These two young people couldn't possibly be as simple as they seem. Perhaps it's some kind of magical creature that has mastered shapeshifting. Legend has it that magical creatures like dragons sometimes like to take the form of humanoid races, and he had encountered this a few times before. Barga was only slightly taken aback, not dwelling too much on the surprise of things not going as expected, but quickly thinking about how to communicate with the owner of Sapphire Bay. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. Between these two people, which one is the master the dog-headed man is referring to? Given the assumption that the master of Sapphire Bay was a magical creature in disguise, Bolga knew that dealing with such a being meant that any words or actions that displeased it could lead to annihilation. In his experience, rulers generally use very obvious external features to distinguish themselves from those around them. The two were dressed in very rough animal skin garments, despite their gorgeous clothes. A unique positioning. The two stood side by side in the center of the tree, even holding hands. His superior gaze and demeanor. The boy's eyes were calm, even making him seem somewhat approachable. The half-elf girl beside him, however, had her eyelids slightly lowered, and her gaze sweeping over them revealed undisguised disgust. Could it be that this girl is the true owner of this place? Dear. Just as he was about to speak, Bolga caught a glimpse of a rusty red figure darting over out of the corner of his eye. It's the kobold leader who speaks common tongue. The dog-headed man darted between the boys and girls as quickly as a dog, and then stuck out his tongue to lick the boy's heel. Don't stick your tongue out. Yes. Dragon Lord. The kobold leader's pitiful appearance almost made Bolga bite his tongue. It turns out that this approachable young man was the true master of the kobolds. Moreover, what does Dragon Lord mean? Could he be a giant dragon in disguise? Before Bolga could think further, the boy spoke up. You're the leader of this group. Yes, I am the captain of this fleet, Bolga called. Hello, I am Allen, the owner of Sapphire Bay. Welcome to Sapphire Bay. Depending on your behavior, we will decide whether to accept you or expel you. Allen smiled gently. Of course, if you are our enemies, we will not refuse to kill you. A moment later, Barga followed Allen and Salina onto the cliff he had gazed at many times before. Looking down from the cliff, the entire beach is laid out before you. At this moment, several bonfires were lit on the beach, and the kobolds, under Allen's orders, brought meat and fresh water. Although they didn't have the sailors' favorite wine, their stroke of luck in escaping a desperate situation was enough for the sailors to relax. Of course, this is all predicated on being able to reach an agreement with the owner of Sapphire Bay. Before entering the stone fortress, Bolga had already noticed that the cliff was surrounded by tree people disguised as giant trees. If they can't reach an agreement, he probably won't be able to go back. The sailors could only put up a final stand under Tom's leadership. If resistance is useful. 1 second ago, Barga was worried about the upcoming negotiations, but as he entered the stone fortress, his worries were replaced by amazement. Barga has traveled all over the country for many years and has seen a lot. Before entering the stone fortress, I thought it was just a temporary dwelling built of stones in the wilderness, and could not even be called a building. But once he got inside, he realized something was wrong. This building is absolutely meticulously designed. Bolga is an old swordsman and captain whose years of training have given him eyesight with a precision that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Upon entering the stone castle, he discovered that although the interior was not decorated, it looked very comfortable. This is a pursuit of aesthetic order that is ingrained in the instincts of intelligent life. He observed carefully and found that the distances between the walls and the stone fortress were as if they had been meticulously measured, and were exactly the same from any angle. The same principle applies to the main hall inside the stone fortress, where the distance between the pillars and the angle at which they are arranged are just right. Barga recalled an aesthetic theory popular in the southern countries that everything in the world has a perfect angle of division. He used to scoff at this, considering it nothing more than the idle whining of nobles. But after seeing the stone fortress, he began to doubt whether the theory was true. Barga shook his head. These things weren't really important. The important question is, where in the desolate wilderness would you find a master architect? Then, this architect's painstaking design turned out to be just a temporary stone fortress? Moreover, the entire building is almost entirely constructed of stone, a feat that would likely only be undertaken by the most expensive stonemason guild in the south. Barga found himself increasingly confused about things, and he increasingly hoped to get the answers from the boy in front of him. Upon entering the hall, at Allen's prompting, Bolga sat down at the long table, while Allen sat at the other end. Salina did not sit down but stood behind him. All right, Mr. Barga, let's talk about your toll fees and accommodation fees. Toll fees and accommodation expenses. Barga was very familiar with these two words, but hearing them from the mouth of this boy in the wilderness made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. That's only fair. How many gold coins would you like to pay? At this stage, I'm not interested in gold coins. Sure enough, the boy's words hit the nail on the head regarding Barga's worries. If he were some magical creature that transcended the mortal realm and transformed, then gold coins would indeed have no value to them. Correspondingly, the price to be paid for such existence is often far more severe. If you're lucky, you might encounter a benevolent entity like the brass dragon, who enjoys making things difficult for humans and playing pranks. But things are often not so lucky. Evil beings often feed on the suffering of mortals. What kind of being is this boy? I need 3 things as payment, Allen said, holding up 3 fingers. Barga waited anxiously for his next words. First, I want you to open your cabin, and I will pick out something I like from there. 1 thing, that's all right. Even the most expensive goods are nothing compared to the entire cargo ship. Secondly, I want you to tell me about the past of Sapphire Bay. How many shipping routes have ever reached here, or used it as a transit point? Are you interested in the past of Sapphire Bay, this cursed land? They are indeed outsiders. Perhaps they decided to stay here on a whim? Thirdly, I want you to swear that you will return here once within a year. Upon hearing this request, Barga was taken aback. If it weren't for the circumstances, he wouldn't have wanted to approach Sapphire Bay so rashly this time. I want to do it again. Excuse me, sir, is your third request that I take a magical oath? No, just swearing an oath is enough. Swear. What Barga wanted to say was that for mortals, oaths are something that can be abandoned at any time. But then he thought, was it necessary to explain this to the non-human being who was coercing him? Or perhaps, he outwardly claims he'll swear an oath, but secretly intends to cast a curse on himself. Barga does indeed possess an amulet that can withstand one spell or curse, so perhaps this third one isn't so significant. So he thought about it and decided not to say anything more. Then, sir, would you like to select your reward in my cabin first? No, I'd like to hear your understanding of Sapphire Bay first. Allen gave Salina a look, and Salina turned and went to the kitchen. Viola had already gone upstairs. Salina simply wanted to stay with Allen while he finished talking to the human. A moment later, she brought out the meal Viola had prepared and placed it on the table, reluctantly giving a portion to Captain Barga. Although it was nothing more than roasted meat, soup, and wild vegetables, it was seasoned with spices carefully selected by Salina, making it much more refined and delicious than what was served on the beach. Let's eat and chat. Seeing that Allen and Salina had already started eating, Barga didn't have many concerns and started eating as well. Now that things have come to this, Barga has made his own judgment, at least this boy is not some kind of demon. Then there's no need to consider whether or not poison was used. Seeing the captain eat so calmly, Allen had a rough idea of what kind of person he was. Although the ingredients, cooking methods, and seasonings were not particularly outstanding, this meal was still much better than what Barca ate on the ship. He ate his meal while telling Allen about the history of Sapphire Bay. When he was in a good mood, he gradually opened up and talked about many legends and anecdotes related to history. Allen was open to all of these requests, hoping to learn as much as possible. After some conversation, Allen and Salina gained a general understanding of the history of Sapphire Bay. While it's called history, it's not actually comprehensive. Captain Barga only knew the history of Sapphire Bay from the time of the Kingdom of Ono to the present. Admittedly, in the eyes of most people, this is the entire history of Sapphire Bay. But through his chance encounter with the mermaid girl Ilaris, Allen learned that beneath Sapphire Bay, there existed ancient magic even older than that of the Kingdom of Ono. Allen later told Salina about this as well. Combined with the information Viola learned from the elder of the ancient tree, the elf race had at least once occupied the lands of the Kingdom of Ono, and also left traces in Sapphire Bay. But even if we start from the time of the Kingdom of Ono, Sapphire Bay has a long enough history. According to Berga, scholars in the southern kingdoms now consider the year when the demons on the continent of Tyrese were driven back into the abyss as the first year of a new era, the Dawn era. The period preceding the cataclysm is referred to as the Era of Turmoil. As for the history of the Turbulent Era, Barga was not a scholar and did not know it. During the Turbulent Era, before the demons emerged from the Sea of Horrors, Sapphire Bay was under the rule of the Kingdom of Ono, becoming an important hub connecting the southern kingdoms with the northern lands. This bay is a natural harbor with a superior geographical environment. A large number of shipping routes are concentrated here, whether from the south or the north, by sea or by land, and all kinds of goods are available here. This led many spellcasters and alchemists to move their residences here in order to access magical materials transported from various places. The Kingdom of Ono's reputation as the land of mages and the land of alchemy largely originated from Sapphire Bay. If this reputation is maintained, even if the Kingdom of Ono perishes, Sapphire Bay should be able to recover quickly. Whether to join a newly rising kingdom or, like many cities in the south, become a neutral nation with its own port, is also an option. But that's where the problem lies. During the cataclysm, Sapphire Bay was destroyed, but no one could explain why. Demons prefer densely populated inland areas, they are naturally inclined to kill and consume souls. Sapphire Bay is not a primary target area for demons. Moreover, even if the demons destroyed Sapphire Bay, they should have left behind a large amount of ruins, just like the Kingdom of Ono. The demon had no interest in thoroughly destroying the entire building. In fact, even after the Kingdom of Wunner was ravaged by demons, the remnants of that kingdom still enabled the later Kingdom of Dorne to rise to power. Even in the western wilderness, which was not brought under control due to insufficient resources, one can still find various ancient architectural remains. The closer you get to Sapphire Bay, the fewer these ancient architectural relics there are. It's practically a wilderness. This has led scholars to speculate that there are other hidden reasons behind the destruction of Sapphire Bay. Of course, this is just speculation by scholars. After entering the Dawn era, there were also many people who wanted to revive Sapphire Bay. However, each time, they encountered various unexpected events. Even the traces they left behind were erased for various reasons. It is now the 423rd year of the Dawn calendar. For 400 years, Sapphire Bay has remained as desolate and pristine as it has been throughout the Turbulent era. People believe that an ancient curse exists in Sapphire Bay, and no one dares to approach it anymore, fearing that they too will be afflicted by the curse. This claim spread far and wide, and the place was no longer praised as Sapphire Bay, but rather called an ominous place. Of course, there are occasionally people like him who have nowhere else to go and dock at Sapphire Bay, or those who are not afraid of death and take the initiative to sail their boats into Sapphire Bay. However, the idea that the curse has never been broken suggests that these people have not been able to break it either. At this point, Barga couldn't help but worry about his own fate. Salina frowned slightly. Barga's words made her somewhat worried. Allen didn't react much. He had already heard about the ominous place from Ilaris once. He was more focused on something else. Since this place is called an ominous, cursed land, what happened to the flight routes that originally used this place as a transit point? Most of the shipping routes that originally used Sapphire Bay as a hub have been abandoned. If it's the southern countries and the western islands, it's just that there's not a suitable transit point. There are still alternative routes. But as for the north, without a crucial transit port, most of the shipping routes to the north have been cut off. Only a very few powerful merchant guilds can afford to spend a great deal of money to invite spellcasters onto their ships in order to organize a caravan heading to the north. Therefore, most of the goods from the north can only travel by land, passing through the Ashk Empire to the south. Land routes are slow and cause significant damage, making it almost impossible to transport some precious goods that are difficult to preserve. And the Ashk Empire. At this point, even the usually composed Barga couldn't help but show a look of disgust. The lords and nobles of the Ashk Empire are insatiable. They will fleece any passing caravan, and many will even rob them outright. For a long time, there has been virtually no organization of land-based caravans. Berga couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Are these nobles blinded by greed? They insisted on monopolizing a business that was clearly a long-term, sustainable venture. Now that the business has stopped, aren't they also suffering losses? Since it involves passing through multiple territories, this is unavoidable. After all, even if we don't eat it ourselves, we can't guarantee that other lords won't. In that case, it's better to strike first. Allen gave a casual reply. Although the worlds are different, the logic remains the same. The same thing has happened countless times in the history of Earth. In a unified country, this situation can be effectively curbed through the bureaucratic system and laws. However, in times of chaos, or when large-scale trade between countries is involved, such behavior of one party profiting at the expense of the other is quite common. The so-called empire in this world is nothing more than a collection of landed nobles. It doesn't even have a unified government. The territory is just a collection of small kingdoms owned by these nobles. Yes, Berga sighed, so if the northern route could be restored, what a huge profit that would be. After the meal, Allen had learned what he wanted to know, and the second expense was considered complete. Berga originally wanted to take the oath first, but Allen wanted to go to his cabin first to collect the first fee. So the three of them decided to take a walk and went down the cliff again, returning to the beach. Upon seeing Captain Berga's return, all the sailors immediately stood up. Although they were entertained and provided with food and fresh water, they were constantly worried because they were surrounded by kobolds and there were unseen fiddler crabs in the sea. The captain's safe return brought them considerable relief. This suggests that the captain has likely completed the negotiations, and they should be free from danger and combat. Berga first returned to the crew, said a few words of reassurance, and then summoned his first mate, Tom. You can organize everyone to set up camp and rest here. The owner of Sapphire Bay wants to come and see our cabin. Seeing the captain's calm demeanor, Tom knew that the captain had the situation under control, so he didn't say anything more and simply dragged over the small boat for docking. Berga, Allen, and Salina boarded the ship. Berga seemed to have no intention of involving the sailors in the transaction, so he took the oars and prepared to row the ship himself. No need. Allen stopped him, and then Berga felt a jolt beneath his feet as the small boat drifted toward the merchant ship on its own. This is... A thought struck him, and he glanced at the sea. Sure enough, the shadow of a crab's shell could be vaguely seen underwater. It's the fiddler crabs, they're pulling the boat. Berga understood. These fiddler crabs had indeed obeyed the orders of the Sapphire Bay master. Fortunately, they hadn't mistaken it for an accident and forced their way back to the ship after going ashore. Otherwise, their ship would probably have sunk here. Nothing unexpected happened after that. The three of them toured the cabins of the three ships and inspected all the cargo. Berga made no attempt to hide anything, displaying all his goods. Rather, it's because the owner of Sapphire Bay was eccentric in every way, and the fees he asked for were far too insignificant. Berga was afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied and break the agreement because they did not see goods that suited their taste or were of sufficient value. Just as mortals can abandon their vows at any time, non-human beings are not necessarily required to abide by agreements. Ultimately, Allen chose a magic book. Berga glanced at it and found it perfectly reasonable. This book is not the most valuable commodity, or even a relatively valuable one because it is unlikely to fetch a good price in the southern countries. That is something that is of almost no use to humans. But since they are non-human beings, it is normal for them to ignore the most expensive things like gold artworks and choose things related to magic instead. That's a good option. So, is our first expense now paid? Yes, it's settled. Allen stroked the magic book in his hand, very satisfied with the deal. However, there are many things in your shipment that interest me, so I hope to make a few more transactions. Upon hearing this, Berga's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was going to go back on his word? This isn't what we agreed on. Don't be so quick to refuse. Allen handed the magic book to Salina, which was originally meant for her. We can offer other services instead, such as providing repair materials. Repair. Baelger paused for a moment, then understood what Allen was about to say. Your ship is already in a very bad state. We need to continue repairing it, but without suitable materials, it will take a long time. For example, the main material needed for that mast will require a lot of effort to find. What do you mean? You tell me what materials you need, and I'll have my men find them for you. We can even help with repairs. Upon hearing this, Berga was immediately tempted. Putting everything else aside, the treants under the command of this Sapphire Bay master are incredibly strong and enormous. Their mere presence alone can greatly assist in the maintenance of large ships. Furthermore, I won't ask to choose whatever I want like I did this time. I will discuss reasonable prices with you and select the items I need. Thank you for your kindness. Well then, the deal is done. Berga immediately agreed to the deal. Great, that's awesome. Allen smiled. Then, please settle our third fee. Shall we begin like this? Berga asked tentatively. Let's begin like this. Oh well. Berga placed his hand on his chest as if making an oath, while secretly touching the magic amulet on his chest. I swear in the name of the ocean god, Karandur. Swearing an oath in the name of God is a solemn vow, and everyone fears the divine punishment for breaking the oath. Of course, most mortals are not worthy of the god's attention. I will return to Sapphire Bay within a year. If I break this oath, may I perish in the raging waves of Kalandur. Okay, payment settled. That's it, over? Berge touched the magic amulet on his chest, but there was no sign that it had been activated. The other party didn't cast a curse? Is it really just a vow made by a mortal? While he was still in shock and uncertainty, he saw that Allen had already pulled Salina back and walked out of the cabin. Captain Barga, we should go and discuss the cargo price corresponding to the repair costs. Oh, yes, I'm coming right away. After a fairly smooth exchange, Allen and Captain Barga finalized the details of the repair fee transaction. Captain Barga was surprised to find that Allen's requested repair cost was quite low. He only selected some relatively inexpensive, basic magical materials. He then took away a large quantity of the basic cargo he used for ballast. For example, linen, everyday ironware, tanned leather, and a large number of daily necessities for ordinary people. Some of them were items he couldn't sell in the Western Islands and weren't worth much anyway. Does the owner of Sapphire Bay want to experience the life of an ordinary person? Of course, none of this has anything to do with Captain Barga. He was delighted to see the tree people obey the Sapphire Bay master's orders and begin to help them repair their boats. Those kobolds who had been eyeing them with hostility not only replenished their depleted food and water supplies, but also guided them in selecting, felling, transporting, and processing timber in the mountains and forests. Although they are clumsy and only work at night, they have generally sped up the repair process. The fiddler crabs were of little help. In fact, just seeing their large pincers made the sailors worry that they would smash the ship's sides. Finally, there was the pirate group. They were nowhere to be seen near Sapphire Bay. After all, they are just pirates who live in the shadows, not an army, and they will not fully carry out the orders of the Kuroshio Trading Company. It seems they have weathered this crisis without serious harm, despite having a vow that he cared deeply about. But since we haven't been afflicted by the legendary curse, we should leave as soon as possible. Let's wait until we get home safely before considering whether to keep our vow. Stone Fortress. Allen, Salina, and Viola were gathered together, studying the magic book they had found on the ship. This is a magic book written in the Elven language, which records many Elven spells. The elves left many traces on the continent of Tyrese, so sometimes you can find ancient relics in inconspicuous places. This magic book is one of them. Elven magic leans more towards the realm of nature. This book has little value to humanity. Humans possess an unparalleled magical adaptability, allowing them to learn the magic of most races. However, after countless eras, humanity has developed a magic system best suited to its own needs. Therefore, Elven magic has little value to humans because the cost of learning it is too high, and its uses are too few. However, Salina and Viola both possessed Elven blood, so Salina became interested when she saw the magic book written in Elven script. Allen had only intended to pick something casually, but seeing that Salina was very interested, he chose it as a bargaining chip. Life, in full bloom, roots, intertwined. Salina and Viola slowly deciphered the Elven script in the book. They were born into the homes of human nobles, and in order to survive, their mothers first taught them the common language. They didn't have much time to learn Elvish. But with this book as proof, I believe they will soon be able to thoroughly study Elvish script. Allen also studied alongside them, and his learning speed surprised both Salina and Viola. To his shame, he was actually passively receiving Elven text experience from the half-elf twins because of his status as a lord. Phew, let's stop here for today. Salina rubbed her forehead, wanting to close the magic book. Magic books are not purely books of knowledge. The magic sealed within them can accelerate the reader's learning speed, but at the same time, it can also cause the reader to expend a great deal of energy. No, I can keep watching. Viola's expression clearly showed that she was still somewhat unsatisfied. Her elven bloodline was not altered, and with the help of the ancient tree elder, she became the ancient tree priestess, so reading this magic book required far less effort. Seeing that Salina had stopped reading, she picked up the magic book and went to the side to continue reading. Previously, she had been learning fire magic techniques from Salina. Now that she had the chance to have Salina learn elven magic techniques from her, she naturally wouldn't let it pass. Seeing this, Salina smiled. A large part of the reason she wanted to choose this book was that she guessed it would suit Viola well. So she and Allen chatted about their previous dealings with outsiders. Why should we let that human captain and his fleet leave alive? Salina's tone was calm, and her usual gentleness and kindness vanished completely when she was facing humans, especially a large group of men. Our seaport isn't even a prototype yet, is it? Kill them all, and their goods will naturally be ours. If you wanted to understand history, you now have everything you need to know. Allen also frankly stated, we can do that. But we can also let them go and spread the cursed legend of Sapphire Bay. By this time next year, the harbor should be taking shape, and I hope the shipping routes will be operational as soon as possible. Of course, letting them leave would also expose our situation here. It might attract attacks from pirates and the like, so there is indeed a certain degree of danger. Allen shrugged, somewhat indifferently saying, overall, there's not much difference between these two options for me. If you really dislike them, then we can back out. He stood by the window of the stone fortress, watching the sailors who were busily gathered on the beach like ants. Look, the kobolds, tree people, and sea crabs are all very close to them. We can make our move at night. Salina went to the window and watched with Allen as the sailors bustled about on the beach. Their voices were indistinct, but one could vaguely hear the enthusiastic chants. Their expressions were unclear, but one could vaguely sense their joy at surviving a disaster. What are they saying? What are they talking about? What are they expecting? Salina didn't know, and she didn't want to know anyway. She turned around, wanting to ask Viola what she thought. But Viola also looked up, and the two met eyes. The twins could convey their thoughts with just a glance. Salina bit her lip and finally uttered half a sentence. Forget it. After saying this half sentence, she seemed to release a long-suppressed feeling in her heart, and walked over to sit down next to Viola. The two sisters leaned against each other, embracing one another. Allen didn't say anything. He has no right to ask Gemini to let go of their hatred. He also had no grounds to advocate that Gemini should not vent their anger, because he did not experience those more than 10 years of humiliation and fear. As comrades in arms, blood allies, and family who share life and death and support each other, Allen is willing to share the weight of this hatred with them. Even without the faction markers on the character panel, Allen was well aware of the twins' personalities. Salina, who pretends to be strong, and Viola, who pretends to be innocent. Despite the underlying emotions of fear, pain, and hatred, the heart remains gentle and kind. If they are willing to vent their hatred with the blood of these people, he will accompany them to the end. He didn't want Salina to bear the bloodstains left by his venting of anger alone. A sudden evening breeze swept through the tranquil Sapphire Bay, and Captain Barga inexplicably felt a chill. This season is only hot and dry, where is there any chill in the air? Captain Barga shook his head, but no longer felt the wind. The chill lasted only a moment, then vanished without a trace. It must be an illusion. He turned his head and continued to direct the ship's repair work. 2 months have passed since Barga's 3 merchant ships were successfully repaired and left Sapphire Bay. Saying that the repair was successful wouldn't be entirely accurate. After all, Sapphire Bay has no professional shipyards, shipbuilders, or construction machinery. The so-called repairs were simply to roughly shape the timber under the command of the sailors and then patch up the original hull. In fact, these materials were completely substandard. For example, the most important mast has almost no design that conforms to ship mechanics. It can only be said that the tree people achieved a miracle through sheer strength, managing to forcefully insert a sufficiently tall tree trunk into the center of the ship. Although it looked out of place, Captain Barga and the sailors seemed quite satisfied. As long as I can go home, that's all that matters. The profits from transporting the goods monopolized by the Black Tide Merchant Guild on this trip were very substantial, enough for them to completely renovate and upgrade the ship, and for everyone to receive a large sum of money. Neither of the two scenarios Allen described occurred after they left. Their departure did not seem to break the curse of Sapphire Bay, as no fleets subsequently attempted to reach Sapphire Bay to make contact with them. Similarly, they did not seem to spread any negative influences, and Sapphire Bay was not bothered by any pirate tributaries. Everything was so peaceful, as if they had never been there. 2 months later, the wilderness had entered the dry season. But Sapphire Bay is a bay, and it is relatively humid. For the past 2 months, Allen and his companions have lived a peaceful and uneventful life. Firstly, in terms of construction, the addition of the crab people and tree people greatly shortened the construction period. Both the wild hunting grounds and fishing and hunting hut have been successfully built and put into operation. However, due to the lack of suitable hunters, only kobolds can hunt some small wild animals in the wild hunting grounds, which barely provides some prey. The fishing and hunting hut is different. Since the fiddler crabs are a marine race, their catch is incredibly high within the coverage area of the fishing and hunting hut. Seafood is piled up like mountains near the fishing hut every day. Tree people don't need food, they only need magic and land. The fiddler crab people, on the other hand, had already finished eating during the fishing and hunting process. Now, not only is the storage of preserved food for the winter in the territory almost complete, but even the most ordinary kobolds have become picky in the face of abundant seafood. Incidentally, due to the additional features of the fishing and hunting hut, Fiddler has a small chance of obtaining valuable seafood when fishing and hunting. So now Allen's stone castle storeroom has a considerable amount of pearls and coral stored up. Judging by its condition alone, it was worth a fortune, but no foreign merchant ships came to exchange it for gold coins. In addition, the construction of the kobold nest has been completed. Now that there is a sufficient food supply, under Allen's instructions, Flintclaw has allowed the females in the tribe to begin a large-scale reproduction. Kobold cubs hatch from their eggs in just 2 months, though it takes several years for them to reach full adulthood. However, kobolds don't have any concept of child labor. As long as someone can run and jump, they can work. While collecting the repair fee, Allen also picked out some basic magical materials. These materials were used as consumables for Allen and his 2 companions to hone their magical skills over the past 2 months. Although the 3 of them lived at a leisurely pace, none of them relaxed their efforts to improve their strength. The future Sapphire Bay will require sufficient high-end combat power for protection, not to mention the black-robed wizard who has always been a dark cloud hanging over the 3 of them. Of course, Allen mainly gave the magical materials to Salina and Viola, since as a lord he could share experience in a small proportion. After 2 months of training, all 3 of them showed significant changes in their stats. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Salina Starchaser. Race, half-elf. Age, 16. Character template, Elite. Alliance, Lawful Good. Level, Red Dragon Blood Guard LV7/Wizard, Elf, LV2. Status, Normal. Special, The Twins. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Salina further explored the power of the Red Dragon Blood Guard, while also learning some elven magic. Because her bloodline was modified, she found it difficult to learn elven magic, but thanks to the rapid learning ability of the interconnected twins, she still managed to reach level 2. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Viola, Star Chaser. Race, half-elf. Age, 16. Character template, Elite. Alliance, Lawful Good. Level, Ancient Tree Priest LV3/Fire Elementalist LV3. Status, Normal. Special, The Twins. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Viola's Ancient Tree Priest is an advanced class, and leveling up is quite difficult. Moreover, it seems that elven magic can be fully incorporated into this class, and there is no separate distinction made in Allen's panel. As for the low-level class of Fire Elementalist, Viola hasn't studied it much lately, but she has still learned quite a bit from Salina through observation and practice. The improvement in the strength of the half-elf twins benefited Allen, finally allowing him, who had a higher template, to also improve. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Allen. Race, Human. Age, 13. Character template, Hero, Leader. Level, Dragonvein Warlock LV5+1/Wizard, Elf, LV1/Minor LV2. Faction, Absolutely Neutral. Status, Lord. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Allen's Dragonvein Warlock class has finally reached level 5 without taking into account the territory bonus. In addition, 2 additional career levels were also obtained. The Ancient Tree Priest seems to be a special profession that cannot be directly applied to Allen, and the Wizard, Elf, level has been further separated. And the minor rank boost from Flintclaw. In the future, his number of followers will increase, and so will the variety of professions. Therefore, Allen decided to ignore these unimportant professional ranks. In short, the main profession Dragonvein Warlock has reached level 5, which not only represents a significant increase in his strength, but also triggers the first upgrade reward of the Lord's Handbook. He obtained 5 more crystals. We can proceed with the next round of territory development. But Allen did not use it immediately because he was considering new choices for his subjects. The Treant race is thanks to Viola. The Crab people, on the other hand, were a return gift from the Mermaid Girl, Ilaris. Besides these 2 tribes, Allen had been exploring with Flintclaw for other tribes within Sapphire Bay that could be incorporated into their territory. This operation did not stop during those 2 months. He has already made some progress. These 5 crystals were kept for this purpose. Recruiting a leader similar to Flintclaw as a follower is a good way to manage a new territorial group. Therefore, he planned to leave 1 or 2 of the crystals to the leader of the new tribe. He planned to save the 3rd one for Viola or Salina, not forgetting that the half-elf twins needed a class that could balance their attributes. For the 4th one, he decided to recruit a leader for the Fiddler Crabs. Crab people are really hardworking and have no complaints, they are so useful. Allen decided to keep the 5th one, just in case. Now, it's time to expand our influence further. Over the course of 2 months, Allen led his kobold squad on a gradual exploration of the 5 mountain ranges surrounding Sapphire Bay. Many more monster groups inhabiting this area have been discovered. First, there was a group of small wood sprites hiding in the forest. Allen and the kobolds had never discovered them when they went out to scout. In fact, the forests where they live are not far from the stone fortress. However, they are very weak spirit creatures, only the size of a thumb, so they fear the aura emanating from Allen and the kobolds. Whenever Allen, Salina, or Flintclaw led an expedition, they would all hide among the trees and flowers. They have no fighting ability and their magic is very weak, but once they hide, no one can find them. It was by chance that Viola decided to lead a team out to search for them on her own, and that's how she discovered them. The little ones were drawn to Viola's life magic and, while curiously peeking, gave themselves away, which Viola discovered. Although this group of little wood sprites combined couldn't defeat a single kobold, they were an excellent symbiotic group for the plants and trees. The forests with them will be denser and the fruits will be more plentiful. When the ancient tree elders heard about this, they were very eager to invite them to settle in the Tree People forest. Allen also incorporated them into his future agricultural building plans. However, the little wood sprites are very timid, and Viola has been dealing with them for the past 2 months, hoping to get them to join the Stone Fortress's forces. Having learned from the 2 cases involving the Tree People and the Wood Elves, Allen understood the value of Viola's natural affinity. Many races that are close to nature may be difficult to conquer by force, and those need to be left to Viola to handle. These races may lack combat prowess, but they often possess a greater talent for production and manufacturing. Then there was a group of jackal men, numbering about 300 or 400, who lived in the mountains to the east. In terms of combat power alone, they are a superior alternative to the kobolds, with each having a level 4 warrior class. Bloodthirsty, cruel, attracted to strength, and skilled in group hunting. Unfortunately, among this group of gnolls, there was no talent like Flintclaw who could speak the common tongue. Therefore, for a considerable period of time, the interactions between the Stone Fortress forces and them were fraught with friction and conflict. Especially after discovering that the Stone Fortress had ample food reserves, the Gnoll tribe, which was entering the dry season, even sent out small raiding parties. However, the gnolls do not have spellcasters with mutated bloodlines, only warriors, making it difficult for them to achieve any results against the treants with excellent physical defense. After several conflicts, they paid a heavy price and stopped attacking the Stone Fortress. Salina seemed to have been provoked by Viola's successive subjugation of 2 tribal leaders. Upon encountering the Gnoll tribe, which required military conquest, they wholeheartedly joined the counterattack against them. With her elite template and ability to cast fire magic, Salina can take on an entire Gnoll squad by herself. With the treant army providing cover, her counterattack inflicted heavy losses on the gnolls. Allen knew that even though they were just 2 small forces, logistics were extremely important since they were in a state of war. With ample food supplies, Stone Castle was naturally not afraid and directly used kobolds to extend the supply line to the edge of the Gnoll territory. During this time, Allen and Salina lived directly outside the Gnoll territory, using the tireless treant army as a mobile fortress. Whenever they discover a group of gnolls out hunting, they will attack them without hesitation. Of the defeated Gnoll squad, the weak were killed, and the strong were tied up and sent back to the Stone Fortress to be guarded by the kobolds. Allen and Salina can afford to be fearless in the face of attrition, something the gnolls cannot do. They have no way to store food, and during the dry season they need to hunt more frequently, otherwise their tribe will starve to death. The Gnoll leaders are a pair of elite template brothers around level 11 who are trying to kill Salina by disguising themselves as a hunting party. Their claws were almost able to break through the treeman's defenses, and they even left a deep wound on Allen's waist. But that's it. As long as the treant is not countered by magic such as fire, it can slowly heal even if a large hole is dug in it. In other words, they were facing a living shield that would not retreat. With sufficient protection, the spellcaster becomes the strongest damage dealer. In the end, if Allen hadn't stopped her, Salina would have almost burned them both to a crisp. So they were captured and transported back to Stone Castle, becoming the first inhabitants of the Stone Castle dungeon. After losing their leader, the gnolls quickly expressed their intention to submit by ceasing to resist. However, Allen has not yet officially recruited followers, so he has not yet incorporated them into his ranks. Finally, deep in the mountains south of Sapphire Bay, in a thorny, swampy valley, live hundreds of boar people. The boar men are thick-skinned, incredibly strong, and far more powerful individually than the kobold men. Allen's observations confirmed that their average individual strength was around level 6 to 8. Given that the boar people clearly engaged in sacrificial practices during their hunts, Allen could easily deduce that there were likely several bloodline sorcerers and priest leaders among them who were capable of casting spells, similar to how flintlocks were to kobolds. Furthermore, the main activity area of the boar people is not in Sapphire Bay, they belong to the outer part of the southern mountains, and their main activity area is actually in the wilderness outside the mountains. Allen believed that Stone Fortress was not strong enough to conquer them, so he put the matter aside for the time being. Although he successfully crippled the Gnoll's will, Allen still had one problem to solve after returning to Stone Castle. Because the Lord's Handbook does not directly grant the Lord the loyalty of the followers, the half-elf twins were recruited by Allen first due to special circumstances, and then communication was necessary. With their shared stance, they eventually became a community of shared interests. Even though Flint was attracted by the dragon's blood and possessed innate loyalty due to his bloodline, Allen still took him under his wing after a period of observation. Although the 2 Gnoll brothers have been defeated, whether they have truly submitted to their power remains to be seen. In addition, due to the language barrier, even if Allen wanted to test the waters, he wouldn't be able to. If you recruit first, you will indeed gain the ability to communicate with your mind, but then you will be unable to return. Even if you discover that they have ulterior motives, the lost crystals cannot be recovered. Phew, I never thought I'd have to pin my hopes on Flintclaw. Allen rubbed his forehead. Now he could only pin his hopes on Flintclaw's little brain. So, Allen used his mind to transmit the command to Flintclaw. Allen sent it to the dungeon of the stone fortress. Did you succeed in doing what I asked you to do? Allen rarely spoke with such hesitation, because he also felt that this matter was quite difficult. He felt like a leader who had given his subordinates an extremely difficult task. But Flintstick puffed out its chest with pride. No problem, Dragon Lord. All right, then come with me. Yes, Dragon Lord. Allen led Salina and Flintclaw into the dungeon passage and opened the first cell door. Upon seeing the cell door open, the imprisoned gnoll suddenly looked up and trembled when he saw that it was Allen and Salina who had entered. The severe burns on its body reminded it of the strength of these two people, so it had no desire to resist and obediently knelt down on the ground. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Cage. Race, Gnoll. Age, 18. Character template, Elite. Faction, Chaos and Evil. Level, Warrior LV11. Status, Severe Burns. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Cag was awaiting his fate when suddenly, a sharp bark rang out. It paused for a moment before turning its head to look in the direction of the sound. It saw that next to the man was a rusty kobold that was much larger than the usual kobolds. The sound came from the kobold. Seeing that it was stunned, the kobold repeated its urgent barking. Cag then realized that the kobold was actually speaking Gnoll language. The pronunciation was strange and distorted, and the intonation was disordered, but it recognized it as the language of the Gnolls. It is asking itself if it can understand. Cag felt incredulous. It never imagined in its lifetime that it would actually be able to communicate with a lowly kobold. As Allen listened to Flintclaw's barking and saw that the gnoll had not responded for a long time, he began to feel uncertain. Yes, in order not to waste crystals, he gave Flintclaw a task right after the battle with the kobolds began. Let it try its best to learn the language of the jackals. This is actually asking the impossible. But after careful consideration, Allen realized that he only knew Common, while Salina and Viola knew Common and the less familiar Elvish. And Flintclaw can speak Common language, kobold language, and a part of dragon language at the same time. No one even taught it. It learned the universal language and dragon language entirely on its own. To his surprise, he discovered that Flintclaw was actually the one with the highest linguistic talent in the Stone Fortress faction. After realizing this, Allen suddenly had a complex feeling that his intelligence had been outmatched by a border collie. But since there are talented people in the team, we have to use them. During this period, he sent many Gnoll prisoners of war back to the rear and handed them over to the kobolds to guard. Flintclaw then began learning the language of the jackals from the captive jackals. Now is the time to see the results. With only 2 months to go, Allen felt that being able to have even basic communication would be good enough. Listening to Flintclaw's incessant, urgent barking, Allen quietly awaited the outcome. The kobold's original voice was similar to a bark. To them, the series of barks they had just heard sounded like a series of distorted barks. Can that gnoll really understand? When Flintclaw repeated it for the 4th time, the gnoll finally responded. It was also a series of rapid barking sounds. Then Flintclaw became somewhat excited and began barking back and forth with the gnoll. Allen and Salina exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. It actually learned it. Is it because Flintclaw's language talent is too strong, or because the languages of the kobolds and gnolls are inherently similar and share commonalities? A moment later, Flintclaw, as if seeking credit, reported to Allen in common. Dragon Lord, his name is Cag, he is 18 years old and is the leader of the Gnoll tribe. The other leader is Morish, his younger brother. The Gnolls admire the strong, and you conquered them with your strength. Upon hearing this, Allen realized that the information matched the character panel perfectly. This demonstrates that the communication capabilities of the flintlock have been verified. Secondly, it proves that the gnoll Cag inside was not lying. The fact that it didn't try to lie because of the language barrier is a good sign, suggesting that its submission might be genuine. Allen felt relieved and patted Flint's head as a reward, not caring that it licked his hand with saliva. Then we can start testing the waters. Tell it that I want the gnolls to join the Stonehold faction, so I will not strip it of its leadership and it will need to continue to lead the pack. At the same time, we will make a pact with it, grant it power, and make it stronger. Flintclaw quickly conveyed Allen's meaning, and Cag naturally had no objections. Then Allen added, however, I will not grant it 2 powers. Since it is willing to be loyal, its brother is useless. To prove its loyalty to me, I want it to kill its brother with its own hands. Upon hearing this, Selena glanced at Allen in surprise. She knew that Allen didn't have that kind of perverse taste, and he would never actually do such a thing. She didn't know what Allen was planning, so she didn't say anything and just watched silently. After Flintclaw conveyed its message, the gnoll Cag fell into a long silence. Although he couldn't understand the gnoll's facial expression, judging from the constant changes in its facial muscles, Allen guessed that it was probably struggling with something. After a long while, it seemed to have made a decision and said something to Flintclaw. Upon hearing this, Flintclaw translated somewhat angrily, "Dragon Lord, how dare it defy your will? It doesn't deserve your favor. Then tell him that I will choose his younger brother as the leader, so let it wait to be killed." "Yes, Dragon Lord." Flintclaw immediately translated Allen's meaning and spat a mouthful of phlegm at him. Cag did not respond, but just stared blankly as the cell door closed. Allen, Selena, and Flintclaw walked toward the last cell and opened the cell door. A gnoll with even more severe burns than Cag is imprisoned here. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Moorish. Race, Gnoll. Age, 15. Character template, Elite. Faction, Chaos and Evil. Level, Warrior LV11/Blood Frenzy Hunter LV1. Status, Severe Burns. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. The gnoll named Moorish showed no reaction to Allen and Selena's arrival, remaining huddled in the corner of the cell. However, the pair of dark green vertical pupils staring straight at Allen revealed the stubbornness of the person who held those eyes. As can be seen from the character panel, although both are elite templates, Moorish is much better than Cag. It is younger, but its warrior rank is already the same as its older brothers. It even has a separate class called Blood Frenzy Hunter, which should be a branch advanced class of a warrior. The wound on Allen's side was left by this guy. This guy is exceptionally obsessed with fighting, possessing an aura of never giving up. When surrounded by treants and defeat was inevitable, Cag stopped resisting, but it kept struggling desperately. It was because of this that Selena's flames lasted so long that they almost burned the two gnoll leaders to death. So Allen had guessed from the beginning that it wouldn't be loyal to him. Even if you manage to subdue it temporarily using other methods, it will eventually rebel. Therefore, he would never allow this gnoll to remain. "Flint, repeat to Cag what I just promised him," Allen said. A series of fierce barks rang out in succession. Even if he couldn't understand what Flintclaw and the gnoll Moorish were saying, just by looking at Flintclaw's furious and almost murderous state, Allen knew that the negotiations had broken down. However, this was within his expectations. He gently kicked the Flintclaw, stopping it from gathering magic. Then he pulled out the flintlock pistol and closed the cell door again. Under Selena's somewhat bewildered gaze, Allen did not go back to the first cell to communicate with the jackal Cag again. Instead, they sent Flintclaw back first and came back the next day. The next day, Allen did not go down to the dungeon himself. Instead, he sent Selena with the key and Flintclaw to see the gnoll Cag. After Allen's explanation last night, Selena already knew Allen's plans. It's actually quite simple. Although Allen is the Lord, even if he wins over the two current leaders of the gnolls, their loyalty won't be very high. So he decided to play the good cop. So, after Allen presented unacceptable conditions to Cag and Moorish yesterday, today Selena, the red-faced one, presented the real conditions that had been prepared. Her explanation to the gnoll Cag was, "Your brother refused to accept the task of killing you and offended the Lord with his foul attitude, so the Lord decided to grant him death. But I greatly admire your subservience to the strong and your loyalty to your brothers yesterday, so I will bestow new favors upon you. Gnolls can still join the Stonehold, and you will be granted the great power of the Lord. Your brother will not be killed, but will be exiled. Can you accept this condition?" Cag felt a sense of despair upon hearing that Moorish would be killed. But after hearing the second half of Selena's meaning, he immediately understood who he should pledge allegiance to. So it humbly knelt before the girl who had conquered it with fire and kissed her shoes. In fact, even if Moorish were to be killed, it would remain loyal to Stone Castle. As a gnoll with low intelligence, Cag, as the chieftain, prioritizes the survival of his tribe, and following the strong is a common practice for this type of monster. For Cag, the only thing he couldn't accept was killing his brother with his own hands. As for exile, it was nothing to lower-ranking races in the wilderness. Just like when a pride of lions or a pack of wolves changes leaders, it's already a good outcome if the defeated old leader and his children survive. When the brothers came to power, they ruthlessly killed the previous gnoll leader and all his cubs, all for the sake of possessing the best females. There's no need to kill your brother with your own hands, your brother can still live. These two things were the greatest blessing for Cag. Therefore, its loyalty to Salina is different from that of ordinary people who submit to the strong. So it was taken out of the stone cell and brought to the hall of the stone fortress, where Allen was already waiting. Allen didn't intend to say much more to it. This tribe would be under Salina's control in the future, and he only needed to play the good cop. He opened the recruitment interface, put in one crystal, and the panel of 3 recruitable followers appeared. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Cage. Race, Null. Age, 18. Character template, Elite. Faction, Chaos and Evil. Level, Warrior LV11. Status, Severe Burns. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Treeman. Race, Treant. Age, 41. Character template, Standard. Faction, Lawful/Neutral. Level, Treant LV10. Status, Normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Seabird. Race, Seabird. Age, 1. Character template, Standard. Rank, Flying Bird LV1. Status, Normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. There wasn't even a rat near the stone fortress, only the 3 people who took turns living near the fortress and the seabirds flying overhead were captured by the recruitment system. Without hesitation, Allen chose the Nolcags panel. Then I opened the cultivation interface and added another crystal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Knoll Hunter. Type, Combat Skill Inheritance. Enhanced Effect. Inheriting the hunting and killing skills best suited to gnolls, this combat skill excels at running and attacking, greatly enhancing running and jumping abilities, and slightly improving the ability to strike weak points and inflict wounds. Advanced Paths, Gnoll Bonebreaker, Blood Frenzy Hunter, Gnoll Warlord. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Dark Blood Warlock. Type, Bloodline Awakening. Enhanced Effect. Awaken the dark power hidden within the Gnoll bloodline to gain a faint shadow and corrosive abilities. They can learn some curse abilities and can also put allies into a bloodthirsty berserk state by consuming their life force. Advanced Paths, Dark Blood Pact Demon, Necromancer, Curse Priest. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Shadow Assassin. Type, Combat Skill Inheritance/Bloodline Awakening. Enhanced Effect. Through special training, the shadow magic in one's bloodline can be applied in a special way, allowing one to become invisible and move silently for a short time by blending into the shadows. Advanced Paths, Shadow Hunter, Bloodthirsty Berserker, Shadow Warlock. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Without pausing, Allen immediately selected the first option, Gnoll Hunter. Stone Fortress's top combatants have always been spellcasters. Aside from Allen and his 2 companions, Flintclaw is also a natural spellcaster. Having a follower specializing in combat skills can also make the combat power more balanced. More importantly, while combat skill enhancements are not as immediately effective as spellcasting enhancements, the difficulty of inheriting combat skills is much lower. After learning the Gnoll's exclusive combat skills, Keg can train the new Gnolls in his tribe to learn them. Although not many can be trained, this will subtly further enhance the overall combat effectiveness of the Gnoll tribe. The third enhancement path is also a combat skill enhancement, but it cannot be used without bloodline activation, and therefore there is no expanded benefit. As for the second Warlock path, the spell that makes allies go berserk by paying a price is impressive, but its niche has already been taken over by Flintclaw's Kobold Warcrier. If Flintclaw can remove the Kobold racial restriction from this class, then its ability to cover an entire army without much cost is far superior to this spellcaster who has mixed curse abilities. Having received the enhancements from the Lord's Handbook, the Gnoll Keg almost immediately felt the changes within himself, and even his burns began to heal rapidly. But before it could kneel down in gratitude, Allen waved it away from the stone castle. Salina played along with Allen's performance, leaving with Flintclaw and the newly enhanced Kag. If you're going to act, you have to go all the way. They have one more scene to complete before they can be considered to have finished Kag's onboarding process. After Salina left, Allen opened the Lord's Handbook again and sighed softly. Only 1 crystal left, it's gone way too fast. Sapphire Bay, a mountaintop in the northern mountains. Once you cross this mountain, the moist sea breeze from Sapphire Bay will no longer reach you. Further north lies an endless wilderness. A gnoll crouched in the shadows between the rocks, almost blending into the darkness. The gnoll had some burn marks on its body, but they seemed to have healed very quickly and were no longer visible. Its name is Morish, and it was originally the leader of the Gnoll tribe in the eastern mountains of Sapphire Bay. Together with its brother Kag, it led the Gnoll people to live and multiply in the mountains. The 2 brothers shared the leader's position and females, which was the only thing that went against the rules of the wilderness. But Morish felt he was different from those scumbags. The weak follow the rules, the strong make their own. When he was very young, when he needed to be protected by his older brother, it learned from the slow movements and weak strength of its peers that it was different from them and that it would be a true strongman. The process of growing up proved this point. Morish's strength quickly caught up with his brother's. Not only did he learn all of his brother's fighting skills, he also comprehended a powerful ability on his own to temporarily enhance himself by activating his bloodline. When they had just come of age, the 2 brothers bit off the head of the former leader and became the new leader. But in the end, they lost to some outsiders. They took the name from that stone house and, with their lowly kobolds and incredibly strong treants, defeated the Gnoll race. According to the rules of the wilderness, it will follow its brother to the new overlord. This is quite common for lower-level monsters. It's not about loyalty, it's just the survival instinct of a lower-level monster. But this is only temporary, like a period of dormant growth under the former leader. Sooner or later it will rise again and bite off the head of the new leader. However, the new leader did not seem to want its followers, and instead sent a lowly kobold who spoke jackal language to humiliate it. It even seems to be destined to die. This was the first time in Morish's life that he had felt fear and intense resentment. It was unwilling to accept that its talents had not yet been realized, unwilling to simply become a skeleton in the wilderness. This ending is just like the worthless people it looks down on. However, things took a turn for the better last night. Just as it was feeling anxious and fearful in its cell, a domineering voice entered its mind. The voice seemed to see right through its thoughts, and each time it spoke, it felt more humiliated, more fearful, and more powerless. That was the voice of the stone castle's owner. The owner of the stone fortress told it that he had agreed because its brother, Kag, was willing to trade his life for Morish's survival. Not only that, he will also bestow upon it new power, but the price is that it must leave Sapphire Bay forever and, every so often, fulfill an order from the master of Stone Castle. Otherwise, the owner of the stone fortress will take Kag's life. Morish agreed almost immediately. Even if it's just to avoid ending up like those good-for-nothings. Even if it's just so that one day I can avenge this humiliation. Even if it's just so that one day I can take back what belongs to me. Even if it's for the sake of that older brother who will eventually be left behind. One day, my older brother will be far behind me in terms of growth. So the older brother could only accept his protection, just as he had when he was a child, cowering behind him. Morish accepted the orders of the Stone Castle's master and was granted magical powers. That was a magical power that allowed it to merge into nothingness and even enter the realm of shadows. It was then released from its cell. The owner of the stone fortress told it that it could wait in this spot today, and perhaps if he was in a good mood, he would allow Kag to come and see him. So it has been waiting since last night until now. Suddenly, its ears twitched slightly, and it peeked out from the shadows. A familiar gnoll, covered in burn scars, is climbing to the top of the mountain. Salina watched from a distance as the two gnolls huddled together, sniffing each other, and felt a pang of emotion. Although she understood Allen's explanation, seeing this scene still inevitably reminded her of her inseparable bond with Viola. Allen, even though you explained it once yesterday, is it really necessary to do it this way? Although Allen was in the stone castle at this time, the Lord could communicate with the followers at any time and could also sense some emotions, so he knew what Salina was feeling. If I hadn't stopped you during the earlier siege, you would have burned that little one to death. Oh, let's keep things separate. It wasn't that it hurt you that made me so angry. You know, instead of this life and death separation, it would have been better if they had just died together. Allen was speechless. He knew that although Salina was looking at the Knoll brothers, she was thinking about him and Viola, so he didn't intend to continue discussing the topic of psychological projection with her. In short, the larger one is willing to pledge allegiance, while the smaller one is clearly unwilling to submit. The Knoll tribe will be under your leadership from now on. I can't plant a landmine next to you, that would be too dangerous. Okay. Salina shrugged, because the communication with the Knoll brothers had ended. They didn't have much complicated feelings for each other, they barely sniffed each other and didn't exchange more than a few words. Then the little Knoll disappeared into the shadows of the woods and headed further north into the wilderness, without any of the lingering reluctance or turning back every few steps that Salina had expected. Salina then took Keg back to Stone Castle. They still had a lot to do after taking over the entire Knoll tribe. Leaving Salina's situation aside for now, Allen, inside the stone fortress, was currently opening the territory map, watching the Knoll Mauritius movement route. After being taken in as a follower by Allen, its actions will continuously expand the area covered by Allen's map. Even if it may never return to Sapphire Bay, its very existence serves as a scout outwards. Of course, Allen spent 2 crystals last night to recruit and train it, not just to make it a scout. It's because its potential is truly remarkable. Morish was much younger than Kag, yet he was stronger. The Blood Frenzy Hunter class, which Viola also possesses, is an advanced class, just like her ancient tree priest. Without any guidance whatsoever, he mastered the power of an advanced profession. Allen speculated that this Knoll might even have the potential to advance to the hero template on its own. It is precisely because of Morish's great potential that Allen cannot keep him in the territory as he would with ordinary subjects. Although its growth rate will not exceed that of Allen, it will certainly be positioned on the front lines. With the Emperor far away and the central government far away, Allen couldn't focus all his energy on guarding against the generals on the front lines. So either kill it or let it leave. Allen opted for the latter, using a simple act to enhance the Knoll Kag's loyalty to Salina as much as possible, achieving 2 goals at once. Even if it disobeys, Allen's losses won't be too great, since the power it grows will continue to be supplied to Allen. As for Morish's feelings for Kag, to be honest, before recruiting it as a follower and feeling a part of the emotions in its mind, Allen never imagined that Knolls, who are naturally bloodthirsty and not very intelligent, could have such rich emotions. After recruiting Kag, it was confirmed that Kag's emotions were not so complicated. This suggests that this may also be part of Morish's mutation, and his intelligence is far superior to that of ordinary Knolls. In short, this was an unexpected bonus. As the original leader of the Knolls, Keg returned to his tribe without any obstacles and quickly held a ceremony to pledge allegiance to Stonehold. Then, like the kobolds, they will leave their original land and move their nests to the forests of the northern mountains. As a result, the northern mountains were inhabited by the agile and numerous Knolls, as well as the slow but powerful tree people. Stone Fortress has now completely taken control of the northern corner of Sapphire Bay. This actual control over the land allowed Allen's territory interface to pass the judgment, bringing the entire northern mountain range into the territory scope. This fulfills the prerequisite for upgrading Stone Castle, also known as the basic Lord's Hut. Although upgrading would unlock more rare and powerful buildings, Allen didn't want to use up his last crystal yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade the Stone Castle. He first issued a mission to the Knoll race to move into the wild hunting grounds. With the Knolls, skilled in fighting and hunting, serving as hunters, the hunting grounds can finally fulfill its true purpose. At the same time, during the hunt, the Knolls will be taught and trained in combat skills by Kag. Allen hoped that the wilderness hunting grounds could serve not only as a food supply building but also as a training camp for a continuous stream of soldiers. Salina kept an eye on the Knolls throughout their migration. The first order she gave to Kag, the Knoll leader, was to have him learn the common language from Flintclaw. She believes that since she has decided to take charge of a portion of the races within her territory, she must assume the corresponding responsibilities and have a thorough understanding of her subordinates. The 16-year-old half-elf girl adapted very quickly. Compared to Viola's easygoing and go-with-the-flow attitude, Salina always habitually takes responsibility upon herself. The crystals are used up so quickly. Every time I get them, they're gone in the blink of an eye. Allen looked at the last crystal in the Lord's Handbook and couldn't help but sigh softly. But he didn't feel the money was being spent too quickly. Investing in the Knoll race is necessary, their potential is much higher than that of the kobolds. As for Morish, Allen was simply considering it from the perspective of his own strength, wanting to gain another high-quality channel for improvement. That is, when the mermaid girl Elleries visited, Allen had no crystals available. Otherwise, he would have had to recruit her as a follower at all costs. While the recruit function cannot gain the loyalty of followers, it has one advantage: it can take effect without the followers' consent. If the last crystal is used to upgrade the Lord's Hut, then we'll have an upgraded building pool but no crystals to upgrade it, which is essentially a waste. Allen sat alone in the main hall of the stone castle, deep in thought. As for the flip crab people, we have Ella's conch shell, so there's no rush to recruit them. We can put it off for now. Salina and Viola are both extremely busy right now, and even with their enhanced general abilities, they don't have time to learn from each other. What's more, I still haven't found suitable enhancement resources. Then it can only be used for territory building. With that in mind, Allen no longer hesitated and opened the territory interface, where the map once again appeared before his eyes. At this point, the territory encompassed a large portion of the northern mountain range, extending southward to the edge of the eastern mountain range, and finally including the entire Sapphire Bay, all of which were under Allen's control. Allen's attention swept over the two unique locations that he had already explored. One is Silver Feather Peak in the northeast corner of Sapphire Bay, where silver-feathered griffins reside. Secondly, there is a flat area in the center of Sapphire Bay, with some ancient architectural remains and former harbor ruins. We don't yet have the ability to conquer the silver feather griffin, so we can't directly upgrade nest-type buildings. If we build a separate taming and hunting-type building at the foot of the mountain. Allen stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then rejected the idea. Silver-feathered griffins are relatively high-level monsters, and their intelligence should be higher than that of gnolls. It would be inappropriate to deal with them using the same approach as that used for wild beasts or even ferocious species. Let's put it on hold for now. So, this is the main body of the harbor. It's better to establish it sooner, even if it's just a prototype, so that it can be expanded and built on the basis of the main buildings of the harbor later. After making up his mind, Allen no longer hesitated and put the last crystal into the illusory mark of the harbor ruins. Immediately, a prompt appeared. Architectural blueprints generated, ultra-large multi-purpose harbor. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Superlarge Multifunctional Seaport. Category: Urban Architecture. Effect: integrates all the core functional buildings required for a top-tier seaport, significantly enhancing trade throughput, sea defense, maritime supply, and shipbuilding capabilities, including deep-water piers, lighthouses, large docks. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Attention! The area of the blueprints to be restored is too large, exceeding the level of the beginner lord's hut. Please unlock the remaining parts after upgrading your lord's building, until all blueprints are unlocked. Drawings under adjustment. Adjustments complete. Building blueprints generated. Ultra-large multifunctional seaport, core area. Allen paused for a moment, staring at the constantly flashing notifications in front of him. Although the blueprints were locked so that only the core area could be built, he could still view the original blueprint contents. The original blueprints showed a dense array of piers of all sizes, covering almost the entire Sapphire Bay coastline for tens of kilometers. Subsequently, the construction of other types of harbor buildings continued to expand towards the eastern mountains, almost filling all non-mountainous areas. Is this what Sapphire Bay looked like during the Kingdom of Ono? That's spectacular! But Allen soon noticed that the design of the blueprint was too perfect and standardized. No matter how powerful the Kingdom of Ono is, it is unlikely that it can plan the perfect location for every building. Allen guessed that this was based on the original city blueprints and optimized from the Lord's Handbook. If it could be completely reproduced, it would unlock a perfectly planned and well-equipped city. I just don't know how much labor and resources will be needed to build it. Allen glanced at the current labor demand. The kobolds and treants were just enough. However, the materials are far inferior. A stone fortress cannot be made with a single material. The main timber and stone materials are relatively easy to find, but building a seaport requires a large amount of other materials. Waterproof and corrosion-resistant tar, drainage, and ground-reinforcing sand, lime mortar as an adhesive. If we had to start from scratch and produce everything separately, Allen would be exhausted. Allen desperately needed a merchant shipping route to bring in ready-made building materials from other regions. These materials were not expensive. I want to establish merchant shipping routes, so I need a seaport. But I want to build a seaport, and I need merchant shipping routes. Isn't this a chicken or egg problem? Allen's expression was complicated. He sighed softly and began racking his brains for a solution. Sorina, you've been so busy lately, I've been doing all the cooking. Yes, it will be a long time before the gnolls can move there, and the hunting grounds in the northern mountains have only just been completed. Salina ate the meat in big mouthfuls. Whether it was due to the influence of the red dragon bloodline or not, her appetite had also increased considerably, although not as exaggerated as Allen's. Do you know how much a few hundred gnolls can eat? The food we stored before was like a small mountain, but they'll soon eat it all up. I must get them settled in the hunting grounds that Allen has designated as soon as possible, and let them start hunting. So, we'll need to store even more food for winter. Salina finished her meal quickly, said goodbye to Viola, and disappeared like a gust of wind. Viola pouted. She fully understood that the stronger Salina was, the stronger her desire for control would be. Now that Allen has given her so many things to do, she is naturally very busy. Viola ate a couple of bites of food, washed the dishes, and then summoned a kobold. The kobolds had dug caves near the stone fortress, so Flintclaws had assigned several kobolds to the area to handle miscellaneous tasks for the fortress. Viola gave it a food box, and the kobold carefully crawled back into its cave and went down the cliff. Allen has been busy building the harbor these days. He spends his days on the beach with the treants and his nights overseeing the kobold's construction. He doesn't even come home for meals. Busy, busy, everyone's busy. Viola, looking somewhat unhappy, strolled down the cliff. Her task was easy, to go down the mountain every day to play with the little wood spirits until they completely trusted Viola and followed her to see the old tree. The little wood sprites are very weak, very cute, and very innocent fairies. She had a lot of fun during this time, playing hide-and-seek and weaving flower baskets every day. Recently, Viola even learned how to collect nectar from them. Although she didn't have hands that were delicate enough to reach into the flower's heart, the elven magic book contained some similar spells that could help her. Once the mead is brewed, I'll take it to Salina and Allen to try. With that thought in mind, Viola quickened her pace and soon arrived at the woodland where the little wood sprites were hiding. Whoosh click click, here I come. Viola called out the names of the 2 little wood sprites who were closest to her. Every day, they bring Viola a surprise, a new wreath, or a prank. But today, after Viola called out, the little wood sprites have yet to appear. Did they go to play in the mountain spring? Viola searched the woods but couldn't find a single wood sprite. The little wood sprites are incredibly good at hiding. Even though Viola is very familiar with them, she can't tell whether they're hiding or not at home. Suddenly, she felt a strong wind blowing over her head, messing up her hair. Looking up, the sky was clear and there was nothing there, as if it really had just been a strong gust of wind. Viola shook her head and walked towards the mountain spring in the forest. Soon, she found nothing at the mountain spring either. Did all the little wood spirits move away? Just like that, you abandoned her? Viola felt somewhat disappointed. Throughout all her life, no matter how difficult or dangerous things were, she always had her older sister to protect her, and later she had Allen. She easily won over the old tree elder, and the tree people joined the stone fortress as well. Viola had never experienced being abandoned before. She felt she had a really good time playing with the little wood spirits, so why did they leave without saying goodbye? Viola thought for a long time and remembered the stories and legends her mother had told her. Legend has it that because the little fairies are so small, they can only have one emotion at a time. If they want to move, perhaps out of interest, they will move immediately. So, does that mean they'll immediately come back when they think of themselves? Just then, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind Viola. Hello, beautiful elf girl, do you live here? Viola turned around and saw a boy, even smaller than Allen, suddenly appear in the woods. He wore a silver-gray robe, had silver eyes, and beautiful shoulder-length frosty silver hair, making him look exquisite and adorable. Who are you? My full name is quite long, you can call me Lyriel. Viola looked the boy up and down. Although his appearance was quite abrupt, Viola did not feel any sense of crisis. Just like the first time I encountered the tree people, the first time I encountered the little wood spirits. The life force within her didn't sense any threat, on the contrary, it felt somewhat close to her. Based on this instinct, she was able to confirm that the boy was probably not a bad person. Viola. Hello, Viola. The boy showed no aversion to Viola, and his expression remained unchanged. His elegant manners and polite speech seemed to be purely instinctive, completely unrelated to his intentions. Moreover, his attention was not on the elven girl at all. To be precise, he came here following a particular smell. Now, the girl has a faint scent on her body. It's a pleasure to meet you, Viola. May I ask you something? Lyriel was born into a noble family, her parents were very powerful, and her siblings were very harmonious. But Lyriel always felt out of place with his happy family. He pursued the opportunity to become stronger, and the ambition to make his true name resound throughout the star realm. Therefore, he often left the polar glaciers and traveled to the lands of mortals. Generally speaking, this is a pastime that their family members enjoy after they reach adulthood. But he did it not for amusement, but to eliminate evil. He will use the blood of evil to hone himself. Several months ago, he smelled a faint scent of evil blood. That's the smell of a sworn enemy. He chased after his prey across the wilderness, encountering all sorts of monsters and various other events. So he kept solving problems, fighting, and then returning to his original pursuit route. Finally, following the winding and erratic route, he reached the bay. Here, he discovered that many monsters were gathering in large groups. Disgusting, inferior, and base. But these monsters are not worthy to be his stepping stones, and he has no intention of trampling on ants. Although Lyriel was only a teenager and not yet able to fight against hordes of monsters, but he insisted that only one-on-one combat was the path to becoming stronger. As luck would have it, Lyriel discovered a girl with elven blood here. The pure life magic emanating from her also gave him a refreshing experience. He knew that the elves were originally good friends with them, but after the calamity of the demons, they retreated to the other side of the Sea of Horrors and were rarely seen on the continent of Tyrese. Therefore, Lyriel made the unprecedented choice to conceal his true form and communicate with the elven girl who had been stranded among the monsters. He needed to know where the evil blood he had been chasing was hidden. As night falls, the sea breeze of Sapphire Bay, carrying a salty coolness, sweeps across the beach, dispelling the lingering heat of the day. The waves crashed against the rocks, making a regular, muffled sound. The construction of the harbor has just begun. Originally, the tree people and the crab people were building the large structures during the day, and the dog-headed people were carving the details at night. But tonight, after Allen dismissed the tree people, he did not allow the kobolds to continue participating in the construction. Instead, they were ordered to stay in their nests all night, no matter what work they had to do, and not to come out. He then left the harbor construction site and walked alone to the empty beach. With his hands in the pockets of his animal skin coat, he quietly gazed at the churning sea. In the afternoon, Allen received a telepathic message from Viola informing him of the arrival of the uninvited guests. Although Viola instinctively felt a certain affinity for the boy, she was not an ignorant and easily fooled girl. The boy's polite appearance could not hide his inner arrogance. He was more arrogant than any nobleman Viola had ever met. Of course, the boy didn't seem to have any intention of hiding this. After learning that outsiders had visited, or rather, it was almost certain that they were enemies visiting, Allen told Viola not to act rashly and to return to Stone Castle as soon as possible while ensuring her own safety. The woodland wasn't far from the stone fortress, and Allen had already prepared to surround and rescue them. Fortunately, the boy didn't make things difficult for Viola and left after inquiring about Allen. Allen thus realized that the other party was coming for him. The fact that the Lord is not marked on the map indicates that he is not a special case like Alaris, who is related to the gods. After Viola returned to Stone Castle, Allen was not attacked. This made him realize that the other party probably also wanted to observe and test the waters first. This means that the opponent's strength is not much greater than ours, and they may not be able to handle the situation of being surrounded by treants and fiddler crabs. Soon, Allen smelled a peculiar scent and roughly confirmed the other party's identity. When that aura was first brought by the sea breeze, the surging red dragon blood within him already sounded a sharp alarm. It was a deep-seated sense of rejection, like two naturally opposing sides. Allen had long felt the instinct brought by his diluted red dragon bloodline. A primal instinct surged within him, he yearned to fight that being. As the red dragon stands at the pinnacle of the color dragons, it will not give a second glance to any being below its rank. Therefore, the newcomer also possesses the bloodline of a dragon, or may even be a dragon itself. It is a giant dragon of the same rank as the red dragon, but whose faction is inherently opposed. Based on Viola's description of the boy's appearance, he is most likely of silver dragon blood. Allen took a deep breath, suppressing the surging agitation in his blood. He really wanted to give the newcomer a try. This was not only driven by instinct, but also by his desire to test his own strength. Allen couldn't quite put his finger on it. Since coming into this world, he has mostly thought things through before acting. Following the mindset of a player from his previous life, he operates himself as a special unit, always thinking about how to avoid risks and maximize profits. But if we really think rationally, faced with a danger of equal strength, he should retreat immediately and engage in a protracted war of attrition. By relying on the relentless sacrifice of their servants, they depleted the enemy's strength. No, Allen doesn't want to do that. He had a premonition that if he backed down this time, next time, he will back down again. He will always stay in the back, never fighting against beings of his own level, and never facing beings stronger than himself. Allen took off his leather boots, stepping barefoot onto the cool, damp sand. He put his hands in the pockets of his leather tunic and quietly watched the churning sea. Now, he is truly in this world, and he is about to become a king who rules over all living beings. He needs a kind of spirit, a spirit he didn't have in his previous life. This was the first time he wanted to have a real fight. You do have some guts. A clear, cold voice suddenly rang out from behind Allen, carrying the unique clarity of a young man, yet revealing an arrogance and indifference that did not match his age. Allen slowly turned around. The silver-haired boy, Lyriel, whom Viola had mentioned, stood on a nearby reef, his silver-gray robe fluttering in the night wind. His silver eyes, like the purest crystal, had transformed into unmasked vertical pupils. Although he was shorter than Allen, he inexplicably had an air of looking down on Allen. There was no warmth in his eyes, only the scrutiny of someone looking at prey. I smelled the stench of a red dragon in the wilderness. It was weak and hiding, and I initially thought it was just a young dragon who had run away from home. Lyriel's voice was full of disdain. It's just a human who has awakened the bloodline of a red dragon. I'm truly disappointed. However, you actually dared to dismiss all your servants and face me alone. With that kind of audacity, you think you're worthy to be my stepping stone, Lyriel Silvershine? A stepping stone? Allen raised an eyebrow. That's right. Lyriel slightly raised his chin, his tone matter of fact. Listen up, you filthy and evil red-blooded bastard. My name is destined to shine in the astral plane, and all dark creatures will tremble at my feet. You have the honor of being the first stepping stone on my path to immortality. Be grateful, to die by my hand is the greatest honor of your life. My name is Allen, Allen said calmly. However, I believe your journey will end here. Lyral shrugged it off, giving a light snort. I will forgive your offense, mortal, for your eyes cannot see what exists above the heavens. I originally planned to turn all your ugly servants into ice shards in the air first, and then deal with you slowly when I came down. But since you've volunteered to come out and die, and even dismissed those eyesores, I won't lower myself to that level. To go all out against an overconfident half-human would tarnish my reputation, so I will end you on the ground in human form. Before he finished speaking, He raised his right hand, and a bone-chilling cold instantly condensed in his palm. The pale blue ice crystals spun and condensed rapidly, eventually transforming into a crystal-clear ice sphere with a tip that gleamed with a cold light. The air around the ice gun was distorted by the low temperature, and the fine sand on the ground instantly froze into a layer of white frost. Allen's gaze fell on Lyriel, and the Lord's Handbook panel popped up automatically. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Lyriel Avanos Silvers. Race, Silver Dragon. Age, 18. Character template, Boss. LV7/LV7/LV4/LV2/LV2. Alignment, Lawful Good. Status, Normal. Special, Atavism. Atavism, the Silver Dragon's bloodline has undergone an atavism phenomenon, making him stronger and more powerful than his peers. At the same time, he no longer enjoys traveling in the mortal world like the traditional Silver Dragon, but has awakened an ambition to transcend the mundane. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Leader template. The main class, Silver Dragon, is a hybrid class that is superior to Dragonvein Warlock. They are a level higher than me and hold multiple positions, including Gunfu, Swordsman, War Dancer, and even a Priest. Moreover, he also has the special attribute Atavism, which is the first time Allen has seen a panel with a special attribute since the half-elf twins. Allen's mind raced through various assessments of the Silver Dragon Boy's combat strength. No matter how you looked at it, he was someone who was stronger than him in every aspect. But at this moment, he was surprisingly calm, and even the nemesis instinct of the Red Dragon bloodline was suppressed. He slowly raised his right hand, and crimson flames rose from his palm, swaying in the night wind like a dancing fireball. The flames illuminated his still youthful face and dispelled the chill emanating from Lyriel. Very well, let's do it then. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lyriel moved. His speed was astonishing, almost turning into a silver afterimage, and the ice spear in his hand, accompanied by a whistling sound, pierced straight for Allen's throat. Before the spear tip even arrived, the biting cold air had already transformed into a gust of wind that swept over, and Allen even felt a tingling sensation on his skin. Allen dodged to the side, the ice spear grazing his body and leaving a deep icy mark on the beach. He lunged forward, and flames immediately rose from his right hand, transforming into a fireball that hurtled towards Lyriel's side. With a flick of his wrist, Lyriel blocked with his ice spear, and with a sizzle sound, a large amount of white steam rose up. Amidst the steam, the ice spear nimbly spun around and lashed out at Allen's side. Allen grunted and immediately jumped back in the direction the gun barrel was coming from, putting distance between himself and Lyriel, who was skilled in close combat. Instead of giving chase, Lyriel stopped where he was, looking at the injured Allen with disdain. Is that all you know, such rudimentary fire magic? Lyriel sneered, seemingly intending to defeat Allen in every way. Instead of using his gun, he flicked his left hand, and 3 ice spikes instantly condensed, shooting towards Allen's face, chest, and knees simultaneously. Allen suddenly exerted force with his feet, his body retreating rapidly like a cheetah. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and a wall of fire rose in front of him, melting all 3 ice spikes. But just then, Lyriel's ice spear pierced through the wall of fire, rushing towards him with a rapid surge of steam. The ice spear swept across, ready to repeat its previous move and strike Allen's already injured side rib once more. Allen didn't have time to dodge completely and could only block with his arm. A soft click sounded. Lyriel smiled smugly, he could clearly feel the sensation from the ice spear. Something hard broke his arm bone. Frail mortals. Before his smile could even widen, a whooshing sound came from within the mist, striking his waist hard. A sudden pain shot through his lower back and abdomen. Lyriel couldn't understand how Allen could retaliate under such circumstances, so he could only hastily jump back. As the mist gradually dissipated, the figures of the two, now separated by distance, reappeared. Lyriel stared intently at Allen's forearm. The original wooden arm guard was cracked, but Allen's arm was unharmed, which allowed him to take the opportunity to flip himself upside down and kick himself with his right leg. But how could a broken wooden plank, which wasn't magical armor, possibly stop my ice spear? He narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately noticed something amiss. A tender sprout had grown from the wooden arm guard. You used elven magic. Lyriel was puzzled. He couldn't figure out how a red dragon, who was at odds with elves, could have learned elven magic. A little trick I learned by chance. Allen answered casually, then a green light flickered in his left hand as he gently pressed it against his ribs. Beneath the tattered animal hide robe, the wounds inflicted by the ice spear began to heal. That's just a little trick. Lyriel didn't bother to find out how Allen learned elven magic. There are also those combat techniques with inverted body shapes, which don't seem to be inherited by humans, but rather resemble the fighting style of low-level monsters with short statures. Allen's 2 unexpected counterattacks piqued his interest. The more his prey struggles, the more excited he becomes. Very good. Come on, show me your all. This is finally not a disappointing hunt. Allen ignored his taunts and instead distanced himself again. He silently recited the spell he had learned from Viola again, a faint green light emanating from his fingertips, and the bruises and pain on his arm subsided at a visible speed. The attack wasn't completely blocked by the temporarily reinforced wooden arm guards. He was still injured, but it didn't affect his fighting ability. But he had a premonition that he would suffer more injuries next, so every bit of recovery he could make would increase his fighting strength. Lyriel didn't stop him, and just watched as Allen used the healing magic. Are you fully recovered, mortal? My patience is limited, you know. Seeing the flames reignite in Allen's hand, Lyriel's eyes finally turned serious, and he transformed into a white shadow once again, charging forward to attack. On the beach, an aggressive white figure was locked in a fierce struggle with a nimble red figure, and the nearby sand was soon covered with marks of burning and freezing. Soon, their figures collided abruptly and then quickly dispersed as rising water vapor accompanied them. That's enough. Lyriel's aura had reached its peak, and an extremely cold magical power spread out. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and fine snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Countless ice spikes burst forth from the ground, like a sharp forest, rapidly spreading towards Allen. Allen felt the same way. He felt burning hot all over, and his fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. Faced with the oncoming forest of ice spears, Allen neither retreated nor dodged. He made up his mind and released all his magic power at once, leaving no room for the next attack. Allen leaped into the air, unleashing all his magic power, and flames completely enveloped his body. The powerful magic within his bloodline spread out, and the fire element that had been suppressed in the air seemed to have found its anchor, roaring and surging wildly into Allen's vicinity, forming countless fireballs that followed Allen like a meteor shower, hurtling towards Lyriel. At the very center of the flames, Allen conjured a pure, almost incandescent flame in his hand and slammed it down on the ice spear shield in front of Lyriel. Ice and fire clashed violently on the beach, producing a series of explosions. Boom! The flames and the ice shield exploded simultaneously. The white mist obscured the sky and completely enveloped the two figures. Allen was thrown away by the enormous impact and crashed heavily onto the beach, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A deep, bone-revealing wound was ripped open on his chest by ice spikes, and blood stained the animal hide on his chest, making it seem as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart. Lyriel remained standing in the same spot, but his expression turned utterly astonished. His ice shield was completely shattered by Allen's flames, a large hole was burned in the silver-gray robe on his chest, and his human skin was burned away, revealing his original appearance of silver-white scales. At this moment, the scales on his chest were charred black, and a few drops of blood flowed from under the broken scales. You actually managed to hurt me. Lyriel's voice was filled with unbelievable anger. He never imagined that a human with only a trace of red dragon blood could injure him in a one-on-one battle. Starting with the scales on his chest, his human form rapidly disintegrated, and a silvery white light burst forth from his body, causing the boy's figure to swell and elongate rapidly. Its entire body was covered in fine, silvery white scales, like the most exquisite armor. Enormous dragon wings spread out from its back. Its long neck was bent, and a pair of elegant silver horns grew on its head. Its silver vertical pupils burned with angry flames. This is a silver dragon that is not yet fully grown, only a little over 10 meters long, but the dragon aura emanating from its body is enough to make most monsters prostrate on the ground. The silvery white scales shimmered with a cold light under the moonlight, each scale exuding a faint magical glow, elegant yet deadly. The incongruous charred black color on his chest was so out of place. You deserve to die. How dare you injure my perfect body? Lyriel roared furiously, his dragon breath churning in his throat, threatening to freeze Allen into an ice sculpture at any moment. Allen struggled to his feet from the beach, coughed up a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, and looked up at the silver dragon before him, showing no fear whatsoever. This was the first time he had fought to the point of exhaustion. The red dragon's scalding blood surged and roared within him, draining his life force to supply his magic and rapidly thawing his frozen hands and feet. If he can hurt the silver dragon once, he can do it again? At this moment, he had no escape plan in mind at all. All he could think about was how to dodge the dragon's breath and deliver another powerful blow to the silver dragon. But Lyriel ultimately did not unleash his dragon breath. He stared intently at Allen, his vertical pupils filled with resentment and anger. I said, I would kill you in human form, and I will never go back on my word. I have witnessed your power, mortal. No, I will remember your name, Allen, right. Next time I come, I will defeat you fair and square in human form, and pull out your bones as a souvenir of my coming-of-age ceremony. After saying that, he suddenly flapped his dragon wings, creating a gust of wind, and soared into the sky. The silvery white figure traced an arc in the moonlight and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Only when the silver dragon's aura completely disappeared did Allen finally collapse, plopping down on the beach and panting heavily. He gazed in the direction where the silver dragon had disappeared, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. I'm waiting for you, Lyriel Silvershine. That night, Inside the stone fortress, on the second floor, the warm yellow firelight flickered gently inside the fireplace, constantly dispelling the chill emanating from Allen. As the chill dissipated, the stench of blood gradually began to emanate from the wound. Viola held Allen on her lap, her small hands carefully touching the wound. A faint green magical light shone, gradually repairing the damage. Allen leaned against the stone wall, his breathing shallow and light. He couldn't help but groan with each movement of his chest, but he was in very good spirits. What are you thinking? Salina's voice rose uncontrollably. She received no information until Viola's kobolds caught up with her, and only then did she learn that Allen had gone to fight the enemy alone. Aren't you usually the most cautious and careful person? Why did you go up there alone and risk your life? Salina paced back and forth in front of Allen, her voice trembling with anger, her words urgent and harsh. Didn't Viola send you a message informing you that the other side didn't launch an attack? Then what reason do you have to fight him to the death? Actually, it wasn't that desperate. I chose to fight on the beach, so if things went wrong, I could jump into the sea, and the fiddler crabs would cover me. Then let the kobolds, treants, and fiddler crabs go and wear down the enemy. Salina interrupted Allen's explanation, questioning him in a more serious tone. And me too? When Viola sent the message, I had just left Stone Castle. Couldn't you have communicated with me directly? Why didn't you call me back? At this point, Salina suddenly seemed to remember something and abruptly calmed down. Looking into Allen's somewhat evasive eyes, she spoke slowly and deliberately. You still think I'm useless, right? You think that if you can't win, you can at least let Viola and me escape quickly, right? All those promises you made before, all that blood of my own blood, were just lies to me, weren't they? Faced with Salina's questioning, Allen had no choice but to turn his head and look at Viola. Normally, Viola would find a way to save him at this time. But when he turned his head, he saw only the same calm look in Viola's and Salina's eyes. I obeyed your orders and hid in the stone fortress to watch you fight, based on my trust in your judgment, not because I disagreed with Salina's ideas. Viola lowered her head, her hands still steadily treating his wounds, and spoke softly. Allen, Salina, and I both want to know, do you see us as family who fight alongside you, or as pets you keep at home? Allen opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. After a long silence, Allen could only say, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken that risk. An apology alone is clearly not enough to change Salina and Viola's attitude. But Allen knew that if he said anything more at this point, things would only get worse. After a moment of silence, Salina angrily sat down, grabbed his battered right arm, and pressed her hand, which was also flashing with green light, onto his wound. Hiss. Allen immediately gasped in pain. My elven magic is not very effective, so just bear with it, Salina said calmly. Hearing her say that, Allen naturally had no choice but to shut his mouth and didn't even dare to cry out in pain. Viola felt a tingling, itchy sensation at the treatment site, while Salina felt a sharp, pricking pain. Allen closed his eyes in Viola's arms and began to recall the deadly battle of the day. Although he said he had many options, he just wanted to test his strength. But looking back now, Allen knows that he had truly entered a state of life or death struggle. Even after discovering that his full-force attack could only damage the young dragon's scales, he showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he was quite excited, his mind filled with thoughts of how to squeeze out more magic power to try again. It was definitely not a brutal instinct brought about by the red dragon bloodline. Allen knew this very well. He fully harnessed the hostility and killing intent towards his nemesis, the silver dragon, that came with his diluted dragon blood. Allen genuinely wanted to fight with all his might. He wanted to unleash all the power he had been building up over the past 6 months out of fear, anxiety, and ambition, in real combat. It's like longing for a real exam amidst the high-pressure environment of endless practice problems in high school. So it wasn't because the young silver dragon was deemed a suitable opponent, but because he just happened to become that suitable opponent. Upon closer reflection, is it really true, as Lyriel said, that the path to strength requires stepping stones? Allen can't use him as a stepping stone yet, but he's good enough as a whetstone. Is this what power feels like? It's truly fascinating. Allen was deeply moved. The life or death battle with Lyriel completely transformed the power accumulated over the past 6 months into true combat skills, which is already reflected in the character panel. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Allen. Race, human. Age, 13. Character template, hero, leader. Level, Dragon Vein Warlock LV6, +1/Wizard, Elf, LV1/Minor LV2. Faction, absolutely neutral. Status, frostbite, severe injury. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. The level of the core profession Dragon Vein Warlock has been directly upgraded to LV6, which means that he has made further progress in exploring his own bloodline. In addition, there were several system notifications that he had previously ignored. Achievement, Ultimate Showdown, Boss Level. Reward, 3 crystals. After Allen finished fighting, he remembered that among the newbie achievements, there was the achievement of fighting a high-level enemy for the first time. The usual unlocking order should be, first unlock the hero tier, then the boss tier, and finally the legend tier. As a result, the arrival of the young silver dragon allowed him to complete this achievement directly, skipping his level. He won't get this achievement in the second battle unless he kills a boss-level enemy. But that's still too far off. Allen recalled the harsh words Lyril had spoken before he left. On a personal level, he has already completed a process of accumulating strength for a powerful breakthrough. If the opponent continues to attack in the short term, Allen can try to fight with the armed forces within his territory. To be honest, the territory has almost no resistance against flying enemies. Perhaps we should prepare some anti-aircraft weapons as soon as possible. Allen shook his head, his thoughts drifting further and further away. He had one more thing to do, which was to distract Salina and Viola. Allen coughed dramatically, drawing the attention of Viola and Salina, before slowly saying, I think it might be because in the last 6 months, I've been constantly stimulating the power of my bloodline, and I've been somewhat affected by it. Sorina, you shared the blood of the red dragon, so you should be able to feel the brutal instinct surging from your bloodline, right? This is a lie. But Allen felt that sometimes things shouldn't be explained too clearly. It's good for family members to sometimes be a little confused. Salina nodded slightly, barely accepting the explanation. I remember you said that this contract would continuously replenish your power, so as I train, will the influence of your bloodline become stronger and stronger? Salina answered without hesitation. If that's the case, I'm willing to give up this power. No, that's not what I meant. Allen pulled a silver scale brimming with magic from his outer pocket. This scale was knocked off by Allen from Lyril, so saying it barely injured Lyril wouldn't be entirely accurate. The breastplates on a dragon's chest are the most magically potent and hardest scales. If they were brought to a human kingdom, they would undoubtedly become incredibly valuable magical materials. Therefore, the fact that Allen was able to break through the defenses here is enough to show that he poses a deadly threat to Lyril. Allen shook the precious silver scale and smiled. What I mean is, we can try to replenish our bloodline power to neutralize the effect. Below the wings are endless wilderness mountains. In the past, the cold air at high altitudes always made him feel refreshed, but now it made him feel suffocated. The constant stabbing pain in his chest, in particular, made him extremely irritable. Is this the first time? Is this the first time I've felt threatened by a mortal? Despite inheriting only a trace of evil blood, it unleashed such immense power. He wouldn't comfort himself with excuses like underestimating his opponent or not using his full strength. The fact remains that the transformation magic was broken head-on, and the opponent clearly still has the strength to fight again. In other words, he, Arvina's son, Lyril Silvershine, was unable to defeat another young mortal in his mortal form? It's truly humiliating. That lowly mortal must be gloating over his defeat of the powerful silver dragon, right? The thought of this ignited a fire within Lyril. Allen, he remembered that name. However, Lyril will not be going back anytime soon. Dragons possess remarkable regenerative abilities. Even if their heart-protecting scales are damaged, they can regenerate rapidly. But if he were to recover from his injuries and then eagerly seek out a mortal who might not yet be fully healed, he would be eager to challenge them. That was a despicable act, as vile as Black Scale, and Lyril found it utterly repulsive. Not only that, he will enter the next stage of growth, further refining his many combat skills and magic techniques. He even had to suppress the magic he used to the same level, and once again defeat him head-on as a mortal. This is the path he, Lyril, should take. A path to becoming a powerful being who will ultimately dominate the Star Realm. Even so, the anger in Lyriel's heart still made him extremely frustrated. If he were to simply return to the north and fall into slumber, Lyriel would likely relieve the humiliation of his defeat countless times in his dreams. Moreover, for some reason, shortly after leaving Sapphire Bay, he inexplicably felt a strange connection. It's as if a part of him was left behind in Sapphire Bay. Lyril felt that he was probably too concerned about this humiliation. He needed to vent his anger as soon as possible. Therefore, instead of heading north, Lyriel went south. On the continent of Tyrese, apart from the infamous Ashk Empire, only the alliance of southern states is truly a den of iniquity. Heading south along the coastline into the waters where the islands meet the western archipelago, the number of trading ships increases. Generally speaking, young dragons cannot fly long distances. But Lyriel, possessing the blood of his ancestors, already has the stamina of an adult dragon. He could fly for days on end without sleep to search until he found enough evil beings to vent his anger on them. That was originally what he thought. But shortly after leaving the bay, Lyriel reaped the rewards. His vertical pupils reflected a fleet of ships sailing north. According to the knowledge taught by the elders, since the fall of the Kingdom of Ono, there have been fewer and fewer routes for humans to travel to the north. How could we possibly encounter one by chance? Lyriel lowered his altitude, cast a concealment spell on himself, and observed the fleet. One large ship, 4 small ships. It doesn't seem like a configuration suitable for going to the north. This logo. Laryl recalled that he had seen this logo before. It belonged to the Black Tide Merchant Guild, a chamber of commerce with influence throughout the southern countries, offering a wide range of businesses. Slave trade, arms trade, black magic, funding piracy. They do anything that can make money, regardless of whether it's a business or not. Of course, Lyriel didn't care what these mortals were actually plotting. He only cares about two things. First, are these mortals doing evil deeds? Secondly, how many wonderful gold coins do these mortals possess? Lyriel landed quickly, transformed back into the form of a human boy, and boarded the main ship invisibly, beginning to wander around the ship. It was indeed a slave trade. Rows of cages held many races common in the Western Islands. Lyriel glanced over and spotted some of the more expensive goods. Spotted cat people are well suited to be trained as assassins. Fox people are suitable for satisfying the selfish desires of nobles. Snake people are suitable as materials for magical experiments. In addition, there were also slaves of ordinary value, such as orcs, halflings, or pure-blooded humans. Very well, the standard of evil has been met. Lyriel has sentenced the people on this ship to death. However, eliminating evil is simple, just take action. However, how to resolve the subsequent issues? To be honest, Lyriel was very reluctant to deal with this situation. On the high seas, he killed a ship full of slave traders, then knelt before the entire ship of slaves, begging for their salvation. If it were any other gold or silver dragon, they would probably be happily transported back to their homeland little by little in the name of the platinum dragon god. But Lyriel hates dealing with these kinds of troublesome things. He would never allow any mortal to ride on his back. They're just ordinary people. We should just sing their praises of their greatness. Why do they have to make all sorts of demands? It's so troublesome. Lyriel suppressed his anger and did not act immediately, but instead looked around the ship. If any of the sailors showed even a shred of conscience, he would spare their lives. After killing most of the people, leave enough sailors to transport the slaves back, and then let them sail back on their own. As Lyriel observed, a thought began to form in his mind. Speaking of which, this merchant ship had clearly just left the Western Islands, so why didn't it return to the southern countries and instead headed north of the Howling Wind Sea? All the way to the tribes in the north, there are only vast wildernesses, there aren't any cities of any value here. Lyriel was pacing restlessly on the ship when suddenly he stopped. A keen nose detected a hint of evil. He had just caught a whiff of that scent not long ago. Why do I smell it again here? Lyriel turned around and strode quickly into the cabin. Your information is very timely. A young man riding a kobold has appeared in Sapphire Bay. Ha, so he has awakened the power of dragon blood after all? As long as we can pinpoint his approximate location, this locating amulet made from his blood can bring him out. But Lord Balgalan, a slave with dragon blood, isn't he worth us going to Sapphire Bay alone? What do you know? A slave with diluted dragon blood isn't worth a caravan making a separate trip for, but a slave who has been treated with suppressant drugs but has reawakened is. That suppressant was developed by the Black Wizard on the young master's side. Yes, the lion's share of the slave trade went to my eldest brother, and father also favored him as his heir. I've also befriended quite a few dark wizards lately. If I can develop a countermeasure against this drug, then I'll have the leverage to destroy my elder brother in one fell swoop. Outside the door, Lyriel lowered his eyelids slightly, his vertical pupils now undisguisedly breaking through the limitations of transfiguration. The loves, hates, grudges, and affections of ordinary people have nothing to do with him. But, mortals, how dare you covet my prey? On the Howling Sea, where winter was still far off, a cold wind suddenly rose from who knows where. The morning sun slanted across the stone fortress's spire. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, damp scent, drifted through the open wooden windows and stirred the animal skin curtains hanging beside the fireplace. In the open terrain outside the stone fortress, Allen was leaning back on a stone chair covered with thick animal hides, flipping through the elven magic book he had traded for from the Barga ship. The wound on his chest has begun to heal under Viola's treatment, but moving around still aggravates it, causing a dull ache. He possesses the regenerative ability of dragon blood, so although his injuries are severe, he can recover in just a few days. Viola sat beside him, looking ahead with anticipation. Sorina looks so radiant today. Although Viola was excited, there was still a hint of complaint in her tone. You've given Salina power twice already, and I've never done it even once. Allen closed the book, smiled, and ruffled her hair. I'm sorry, I still haven't found a suitable ability, and I don't want to just use any power to make do. The more diverse your powers are, the more they will distract you, and you'll end up with something that's neither good enough nor bad enough. And if I also alter your bloodline, you won't gain the trust of the ancient tree elders and the little wood spirits, right? That's one thing. Viola puffed out her cheeks, still looking a little awkward. She and Salina always shared everything equally, even Ellen herself was supposed to. In short, she was never a match for Salina to begin with, and now that Salina's power has been further enhanced, Viola is far from being able to catch up. Seeing that Viola was no longer saying anything, Allen also turned his gaze to Salina, who was experimenting with her powers in the distance. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from Dash. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Salina Starchaser. Race, half-elf. Age, 16. Character template, hero. Alliance, lawful good. Level, Dragon Blood Guardian LV8, Red Dragon, Silver Dragon, /Wizard, Elf, LV2. Status, normal. Special, The Twins. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was Dean of the Department of Fine Art from _in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Last night, he used the heart-protecting scale that he had knocked off Lyriel as an enhancement material, consuming one of the 3 newly acquired crystals, to open a new enhancement path for Salina. As expected, a Silver Dragon Blood Guardian appeared in the enhancement route. The original Red Dragon Blood Guard class, due to its unique enhancement through bloodline modification, could not advance but could be fused with matching enhancements. The Silver Dragon Blood Guard, being of the same dragon bloodline, naturally meets the fusion requirements. With this enhancement, it merged with the original Red Dragon Blood Guardian, and a new class Dragon Blood Guardian, Red Dragon, Silver Dragon, appeared on Salina's stats. The level has also been increased from LV6 to LV8. Moreover, after being modified again by the Silver Dragon bloodline, Salina's character stats were directly upgraded from elite to hero. This feedback force directly increased the amount of magic power in Allen's body by a large margin. If Allen hadn't just been promoted to a leader level rank, this feedback would probably have already allowed him to level up again. In the distance, Salina was testing her newly acquired powers. Her long, golden-white hair swayed with the fluctuations of magic, and the humid air by the sea was filled with water elements, which easily formed ice crystals under her control. She raised her right hand, palm up. Ice crystals rapidly condensed as she moved, clearly indicating that she wanted to conjure a weapon. However, being a first-time user of frost magic, Salina lacked sufficient experience and skill, and the ice crystals could not be condensed into the precise shape of a weapon. Fortunately, Salina dispersed the oddly shaped ice lump, restoring it to sharp ice crystals, which she then flung outwards. In an instant, the icy mist burst open, and a sound like popping beans could be heard. In the distance, a large tree was embedded with countless ice crystals, and its entire trunk was covered in white frost. But that wasn't all. Salina then raised her left hand. The next second, a cluster of crimson flames rose in her palm, the dancing flames licking the air and emitting a familiar burning sensation. At the same time, countless ice crystals condensed again in his right hand. 2 completely incompatible elements coexist peacefully in Salina's hands. However, when Salina tried to activate both at the same time, she accidentally caused them to collide when she threw them out. A small portion of the flames and ice crystals turned into a white mist during the violent collision, failing to unleash their full power. But that's already enough to break the mold. Generally speaking, wizards manipulate the elements by studying the nature of magic and establishing their own unique spellcasting systems. Spellcasters like Allen and Salina are classified as warlocks because their manipulation of elemental magic is actually close to instinct. The former may be able to master complex magical systems simultaneously because of their deep understanding of magic. The latter, limited by their bloodline, can often only manipulate a single type of elemental magic related to their bloodline. Even if they are involved in other fields, they find it difficult to exert their strength in incompatible fields. But with the help of the Lord's Handbook, Salina achieved perfect control over both fire and ice elements. The 2 opposing bloodlines, Red Dragon and Silver Dragon, were perfectly neutralized within her. Salina gazed at the charred and frosty tree and slowly withdrew her magic. Wow! Viola couldn't wait to come closer. Quick, let me see the ice again. Salina then condensed another ice crystal above her palm. Viola carefully touched the ice crystal and only felt a slight coolness, not the bone-chilling cold she had imagined. Can you control the temperature of the ice crystals? Can. If only you had learned it sooner. It's so hot this summer, then we could have ice cream. Viola clicked her tongue. That's not all. Allen interrupted, explaining that he was injured and walking much slower than Viola. Salina knew what Allen was talking about, so she dispersed the ice crystals, closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and let the magic power in her body flow slowly. This time, there was neither fire nor ice, only a layer of pale purple light enveloping her. The pebbles that were originally scattered on the ground suddenly floated up on their own, circled in the air, and stopped in front of Viola. Viola's eyes widened, and she quickly reached out her hand, only to see the pebble land steadily in her palm. Immediately afterwards, she raised her hand and gave a gentle push. A semi-transparent shield appeared out of thin air in front of the wall, its surface shimmering with a pale purple magical light. Allen gave Viola a look. Viola paused for a moment, then threw the pebble in her hand. The pebble hit the shield with a soft thud and bounced back. Salina then withdrew her magic, revealing a slightly tired expression. What is this? Viola asked curiously. This is pure magic without any elemental magic. Human mages call it arcane magic. Allen explained. Although silver dragons are skilled in the power of frost, unlike red dragons who love to fight with their bodies as weapons, silver dragons prefer to be spellcasters, so they usually master arcane magic. Seeing the arcane magic that Selena had mastered, Allen felt a weight lifted from his heart. Arcane magic is not limited to any elemental magic, or the realms of life and death, it is the purest form of magic. After Selena mastered arcane magic, the twins finally had a direction to study together. Moreover, arcane magic can indiscriminately amplify the spellcasting abilities of the half-elf twins, making it arguably the most suitable choice. Then I'm going north. The gnolls haven't even moved half of their supplies yet. After testing her new power, Selena didn't seem to have any further thoughts and turned to leave. But after turning around and taking a few steps, he turned back and glanced at Allen again. If there are any more enemies, you must tell me. You are not allowed to go alone, understand? Understood. After Selena left, Viola also said goodbye and prepared to go down the mountain. The little wood spirits are scared of that dragon and have hidden themselves. I need to go and comfort them. After saying that, Viola also left the stone castle. Allen looked left and right, then staggered back to his chair. They didn't even make me breakfast today. Damn it, where did this strong north wind come from at this time of year? The wind direction has completely changed? It's unbelievable. After hearing the navigator's report, the captain cursed and then kicked the young sailor next to him. You little brat, hurry up and adjust the sails. We need to catch the wind. Yes, uncle. Your uncle isn't on this ship? What should you call me? The captain glared at the young man. Yes, captain. The young man hurriedly corrected himself, then quickly ran toward the mast. Looking at his good-for-nothing nephew, the captain, whose beard was already gray, shook his head. The 100 Flowers is a large ship second only to the kingdom's warships, with 4 main masts. It takes at least 10 skilled sailors to work together to catch the wind. That kid had better just pass on the order and not interfere. Taking advantage of the wind is an extremely dangerous operation. If the operation is not timely enough and the sails are not adjusted in accordance with the wind direction, the boat may not only fail to move forward, but may also damage the mast or even capsize. I'll keep an eye on it later. It wasn't that the old captain was being overly worried, it was simply that his nephew possessed superhuman strength, and had grown rapidly in the years since joining the Royal Guard. He was genuinely worried that his muscle-bound nephew would overdo it and fail to snatch the wind. At any other time, failing to seize the wind would be one thing, but things are different now. This was his first opportunity to pilot such a fine ship as the Baywa, and he was determined to make a good impression on that person, especially since a near shipwreck occurred just a few days ago. Fortunately, the man was magnanimous and didn't hold it against him, otherwise, he felt he would be imprisoned when he returned to his hometown. The old captain headed straight for the top deck. That was the best cabin on the ship, which should have been the captain's cabin, but now it barely serves as his living quarters. As he gradually approached the upper deck, the number of sailors nearby slowly disappeared. Only a few burly men dressed as sailors stood with swords in hand, and even when no one was around, they stood straight with their eyes fixed straight ahead. Under these intensely oppressive gazes, the old captain unconsciously straightened his collar. 2 female swordsmen stood at the cabin door, opening it for the captain. Clearly, the person inside had already given instructions. The old captain cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and then went inside. Upon entering the ship's cabin, the captain's quarters, which were originally decorated with weapons, specimens, and fur carpets, had lost all their original appearance. Everything has been changed to a simpler, more refined style. Although there are no fancy decorations, a closer look at the details of the table and chair fabrics reveals that they are made of extremely expensive materials. A young girl was sitting at the table. She was very young and looked harmless, but she inexplicably had an air of authority about her. Your Highness. Uncle Captain, this is a ship, there's no princess here. You can just call me by my name. Seeing that the old captain still couldn't bring himself to call her that, the girl had no choice but to say, then you can call me Amber. Yes, Prince Amber. Miss Amber. The old captain reluctantly changed his tune, saying in a deep voice. A sudden, strong northerly wind has blown across the sea. If I may be so bold, our trip to the Western Islands may have to be delayed for many days. North wind. Amber frowned her beautiful eyebrows. I remember you said that it would be about 3 months before the first northerly wind blew, right? The old captain sighed inwardly, noting that Princess Amber had taken the initiative to learn about navigation from him ever since she boarded the ship. She learns extremely quickly, never needing to be taught a second time. She even remembers experiences that she casually mentions. She is truly intelligent. Yes, that's why it's unusual. Although you can sail even with strong winds, being late is inevitable. Amber nodded slightly. She wasn't one to force people to do things, and she knew the old captain didn't know what had happened either. Since we've encountered something unusual at sea, we should trust the judgment of professionals. If we are late, we will have to regretfully end this voyage. After all, I ran away from home, and the day I was supposed to get back was already very late. My uncle will be angry. The old captain thought to himself, so you know we snuck out. The old captain was initially reluctant to disobey the regent's orders. However, the royal guards had already given him the answer with their eyes. The princess's orders had to be obeyed, whether he wanted to or not. The old captain was furious at the thought of this, and his own foolish nephew naturally assumed that they should listen to the princess. He even suspected that if he refused, that kid would be the first to put a sword to his neck. Regardless of what the old captain was thinking, Princess Amber sighed softly. Although she secured the support of a city in the south, she did not achieve her goal of verifying the route to the Western Islands, which was a slight disappointment. However, given the unexpected gains from the terrifying sea, it can be considered quite lucky. You can't force things. Thank you for your hard work. Please arrange for our return flight. Upon hearing the princess's order, the old captain breathed a sigh of relief. Returning home as soon as possible would be best. Although he didn't want to offend the princess, he didn't want to offend the regent even more. After the old captain left, Princess Amber summoned a maid. Since things are unusual, perhaps something strange is about to happen. Princess Amber stroked a ring on her pinky finger. The ring was carved entirely from obsidian, so black that it seemed to reflect no light at all, which clashed with Princess Amber's attire and style. I'd like someone to pilot a small boat and scout out the direction the north wind is blowing. Could you go and ask who's willing to take on this mission? The maid immediately knelt on one knee. Your Highness, we members of the Hidden Light Society are all people who have received your kindness and protection. None of us would refuse the opportunity to serve you. All right, don't be so formal, and don't think about sacrificing your life every time you encounter a mission. If you can't do it, just retreat. I hope that in the future, none of you will be missing from my side. Although Princess Amber said this, judging from the maid's expression, it was clear she hadn't listened at all, so she had no choice but to give more detailed orders. Then let's ask within the Hidden Light Society who knows the northern seas and the northern region best. That way, the success rate of the mission will be higher. I don't want to hear about anyone's death. Yes. The maidservant withdrew, and the girl was finally left alone in the room. What strange things will happen this time? Princess Amber finally revealed a touch of innocence befitting a 14-year-old girl. Perhaps it was just a magical creature causing a ruckus in the north, which temporarily changed the weather. A faint sound came from inside the obsidian ring. But if I hadn't remained curious, how would I have met you on the terrifying sea? Amber smiled. Mortals who encounter me will only fall into endless fear and misfortune. That's not a good thing, is it? Of course it's a good thing, because you can give me enough power. Amber maintained her smile, as if she were discussing what to eat today. Didn't you say that the greater my ambition, the greater the power you could provide? Yes, you are one of the most lustful beings I have ever met. The entity within the obsidian ring didn't seem happy. It's a strange experience that you've taken control of the contract. All right, my luck, you'll be standing beside my throne, I promise you. The old captain left the cabin, letting out a long breath, feeling much more relaxed. As long as the princess was willing to return, he neither offended her nor disobeyed the regent's orders. All are happy. As long as there are no further unexpected events, we should be able to return on time. Captain. The first mate rushed over. What's all this fuss about? The old captain snapped, not wanting the princess in the cabin to hear the noise. It's terrible, Captain. Your nephew pulled down the largest sail while adjusting the sails. The old captain suddenly felt dizzy and his vision went black. A small boat quietly broke away from the fleet escorting the 100 Flowers. A woman with a down-to-earth air about her stood at the bow of the ship. She had won Princess Amber's approval and secured the lead in the exploration mission. Behind them came some slightly disappointed glances, because they had lost an important opportunity to serve the princess. Although the woman in charge of the reconnaissance mission was only of average to below average strength, she had a good understanding of the areas surrounding the kingdom. Over the years, she has completed many missions in the border regions of the kingdom and has won the princess's favor. The Hidden Light Society is an all-female organization with a small number of members, most of whom are personally selected by Princess Amber. They came from very humble backgrounds. Some were orphans who had been left to wander the streets since childhood, some were prostitutes who had been abducted to dark alleys, and some were slaves who had been sold to the market. But their fates were changed thanks to Princess Amber's help. Princess Amber promised them that when she reclaimed the throne, Dorne would become a better kingdom. Whether to repay the princess's kindness or to believe in the future she promised, they all chose to follow her. They would transform into the princess's spider silk, secretly active throughout the Kingdom of Dorne, completing various tasks. They are like the wind before dawn, sooner or later blowing away the dark clouds that obscure the sunrise, allowing the true sunlight to shine once more on the land of Dorne. The small boat, braving the unexpected north wind, made a perilous maneuver to sail directly north. 3 days had passed since the returning fleet disappeared from sight. Captain, we are gradually approaching the shoreline. A tall young man reported to the woman. Won't this cause us to miss the true source of the north wind? The woman smiled and explained, our small boat is not capable of withstanding the presence of a north wind. The princess did not send us here to die, so we should prioritize our own safety. Don't always think about perfectly completing the princess's task, that's not what she expects. The tall young man scratched his head. Oh, besides, I'm just responsible for leading you through the reconnaissance mission. I'm not the real captain. Just call me by my name. My uncle said that on the ship we can only call him captain. Then how should I address you? Captain of the Imperial Guard. Well, the tall young man scratched his head again, and after a long pause, he finally realized that Tasha was being sarcastic. My name is Kylian Ironshield. Tasha Lillard. Tasha told Kylian to rest and not to worry about the ship's navigation, explaining that as the royal guard responsible for combat, he needed to be ready for battle at any time. The real reason was that she had witnessed the young man's strength and was quite worried that he might accidentally break the mast of the small boat. Iron Guard. Tasha stood back at the bow, observing the horizon as she muttered the name of Kylian. This was not his original surname, but rather a name bestowed upon him by the princess. Generally speaking, a royal bestowal of a name represents an extremely special honor, and most people will pass this bestowed name down as their surname. She remembered that among the dukes and earls of the kingdom, several had inherited the names bestowed by the founding king of Dorne. It seems the princess is quite fond of Kylian. It's not just his almost religious loyalty to the princess, but also the terrifying power hidden beneath his kind exterior. I heard that many years ago, during the Royal Guard's assessment, he almost killed the examiner, who was a nobleman, and as a commoner, he was sentenced to a serious crime. Later, the princess protected him under the pretense of fun, and then, through some unknown means, he somehow managed to rejoin the Royal Guard and receive professional training. When the future princess is crowned, I wonder if the kingdom will gain another earldom with an honorary title. However, Tasha found this difficult, as she herself came from a humble background and had experienced the hardships of aristocracy. That group of people can take advantage of an honest person without making a sound. Perhaps the best outcome for him would be to remain forever as the princess's guard, without having to get involved in the cannibalistic games of the nobility. Thinking about this reminded Tasha of another guy, smooth-talking, shameless, prone to boasting, and prone to lying without batting an eye. Only those kinds of guys can really have the last laugh in this game. The thought of that robed con man filled Tasha's previously calm heart with disgust and anger. Suddenly, a small black dot appeared on the horizon, vaguely resembling a small boat. Pilot. Tasha immediately cleared her mind and returned to the mission. While she was calling out to the navigator to observe the target, she was also organizing the guards to prepare for battle. Who knows whether what comes with the north wind is friend or foe? Moments later, the two ships were quite close. What reassured Tasha was that the ship made no attacking moves and there were hardly any people on the deck. They then adjusted their course to align with the other ship, slowed down, and waited until the two ships were close enough before securing them with grappling hooks and ropes, finally joining each other on the sea. The guards set up long planks, and Tasha, along with a few guards, stepped onto the other side's deck. At this moment, everyone on the ship came out of the cabin. Tasha looked around and saw that the people were ragged, emaciated, and of various races. However, there were no sailors dressed as sailors, nor did anyone appear to be carrying weapons. Does anyone here speak the common language? A moment later, Tasha and the others returned to their ship on the long planks. After releasing the grappling hook, the two ships quickly separated, with the other ship continuing its original trajectory southwestward. That's incredible! Kylian exclaimed in amazement. A silver dragon attacked the slave merchant ship, then killed the slave traders, summoned a north wind, and sent the captured slaves back to the southwestern islands. Silver dragons are dragons who love to uphold justice, so there's nothing surprising about that, is there? Tasha replied casually. I'm not praising the silver dragon's actions, but rather referring to that north wind. Kylian opened his arms. A single north wind forced our fleet to turn back, but for that silver dragon, it was nothing more than a casual gesture. Just how powerful it must be. Tasha glanced at him. You don't actually want to challenge that silver dragon, do you? We can't beat them now, but I remember the princess really liked the story of the Dragon Knight. Kylian clenched his fist with a hint of longing. One day, I will tame a dragon. It was all for the princess after all. Tasha rolled her eyes slightly, too lazy to shatter his fantasy. Miss Tasha, the princess's mission is complete. Shall we now turn towards the shore? No, didn't those slaves say that another ship was sent by the Silver Dragon to a bay in the north? I remember there's only one famous bay around here, and there might be an old friend of mine there. We can go there to dock. This ship is small and not capable of navigating the terrifying sea alone. They need to land as close to the kingdom as possible, then abandon ship and go ashore to slowly return to the Kingdom of Dorne. This is why Princess Amber thought the exploration mission was dangerous. Although the Kingdom of Dorne is descended from the ancient Kingdom of Ono, its territory has shrunk considerably. The entire wilderness area near the western part of the continent was not under their control. Therefore, the Kingdom of Dorne has no harbors on the Whistling Wind Sea to the west and can only sail out of the extremely dangerous Sea of Horrors. Searching for supplies on their own when there is no seaport is an extremely dangerous and exhausting task. Since there are no vehicles, food, water, and other supplies have to be carried by people, and the amount can't be too large. Given the long journey, they had to replenish their supplies in the wilderness as they traversed it. In the wilderness, there are countless dangerous and ferocious beasts, monsters, or dark wizards. It was precisely because she was familiar with the western wilderness that Tasha volunteered for the mission. Their original plan was to return to the south first, then land on the shore near the Sea of Horrors, and then travel overland back to the Two Rivers Plain in the southern part of the Kingdom of Dorne. But actually they are now closer to the north, so according to Tasha's deduction, disembark at Sapphire Bay and travel overland across the western wilderness to Emerald City, nestled beneath the Eagle Plateau in the western part of the kingdom. The journey takes about the same amount of time. Moreover, they could also take the opportunity to investigate the situation of the other ship that Silver Dragon had sent away. Therefore, the guards had no objections. Only a few sailors from the south were worried about the curse of Sapphire Bay, but they could not defy the decision made by the Royal Guard. Although Tasha has an old friend in Sapphire Bay, it's not actually certain. She recalled that scene from 6 months ago. 3 slave children imprisoned in a dungeon, after suddenly awakening a bit of magical power, narrowly escaped the control of a dark wizard with her and another useless person. Then the youngest boy, named Allen, just after hearing some stories about the western wilderness from that good-for-nothing, said he wanted to live in the wilderness with the other 2 girls. Tasha could clearly see that when that good-for-nothing mentioned Sapphire Bay, Allen's eyes lit up. He planned to go to Sapphire Bay. Tasha, with her vast experience in judging people, made a very clear judgment. However, with only those 3 children and the little magic they possessed, can they really overcome countless dangers and reach Sapphire Bay? Danger in the wilderness doesn't give warnings, and the 3 of them don't have the ability to recognize danger. If they accidentally step into the territory of some ferocious magical beast, wouldn't they be doomed? Even if they were very lucky and avoided many dangers to reach Sapphire Bay, the 3 destitute children probably could only find a scenic cave here and live like savages. For some reason, Tasha always wanted to go and see it. Most of the time, she would not put herself in danger because of pointless compassion. Moreover, the half-elf twins she pitied the most were unwilling to go to the human kingdom. Therefore, she did not intend to return to Emerald City with 3 unpredictable burdens. In the end, she returned to Emerald City with a good-for-nothing, which made her feel even worse. But now that she has the protection of the Royal Guard, Tasha decides to go to Sapphire Bay. If the 3 children weren't there, then Tasha assumed they either hadn't made it there or were already dead. If she actually met them, Tasha wanted to ask them what they were thinking now. Living in the wilderness must have caused them countless hardships. Perhaps now they would be willing to return to human lands. This can be seen as her way of repaying the kindness of being saved. She especially saw the 2 half-elf twin sisters in them. She felt as if she saw her younger self in them. With her introduction, perhaps the princess will allow them to join the Hidden Light Society. By then, they will be her younger sisters, and she will train and protect them well. Several days later, their destination finally came into view along the ever-extending coastline. Let's all work harder, and try to reach the shore tomorrow. The bosun was encouraging the sailors. Ever since they decided to go to Sapphire Bay, the sailors, though they didn't say it, were more or less afraid of the legendary curse. But he had to forcefully boost morale. He thought that once they reached the shore, they could leave Sapphire Bay by land, and that would be the end of it all. Wait, what's that? It looks like a ship. It's a ship, right on the shore. It looks like it's run aground. That's more than that. That ship is completely wrecked. But it seems to have been recently damaged, not some old ship. Could it be that there really is a curse? Hearing the sailors' anxious discussion, the bosun's heart sank immediately. At this point, anything about the Sapphire Bay curse would severely demoralize the sailors. These people who live at sea believe in the legends of the sea more than anyone else. On the ever-changing sea, behind every legend, there may be a bloody example. He looked helplessly at Tasha, the temporary captain. Captain Kylion, could you please lead a team to check out the situation? Good. Tasha noticed the sailors' concerns. Although she herself did not believe in the so-called curse, in order to reassure the sailors, she sent the ship's strongest sailor, Kylion, to lead a team to investigate the situation. Soon, Kylion returned with his team and explained the situation. It turned out that this was the slave ship that Silver Dragon had sent to the north. Many slaves had gathered in the wreckage of the ship, living off the supplies in the ship's hold. Silver Dragon apparently originally said that they should go to live in Sapphire Bay, but his winds seemed to be blowing inaccurately, failing to deliver them precisely to Sapphire Bay. The ship even ran aground here because the winds were too strong and too strong. Just as the slaves were about to go out and explore, the boarmen who roamed the area killed several of them. They even found the stranded ships and besieged the area. The ship was in such a dilapidated state because it had been attacked by boarmen. Fortunately, there were some capable fighters among the slaves who organized themselves into a force to hold their ground. The wild boars realized this was a tough nut to crack, so they abandoned the place, leaving behind several carcasses. However, once they leave the ship's range, they are hunted by the boarmen who are more familiar with the wilderness. So they were trapped and died here. Now the refugees see Tasha's ship arrive and beg for their help. Let them come up. We'll be at Sapphire Bay soon anyway. It's no big deal to give them a ride. Tasha had no intention of doing anything kind. It was just that Kylion's verbal report was not enough to appease the sailors. By letting these refugees onto the ship and truly communicating with them, we can break down the sailors' fears. She knew the strength of the royal guards very well. If they couldn't even suppress these refugees, then they were not worthy of protecting the royal family. Perhaps some sailors might believe that their stranding wasn't due to the Silver Dragon, but rather a curse. But Tasha didn't really care. As long as she could be appeased for the time being, they would be docked at Sapphire Bay in a day, and it wouldn't matter how scared the sailors were afterward. Incidentally, after the refugees boarded the ship, Tasha also learned, upon further questioning, why the Silver Dragon had divided the slaves into 2 ships. This reason was somewhat difficult for her to understand. The Silver Dragon seemed to believe that some slaves had evil blood, but were too weak for him to destroy, so he would send them to evil places to stay with other evil blood. The thought process of dragons is truly wondrous. Tasha thought to herself, Master, a ship is coming from the sea. Oh. Allen was busy with the construction of the harbor when he suddenly sensed a new telepathic connection. After obtaining 3 achievement crystals, one was used to enhance the silver dragon bloodline on Salina, and the second was used to recruit the flipper crab leader Sharp Armor. The third one is used to reinforce the armor. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name: Sharp Armor. Race: Fiddler Crab. Character template: Elite. Rank: Tide Priest LV4/Underwater Warrior LV8. Alignment: Lawful/Neutral. Status: Normal. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. The original Tide Speaker class, which could only manipulate water flow, has been upgraded to the Tide Priest class, which can manipulate water elemental magic over a large area to condense magic. In this way, Allen was able to fill the gap in the underwater reconnaissance unit. As long as there is any movement on the surface of Sapphire Bay, the armored creature operating underwater can immediately notify him. Allen arrived at the beach and looked in the direction the fiddler had indicated. Sure enough, a small black dot of a ship was spotted on the horizon of Sapphire Bay. Allen estimated that this ship was smaller than the merchant ship led by Barga last time, indicating that the newcomers were probably not a merchant fleet. Are they refugees? Allen messaged the armored vehicle, same as last time, show us your pincers first. Yes. Sharp Armor's reply was very brief. As the ship sailed into Sapphire Bay, the unpredictable sea breeze on the Howling Sea suddenly softened. Tasha and the guards looked at the view of the bay with some curiosity. Those who know anything about the Kingdom of Dorne's predecessor, the Kingdom of Ono, have more or less heard of Sapphire Bay, which once carried out the northern sea route. The sailors also surveyed this legendary cursed land, suppressing their unease. As for the group of slave refugees, Tasha naturally wouldn't let them move around freely, and temporarily kept them at the bottom of the ship's hold. Only a few representatives, chosen by the slaves, could take turns leaving the cabin to make reasonable demands of the guards. She's not some saint, she let these refugees on board to reassure the sailors and explain the situation, and they'd be off the ship in a day, so there wouldn't be any pressure. Letting them roam freely on the deck could cause trouble if they tried to seize the ship. Among the slaves, there were indeed a few with some strength, and even if the guards could suppress them, they would still be a problem. This bay is so beautiful, Kylian exclaimed. Yes. Tasha nodded. The bay was surrounded by mountains on 5 sides and faced the sea on one side, with picturesque scenery inside. It was indeed a wonderful place. The bosun chimed in, indeed, this is a perfect haven. In ancient times, it was probably even more prosperous than the largest seaports of the southern kingdoms. The 3 leaders chatted idly at the bow, while the sailors and guards also chatted. Should we land here? Yes, we'll have to abandon ship and travel by land from there. Look at the mountains surrounding the bay. I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion on the way to climb them. What can we do? The reward money given by Her Highness the Princess is enough for 3 years' income, and we have the Imperial guards to protect us. It's just a bit tiring. That's true. Wait, did you say that? There looks like a building on the shore. Ancient ruins, I suppose. I've heard there are many ancient ruins throughout the entire western wilderness. No, something is building that structure. It's huge. What is that? Is it a tree? Just as the coastline in the sailor's field of vision was gradually expanding. Splash. The calm water surface suddenly shattered as one after another, fiddler crabs with hard, bluish-brown shells and sharp, enormous pincers leaped out of the water. They swung their giant pincers and rammed into the merchant ship's hull. The next moment, a dull thud resounded. Monster attack! Guards, protect the ship. The guards, under Kylian's command, immediately stood ready. But it was clear to anyone that the guards were incapable of protecting the ships. The fiddler crabs were ramming ships underwater, and the guards were unable to fight them underwater. Even with a bow and arrow, only Captain Kylian is confident he can pierce the hard shell of the flipper crabman through the water. However, beneath the surface of the sea, there were countless fiddler crabs, and Kylian alone could not accomplish anything. Kylian decisively issued the order, get ashore. We can only fight on land. During the emergency beach landing, the merchant ship struggled to break through the encirclement of the crab people and barely made it to the beach. Fortunately, despite the fiddler crab's repeated ramming of the ship, they failed to breach it. No one fell into the sea until all the slave refugees in the bottom cabins had reached the shore. Only 1 or 2 slave refugees suffered minor injuries from falling in the chaos. This result brought a sigh of relief to everyone. What exactly do these monsters want? After confirming that everyone was safe, Tasha frowned as she looked at the situation in the sea. After everyone came ashore, the fiddler crabs neither retreated back to the seabed nor launched a strong attack from the shore. They silently circled their ship and did not continue to ram it, for reasons unknown. Have no idea. Kylian was quite relaxed at this moment. Once they set foot on the ground, these monsters could no longer pose a threat to them. As for the ship, they were going to abandon ship and go ashore anyway, so it didn't matter. If they were targeting us, do you think those pincers wouldn't be able to tear through our ship's planks? Tasha pointed to the fiddler's enormous pincers. Especially the largest one, she had no doubt that if it were to strike with its pincers, it would immediately tear a large hole in their small boat. Before Kylian could answer, he seemed to sense something, immediately assumed a fighting stance, and shouted, "Warning! An ambush!" Sure enough, after he shouted, everyone felt the ground tremble slightly. A moment later, 5 enormous creatures came into view. There were 5 large trees, several meters tall and as thick as several people could hug. Their roots branched into 2 legs, and human-like faces and arms grew on their trunks. They were stepping towards them step by step, and each step made the earth tremble. The slave refugees and sailors were thrown into chaos almost immediately. Kylian then commanded, "Guards, listen up. Prepare for a combined attack. 3 men each, take 1 tree leg, and disable their mobility." "Wait." Tasha suddenly spoke up. "Miss Tasha, this is wartime, you must listen to me." Once Kylian entered battle mode, he seemed like a completely different person. "No, they shouldn't attack us." "What did you say?" "Ms. Tasha is right." A clear voice came from behind several people in the distance. "Tree people, please step back, these are our guests." The tree people indeed stepped back, and only then did everyone notice that in the middle of the tree people's huge bodies, there was a boy dressed in an animal skin robe. However, everyone's attention was drawn to the giant tree man, and no one immediately looked at the boy at the tree man's feet. The boy smiled and said, "It's been a long time, Ms. Tasha." After the tree people left, the sailors and slave refugees settled down. Even the sea crabs retreated and stopped surrounding their boat. Kylian looked at the 2 people chatting happily in the distance and scratched his head. "Ms. Tasha is amazing, she even has friends in the wilderness. Or a friend who can command monsters. You actually got to Sapphire Bay? And you can command these monsters? How did you do that? Did Salina and Viola come with you too? And that building on the shore?" Despite Tasha's calm and composed demeanor just now, once it was just the 2 of them, a barrage of questions came out like a machine gun. She became more and more agitated as she asked questions, feeling that every single one of them was impossible to answer. Allen smiled helplessly. "Don't rush me, I'll explain it to you slowly." Allen briefly recounted what happened 6 months after they parted ways. Those inexplicable things. For example, use the character panel to scout for dangers to traverse the wilderness, and use the recruit function to subdue monsters. He brushed all these things off by saying he was lucky. After hearing this, Tasha looked at Allen suspiciously, but ultimately couldn't ask any more questions. After all, it's someone else's secret, and she has no right to pry. Moreover, there were many things she couldn't explain to Allen. For example, the fact that she belongs to the Hidden Light Society, Princess Ember's secret organization. She simply made up a story that she was traveling on a merchant ship and got separated from the ship during a storm, which led her to this place by accident. Of course, Allen probably already knew that the female thief Tasha was likely connected to the royal family. Those warriors who remained calm even when facing the treants all had character panels filled with elite-level characters. Especially that captain named Kylian. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Kylian Iron Guard. Race, human. Character template, hero. Rank, Royal Guard LV13/Weapon Master LV3. Alignment, lawful good. Status, normal. Special, innate superhuman strength. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from in. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. An entire Royal Guard squad. The captain possesses a hero-level template and also has the special talent innate divine strength. Allen didn't see the Weapon Master class on any of the other guards, so it seems to be at least an advanced or hybrid class. Allen estimated that with such a small team, they might even have a chance to defeat the Black Wizard, the Decayers who roam the wilderness. Silver Dragon, who came looking for trouble a couple of days ago, probably won't get any advantage against such a small team. Given the significant level difference, it was even less likely that his own leader-level template would win. Unless we use a swarm of monsters to wear down the enemy, the losses would be too great. However, this was just Allen's assumption, they were not enemies. Since Lady Tasha needs to pass through on her way back to the Kingdom of Dorne, although I can't offer much help, I'd like to do my best to entertain you. Then we'll have to trouble you. We've been very tired these past few days at sea. Tasha did not refuse, being able to get a good rest would greatly help her journey through the wilderness later on. So Allen sent a message to Flintclaw, instructing it to prepare the freshest food. At the same time, send a message to Salina and Viola, informing them of Tasha's arrival and inviting them to come and meet her. All 3 of them, including Allen, were somewhat grateful to Tasha. Although she only offered a water bag and a dagger, these two ordinary items played a very important role in the long journey across the wilderness that followed. Selena still cherishes these two items to this day. That evening, an open-air dinner was held on the beach. Although it was a dinner party, the food consisted only of various roasted and stewed meats, but they were fresh. After this period of research, Allen and Selena collected many spices that tasted good. But there were just too many people today, and Allen's stockpile of spices was not enough, so only Tasha and the guards were able to enjoy them. Selena placed a piece of meat, coated with honey and roasted, on Tasha's plate, and then distributed the wooden bowls filled with liquid to everyone. This is the fruit wine that Allen taught me to make, but he said it hasn't been aged long enough. Why don't you try it? Viola took the initiative to introduce them to Tasha. Neither she nor Selena expected to see Tasha again, and they were both in quite good spirits. Before Tasha could even pick up her bowl, Kylian had already downed it in one gulp. Really good? I didn't expect to get a drink. Little sister, do you have any more? Give me another bowl. Well, Viola was surprised that Kylian drank first. She and Selena didn't have much affection for human men, and they only sat at the same table reluctantly to see Tasha. At this moment, they looked a little awkward. Yes, please use it. Allen pushed the barrel directly in front of Kylian, whose eyes lit up immediately. He hugged the barrel to his chest and began to drink heartily, taking bites of roasted meat and sips of wine. Tasha watched this scene, speechless. As is her habit, she always has to be wary of others. Even when she reunites with Allen and the half-elf twins after a long separation, she will first test whether they are poisonous or not. Now we don't need to test anymore. She tasted Viola's fruit wine. It was slightly astringent, but then had a very noticeable sweet aftertaste. It was quite different from the ale and spirits that the lower classes drank. It seemed more like the kind of drinks that nobles preferred. It's delicious, I really like it. Viola was overjoyed to hear this. Sister Tasha, I'm glad you like it. Allen glanced at Selena. Since you like them, Viola, please take some with you for them to drink on their journey. Okay. With that, Selena and Viola left their seats to prepare drinks. Tasha understood what Allen meant. She probably knew that Selena and Viola didn't want to be in this kind of situation. To be honest, she was actually very pleased to see Allen's actions. Selena and Viola's attitudes toward men were obvious to all, and she could probably guess what their past experiences were like. In the continent of Tyrese, where the elven race has long since departed, the birth of a half-elf is often inextricably linked to nobility. As someone who also came from a gray area, she deeply empathized with this experience. With Allen protecting them, she could finally relax. She had originally intended to ask them if they would like to go to Dorne with her, but now she didn't need to ask. Tasha took another bite of the roasted meat. After eating dry rations at sea for so long, being able to enjoy a juicy roasted meat was a great comfort to her. While eating, Tasha brought up the topic. I said before that I would repay you for saving me from the Dark Wizard's dungeon, but unfortunately I never had the chance again. I've come here unexpectedly and haven't brought any gifts to express my gratitude, so it seems we'll have to wait until next time we meet. However, you can tell me what you want, and I promise I will do my best to find it for you. Upon hearing this, Allen smiled and said, actually, I do have a few things I'd like to ask you for help with. It's better to be lucky than early. Oh, is there anything I can help with given my sudden visit? I'd like to hear it. I would rather call it cooperation than helping. Cooperate. I plan to rebuild Sapphire Bay, so it would be even better if we could establish trade routes with the outside world. Rebuild Sapphire Bay. Tasha gazed at the foundation of the giant building in the middle of the beach, which currently only had the outline of a dock. This doesn't sound like a small project that could be built by a few people and a few groups of monsters. Allen just smiled and didn't explain much to her. Tasha didn't dwell on it too much. This boy clearly had more secrets than the one wearing the robe, and whether he could create a miracle was not something she should worry about. So Tasha answered Allen's question directly. The kingdom does indeed lack an outlet to the sea in the Howling Wind Sea, that much is certain. However, with the extremely dangerous western wilderness separating them, no merchant guild would be willing to send a caravan to Sapphire Bay. It would be an absolutely risky investment. Before the western wilderness was reintegrated into the kingdom's territory, Sapphire Bay was meaningless to most merchant guilds. After Tasha finished speaking, she saw that Allen simply nodded and did not show the disappointment she had expected. I couldn't help but ask, aren't you disappointed? Sapphire Bay has been lost for a long time, and I am indeed prepared to be unable to connect with the outside world for a period of time. Allen shrugged. And what? And I think you haven't finished speaking. Tasha looked at the boy, her eyes filled with curiosity once again. He was only a teenager, but he seemed to have been in a complex environment for 10 years. I didn't finish my sentence. Although the Kingdom of Dorne is temporarily trading in Sapphire Bay itself has a very advantageous geographical location, and there are places closer to where we hope to transship goods. The southern countries. Tasha shook her head. Whether it's inland or at sea, the southern countries are the most prosperous places on the continent of Tyrese, and their pursuit of trade is even greater than that of the hateful Ashk Empire. But they have many trade targets, the inland, the western islands, and even the Elven Kingdom across the Sea of Terror. Sapphire Bay may represent interests for them, but it is not so urgent. Moreover, the southern countries don't have a very good reputation, even. Tasha paused for a moment, then omitted the princess's name. Even the trade overseen by the royal family of Dorne has suffered losses at their hands. Before you possess sufficient power, attracting the attention of those sea hyenas is still quite dangerous. Hearing this, Allen understood what Tasha meant and asked, so you mean, the North? Yes, the North is vast and has many tribes with diverse beliefs. The people of the North are naturally fierce, and even without forming a state, they can still pose a threat to the expansion of the Ashk Empire. Tasha dipped her finger in the fruit wine and roughly drew a map on the table showing the locations of Sapphire Bay, the Western Wilderness, and the Northlands. However, the people of the North are not good at production and have a great demand for goods from the outside world. In recent years, due to the blockade by the Ashk Empire, there have been fewer and fewer decent trade routes. If a new trade route were to appear, I think many tribes would be interested in it. I have some friends who know people from the North. If you need, I can help you make contact with them after I return to the kingdom, but I can't guarantee it will be successful. Allen had no objection to this. Any contact with the outside world would help him expand his territory more quickly, and the expansion of his territory would eventually reflect in his power, so he would naturally accept anything that came his way. That would be perfect. Allen thought for a moment and then added, if any trade with the North is indeed facilitated through you, consider 1/10 of the profits from the first trade as a reward for your hard work. 1 in 10. Tasha suddenly remembered something and said with a self-deprecating laugh, I don't have a noble title. Allen, not understanding, did not respond. Tasha didn't dwell on her memories any longer, but teased, such a large sum of money for your trouble, are you afraid I won't put in the effort to find you a caravan? Not only that, Sapphire Bay is far from the Kingdom of Dorne. If you don't come here again, you won't be able to take this large sum of money. Allen added with a smile. Fine, so this money of yours gets me not only to find you the Northern Merchant Guild, but also to bait me into organizing another trade route to the Kingdom of Dorne, right? Pretty good deal, huh? Tasha snorted. Allen didn't argue, he just kept smiling and poured her more wine. There's no need to say everything, this is enough. Allen had already learned from the guards that Tasha had a secret royal background. From what Allen just heard, he realized that Tasha's intentions went beyond simply repaying Allen's favor. She also subtly revealed the predicament of the Kingdom of Dorne. Since the people of the North are fierce and powerful, why hasn't the Kingdom of Dorne, which is also adjacent to the North, been attacked? The answer is self-evident. The Ashk Empire, which she mentioned was constantly expanding, had probably already annexed the northern territories of the Kingdom of Dorne. Therefore, the pressure from the north that originally needed to be borne by the Kingdom of Dorne is no longer a concern for the Kingdom of Dorne. Therefore, this would make the north stronger and continue to put pressure on the Ashk Empire, which would be a win-win situation for the Kingdom of Dorne. After discussing the trade matters, Tasha and Allen talked about something else. That group of slave refugees. Tasha recounted to Allen how a silver dragon had attacked the slave traders' fleet, and how the slaves had been sent away on 2 separate ships. Allen had already noticed those who disembarked with the Imperial Guard and sailors. Faced with the food offered by the dog-headed people, they scrambled to swallow it, as if they had no other choice but to eat. After hearing Tasha's explanation, Allen finally understood where these people came from. Upon hearing that it was made from a silver dragon, Allen knew the answer in his heart. That silver dragon that's been executing justice everywhere, and it's so close by, even sending a ship full of slaves to Sapphire Bay, must be Lyriel Silvershine. As for the evil blood he mentioned, Allen roughly understood what it meant. He glanced briefly at the group of slaves. Half orc, half troll, half snake, half fox. The slaves come from a wide variety of races, and at a glance, most of the factions on the panel are displayed as evil, with only a few being neutral. This has nothing to do with their own nature. Perhaps they do have some bloodlust and cruel tendencies, but the brain of that arrogant silver dragon is just as human machine as the panel division in the Lord's Handbook. I asked around among these slaves, and they said that the slave caravan was the famous Black Tide Merchant Guild. Tasha's words were full of disdain. Actually, it's obvious without me saying it. Just look at the races of these slaves and the proportion of women among them, and you'll know that the purpose of capturing them is to sell them to nobles at high prices. The Black Tide Merchant Guild loves doing this kind of thing. Allen glanced at the slave refugees in the distance and asked curiously, some of them aren't very good-looking either. Tasha glanced at Allen, her tone tinged with disgust. That's to satisfy the noble's curiosity. Whether it's the slippery skin of a snake man or the cat man's jointed hind paws, as long as it can make the nobles boast about it at gatherings, it's naturally worth hundreds or thousands of gold coins. Don't think about the moral bottom line of the nobles. Tasha paused. You'll always see results that get worse with each passing day. After the banquet, the guards and sailors set up camp to rest. Tasha accepted Salina and Viola's invitation and went to the stone castle to rest together. Kylian rested with the guards. Those slave refugees naturally had no tents or anything like that, so they could only rest in the open. Fortunately, the weather in Sapphire Bay is currently very pleasant. Having just left the hot rainy season, the evening breeze is cool but not cold. Allen summoned 3 slave refugees separately. They were the leaders of this group of slaves. A burly male orc, a beautiful and charming female fox woman, and a female snake woman with 4 arms. The 3 people who were summoned were surprised by the bay and the fact that the master of the monsters in the bay was just a young boy with a childlike face. However, the behavior of the treant, the crab, and the kobold during that day demonstrated the boy's absolute authority among the monsters, so all three were very respectful. Tasha explained that most of the slave refugees were women, carefully selected by the Black Tide Merchant Guild to be sold as playthings to nobles. As for the small number of male slaves, they were prepared as war slaves. The nobles enjoy bloody and cruel battles and beast fights, so the Black Tide Merchant Guild also selects some powerful slaves as beast fight slaves. Allen glanced at the three characters' character panels. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Grugbone Crusher. Race, Orc. Age, 28. Character template, Standard. Faction, Chaotic/Neutral. Level, Berserker LV12, -5. Status, Limited Mobility, Shackles. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Liner Softtail. Race, Foxperson. Age, 22. Character template, Standard. Alignment, Lawful/Evil. Level, Rogue LV4/Shaman LV2, -2. Status, Magic Seal, Suppressed by Drugs. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Name, Sherrick Bluescale. Race, Half-Snake Man. Age, 24. Character template, Standard. Alignment, Lawful/Evil. Level, Scimitar Mastery LV5, -2, /Gunfighter LV5, -2. Status, Limited Mobility, Shackles. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Sir, what are your orders? The one who spoke was the lead orc, who spoke fluent common. His hands, feet, and neck were bound by shackles, but the chains connecting the shackles were relatively loose, allowing him to retain some fighting ability. This was intentional on the part of the Black Tide Merchant Guild. The relatively loose shackles allowed the war slaves to demonstrate their fighting prowess without giving them enough ability to resist. Incidentally, it can also be used to seduce some noble women with a desire for conquest. The Black Tide Merchant Guild makes a living from this business. Unless they are top-tier war slaves, most of their profits are less than those from slaves sold as playthings. The same was true for the half-snake people on the other side. Only the fox people, whose physical combat strength is relatively weak, are not restricted by shackles, but their magic power has been sealed by special drugs, making them appear somewhat weak at this moment. What are your plans next? Allen asked directly. The three of them looked at each other. They had discussed this issue countless times in recent days. The fox woman in the middle stepped forward and said, "My lord, if you don't mind, please take us in. We are willing to serve you." Allen could hear the obvious hesitation in her words. "As for servants, I have plenty. I don't need any more like you." Upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the three men turned rather unpleasant. Tasha and the Royal Guard had made it clear before they boarded the ship that they would only take them to Sapphire Bay and would not be responsible for anything afterward. If the owners of Sapphire Bay don't take them in either, then they'll have no choice but to make a living in the wilderness. "Don't you want to go home?" Allen asked. Going home? The foxperson's expression was expectant. "Would you be willing to send us back to our hometown, sir? I don't have the habit of doing good deeds for free." Allen's words poured cold water on the fox people's heads once again. If it were her, she could understand Allen's actions. No one would be so brainless as to pay such a huge price to send a group of slaves back to their homeland. The orc and snake man standing to the side showed no emotional fluctuations. The two of them, or rather most of the slave refugees, no longer had a homeland. They were the losers in tribal wars, sold as slaves to the Black Tide Merchant Guild. Fox people, who were purely abducted, are actually a minority. In the slave trade, the Kuroshio Merchant Guild has always aimed to maximize profits with minimal costs. "Sir, you said we won't do good deeds for nothing, which means we still have a chance to stay, right?" the half-snake man who hadn't spoken until now asked. Allen glanced at her. "Sapphire Bay doesn't tolerate idlers. If you want to stay, you'd better demonstrate your skills in exchange for food and shelter. To be honest, Sapphire Bay is still underdeveloped and there isn't much room for outsiders. Their arrival was not entirely a good thing for Allen, they were not as easy to control as lower-level monsters. The orc Grug spoke first. My lord, I am willing to fight for you, the blood of the berserker still flows within me, all I need is a chance to prove myself. The half-snake man, Sherek, spoke calmly and steadily. My people are skilled at processing monster hides and making poisons. Whether it's fighting, working, or guarding, we are competent. The fox woman Liner then realized that she had been so focused on finding a way back home that her most pressing task was to win the favor of the master of Sapphire Bay. He quickly replied, My lord, my people are skilled in weaving and fluent in multiple languages. I am also a spellcaster? It's just that the Merchant Guild temporarily sealed my magic with medicine. She thought for a moment, then added, My lord, there are still many scattered people among the refugees. My people can help you organize them, regardless of their ethnicity or language. This is what we fox people excel at. Allen then nodded. Only if it can save him management costs can it be considered necessary to accept him. I'll consider it.